Hello, friends. How are you all doing tonight? Are we having fun? I got some third-degree burns today, literally, when I slipped in my kitchen cooking for myself, and that'll teach my dumb self not to get married or use takeout like an adult, a professional, like a working professional. But then I ended up getting hungry, and now I've got all my ointments, I've got all the goodies, and life is good. Don't you worry about Charles. I'm all right. Just my pride. Nothing I can't handle. Nothing I can't handle. But anyway, yeah. So I thought we would talk tonight a little bit about Ben Shapiro, who I've had the displeasure of knowing. Oh my goodness, since 2009. That's how old I am. I'm old now. I've got white hair in my beard, and white hair in places one shouldn't have white hair. And so basically, yeah, Ben Shapiro and I first met in 2009. We were introduced by one Andrew Breitbart. The late Andrew Breitbart was. I guess I have to introduce who he was. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how this works, but basically, Andrew and I first met because I won this blogging award, this right-wing blogging award, when I was a student at Claremont McKenna College, and I went over and I had dinner with him, Mexican food, and of course he ate half of my meal while he was telling me about all the illegal immigrants and all the problems they were causing, which was rather funny because we're in a Mexican restaurant, and I was like, bro, like, don't be doing that, like, you'll get us in trouble, like, we're in LA, you know what I mean? So it was pretty interesting. Anyway, so he introduced me to Ben Shapiro. Ben and I first met in 2009. I remember it. We were basically in these offices that belonged to Steve Bannon at the time. And he was just talking a mile a minute, talking about this, that, and the other thing. This was right around the time that the Tea Party got going, which was a very interesting little phenomenon. And we were sort of like encouraged to be friends. You know what I mean? Like, we had the Claremont Institute stuff in common. We knew a number of people. They were like, hey, you're young people. You're a young person. You guys should be friends. And I was like, okay, cool, whatever. But Ben had written like some books that uh, nobody had actually read. And it was like one of those kind of situations. And, Andrew liked my editing. He also liked the fact that I was up at all hours. And so he offered me a job while I was still in college, working for all of his big sites, big government, big Hollywood, all of that stuff. And frankly, I didn't have anything else going on, and I liked to write. So I got involved, and was in editing some of Ben's pieces when I worked at Breitbart, or what became Breitbart.com in 2012, is when it became Breitbart.com. And Ben had he had like a huge network, despite being a relatively young guy at the time. And a lot of it was Jewish, but a lot of it was not Jewish, which I found very interesting. Like, he was very close to Megyn Kelly. He was very close to a number of people at Fox News. And he had a booker who helped him get on TV all the time. And he was also like, it was like a family affair. He was very close with his father and mother, who I believe are like entertainment lawyers or something to that effect. It's like one of those Hollywood things where people like have multiple jobs. Anyway, we sort of got to know each other, got to spend time together, and my desk was right next to his desk at Breitbart in 2012. After I'd graduated college, I went to the Wall Street Journal editorial page, where I worked for Bret Stephens, which is probably a topic for another time, at Neocon High Command, aka the Wall Street Journal editorial page. And I also worked for Barry Weiss, if you can believe it, back when she was married to a dude who I rather liked, actually, at the time, for what it's worth. He's a nice guy. He was inventing some kind of like weird toilet that would like analyze your shit. So naturally, we became very good friends right away. And basically,
As
what
one does.
as one does, basically what I learned is there's like this, kind of cabal. I don't know if you can say that word, but there's a group of basically these Jewish people, and they try to like, push a certain right wing kind of thing. And I was somewhat familiar with this because I'd worked for Alan Dershowitz and in high school. And my family we've always had like connections to the Middle East. My mother was on a kibbutz. She was actually going to marry an Israeli dude at one point, but he died in a car accident. She came back to America, met my father, worked for him. He Me Too'd her or she Me Too'd him. It's kind of unclear. And then yours truly came along after they got married. So, but basically, we always had Israelis coming and going. My grandfather, Carl Lundquist, was the head of the Sinai mission during the late 1970s, dealing with the whole Egypt and Israel fight. In those days, the Sinai belonged to Israel. And so my grandfather was kind of engaged in that. He worked for this company called E-Systems, which the government has now declassified and said there was a CIA front. And anyway, so I used to go hang out with my grandpa. He actually read Hebrew despite being a Gentile, which is kind of weird. He was also fluent in Russian. Very interesting dude. Anyway, we'd always have these, Israelis come and go through our home. We would, I learned things like Ein Ketzif, which means I have no money. I learned all this Hebrew stuff. And I went over to Israel when I was about 17 years old for one of those school trips that you go on when you spend a week in the Holy Land. And so I've always liked Israelis. I have a lot of friends in the Israeli government, including there's a girl that I dated who went to my prep school. She was a Jewish chick, and she went and made Aliyah. I think she's an Israeli tank commander now. Super against Netanyahu. So anyway, I always stayed in touch, always did all that stuff. And what became clear to me is that the Israelis that I knew who were Israelis, they did not have a lot of patience for the Ben Shapiros of the world. And what happened is that when I was a student at Claremont, there was a professor at Claremont, a guy by the name of Bassam Khanjia. He was a Middle East studies expert. He's one of these guys who's he was into poetry. He was Christian, but he was pro Hezbollah, basically. He was one of those types. And I discovered all this stuff about him. And the school was trying to use him to raise a bunch of money from the Kuwaitis, because we'd had a number of Kuwaiti alumni of Claremont McKenna. So anyway, being a dutiful right-winger, I wrote all that stuff up, put that shit up on the internet, and waited until I won various right-wing, neocon journalism prizes, which is, of course, what I wanted. And so I won these 2 fellowships. I think it ended up being 3 fellowships or some shit. And ended up, winning going and meeting, basically getting my card punched so that I could be a part of the right-wingosphere. And, the same kind of path that Dinesh D'Souza or Charlie Kirk or all those kind of critters go on. But I kind of had my own opinions on various subjects. And so that was a problem, right? But along the way, I met the people with Stand With Us, which is an pro-Israel front group. I had a number of people who actually came to visit me while I was a student, including some people who were actual Israelis, and Israeli alumni of my college. And of course, they gave me some money. They asked me all these questions about what I was up to as a young man, and I was basically processed through this whole rigmarole, as it were. So anyway, getting back to Ben Shapiro, Ben and I worked right next to each other, and he used to get these calls, and these calls would come in, and these calls would basically be about he would be getting calls basically from Israel, and they were from people that he knew in Israel, people that he knew that were connected with Bibi Netanyahu. And I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. I know some people from Israel, kind of like you do when you're kind of trying to be friendly with a coworker. You know what I mean? But you're kind of overly friendly. And so he was very, very close with all these people, and they would tell him to do stuff, to write stuff, to have talking points that he could use on CNN or Fox or what have you. And he was obsessed with getting on TV, as I mentioned. So I was obsessed with doing research. Him and Joel Pollack were obsessed with going on TV. That was kind of the way it worked. And everybody wanted drudge hits. Drudge links were an extremely important part of the Breitbart business model, because the second you got a drudge hit, you get all this traffic. All this traffic would mean your ad servers would go crazy. and everybody would make a bunch of money. So because Andrew Breitbart effectively worked for free for Matt Drudge, or kind of quasi for free, he would basically run the pages. They'd put all this stuff out there, and Ben Shapiro was always like pushing that his content would go, would be up there. And so, one of the big things that we did was the Derek Bell story. If you remember this, with Obama like hugging Derek Bell, I was the one who found that video of them hugging. And then the other thing I was given was a copy of the brochure of Barack Obama. If you remember the Born in Kenya brochure and all of that, there was like that whole rigmarole back in the day. If you just Google Born in Kenya, Breitbart, you'll see what I'm talking about. But basically, what I didn't really realize was that I was at at a place where the Israelis were kind of all over the place. And what was interesting at Breitbart was Breitbart himself would get these calls, and it was also like he was being tasked with various things. And of course, there's that famous photo. I know Tom has it, but there's a famous photo of it's like Breitbart.com, conceived in Israel, born in America or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about, Tom? I think you have that like lying around. Um, Breitbart was also very friendly with this guy, Jamie Kirchick, who was also plugged into a lot of these like neocon and gay and pro-Israel crowd. But basically, this was like what was going on. There was a kind of like place in which Breitbart was the kind of place in which you could like launder talking points if you were Israeli intelligence, and this was kind of like strongly encouraged. Um, Now, what started to happen was the first big thing was, so Andrew Breitbart died, and that was a super bummer. I don't know if any of you have had this experience of like working with somebody who dies, but it's a very weird experience because you'll be like chatting with them, hanging out with them. Like I think the last thing I ever said to Andrew Breitbart was like 5 or 6 hours before he died, and it was about like, hey man, I'll see you at the party that weekend. And it was like, I think he died like on a Wednesday or something, and then he was like dead. The party was like on a Friday, and of course everybody got drunk and talked about him, and it's a very strange experience. At the funeral, I met, yeah, Tom's got it. Tom knows what I'm talking about. There you go, Thomas. Yeah, good job. I'll put that up in the jumbotron. So, so anyway, what happened was, uh, everybody kind of like came there. There was like Congress people who came there to visit, to visit Andrew Breitbart's widow, Susie. Susie asked me to spend another year like working at Breitbart. I didn't really do any work, for a year, but they kept paying me. So I was like, okay, like no big deal there. But I would find all this research, find all these weird things, hand it over to Pollock or to Ben Shapiro, and then it would go from there. Now, a few notes here too. I knew Joel Pollock from back when I worked for Alan Dershowitz in high school, and the story of basically how we met. Pollock was kind of more of a lefty, but he went over to South Africa, where I believe his family is from, and they were involved with the Democratic Alliance, which is the anti-apartheid group that they were sort of like anti-apartheid folks who are anti-ANC. And so anyway, Pollock was a kind of weird character. He married this sort of half black woman who converted to Judaism. But he was like a part of the Dershowitz alumni network, and he had a history of kind of taking credit for people's work. But whatever, I didn't think much of it at the time. He ran against Jan Schakowsky in like 2000, and I want to say 2010, but it might have been 2012. Somebody wants to give me a fact check on that. And I helped him with some of the research on her because she was kind of a crazy woman. Though I probably would end up voting for her today because she strikes me as having a bit more moxie. But this was kind of one of those Jewish fights, Jew on Jew fights, that I, as a Gentile, was just kind of like watching and whatever. And what happened was in 2016, obviously Trump came on the scene, and Ben Shapiro had a lot of ties with the Ted Cruz campaign. And Cruz in those days, I had known Cruz socially through Dershowitz and through other people. Um, Cruz was kind of a very sharp guy, but kind of like not exactly the nicest, most put together campaign. And Cruz was trying to court all these like right wing Jews, and so he had his friend Toby Neugebauer run around talking to people. But the big money from Cruz
for Cruz came from the Wilkes brothers. And the Wilkes brothers, I've never met either one of them, or if I have, I don't really quite recall it. But I have met a number of their kind of allies out there. They're very involved in Texas politics. They're involved in Idaho politics. And the Wilkes brothers sold their company Fractech for basically I think it was like a few $1 billion or something like that. And Fractech was sold to a consortium that included like Chinese investors. So you have this Texas company started by these religious nuts, basically, that's involved with fracking technology. They sell the company, and they get a bunch of money, and so they parlay that money into politics and into basically political influence. Now, Ben, during this period, Ben is trying to get something going in his personal, career. He's got his books, but nobody's reading his books. He's got this thing called Truth Revolt, which is funded by Bob Shillman, who's this kind of like eccentric billionaire who's Jewish. I think he's from Massachusetts originally. I met him first in San Diego, and he was a kind of strange cat. I met his mistress and his wife, who both seemingly knew about each other. And he was he was a lot of the money behind Tommy Robinson. He was a lot of money behind. I think Laura Loomer knows him pretty well. I found him to be, he was kind of a manic depressive type, and he had this company called Cognex. Anyway, he and Ben had a falling out, and it was apparently like a pretty savage falling out because Ben was sort of summarily dismissed from Truth Revolt. And what Ben was trying to do is he was trying to build this kind of like right wing, play where they could like shake down advertisers or they could like target companies for like pushing the wrong thing, right? We didn't call it woke in those days, but it was like, could you cause advertiser boycotts? Could you come after these companies in these different ways? And anyway, Ben was involved in all of that. But what David Horowitz realized is that Ben had like 3 or 4 jobs in addition to like, the 700K or whatever he was being paid, something high like that. I remember it being like at least 500K that he was being paid by Truth Revolt. And remember, all these things are like nominally nonprofits. So it's like, how is this, how is this tolerated or whatever? And there used to be this kind of event that I used to go to that was like the David Horowitz Freedom Center. They do these events down at the Breakers down in Florida. I'd go down there, meet a bunch of rich billionaires. Some of them I still kind of know socially, though I haven't really done any business or whatever with any of them because they suspect I'm a closet liberal squish, which, I mean, I don't think they're totally wrong on that these days. I'm certainly no Zionist anymore. So anyway, Ben, as I said, he would get all this tasking. He would like meet with all these people. There would always be people showing up at the offices. In one case, I remember this guy coming over with like a thick Israeli accent. Oh, my connection is weak. Thank you, Thomas. Let me sit right next to the router like a good boy. So in many of these cases, what would happen is, so I remember this Israeli guy coming over one time, handing a manila folder to Ben, speaking to him and what I understood to be Hebrew, though I don't know that definitively because I can't really remember exactly. And so there was like stuff like that where he would like meet people. It was all very strange, all very suspicious. Anyway, he had a falling out with the Breitbart crew because he sort of signed up with the Trump or with the Cruz crew, and there was sort of like a collision course between Cruz and Trump. Everybody kind of knows some of this. There was the Corey Lewandowski thing, and Ben said I was involved with the Michelle Fields Corey Lewandowski thing. Michelle Fields, claimed at one point that I hacked her computer, and I, of course, hadn't hacked her computer because I'm not a hacker and I'm not really all that interested in Michelle Fields. As I said at the time, as I wrote at the time, she's hot, but not go to federal prison hot. You know what I mean? Like there are women like that in your life that you need to just stay away from, the crazy types. So anyway, she basically accused Corey Lewandowski. Everybody saw the video. Ben Shapiro like leaped to her aid. I wrote about how he had all these weird relationships with her, business relationships with her and Jamie Weinstein. And he then went on TV and said that I was a conspiracy theorist or whatever. I threatened to sue him. He left me alone. And so, that's kind of the history with me and Ben Shapiro up to, I guess, 2016, 2017. Now, I want to kind of like, we could maybe kind of go more into the history, but maybe take some questions. I don't know, Tom. Is there anything else you think I should be saying or talking about here? I've had a lot of people, by the way, ask me about the Ben Shapiro stuff, tweets that I posted. I'm happy to kind of go into those if people want. And I don't really know any of these people that I'm bringing up on stage, but if you're a good boy, good girls, I guess, I don't know, I will let you speak. And if you're naughty, I will give you a spanking. So don't be naughty unless you like to be spanked, in which case, definitely be naughty. All right, go ahead. Let's go, Bob.
Hey Charles, I just saw your tweet. I don't know if it was today or yesterday, but I saw it after Ben released the AI image, and I was definitely interested. My question is,
Oh, Thomas, would you mind finding that photo of Peterson and Ben? I think that's a useful photo too that people should see. I think we had that the other day running around, but yeah, go ahead, Bob.
yeah. So, I've watched a few interviews with Steve Bannon. He seems like a very interesting person. Um, Forgive me if you already answered this question, but because I joined in a little bit late. Have you met Steve Bannon, and are you familiar?
Yes, I met Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon was actually my boss for about a year. So what happened was Andrew Breitbart died, and I was like, it was kind of a bummer. I don't know, as I said before, like I don't know if you've ever had that experience where you like work with somebody or talk to them every day and then they die. It's like a very strange out of body experience, particularly when you're young. So he had this massive heart attack. Who knows if it was foul play or not? I don't really know. But there was a whole bunch of money that was pumped into the company from what I now understand was Rebecca Mercer and crew. And I sort of dealt with those people, kind of chatting with them. And there was always this interest in basically like bringing all these rich people, many of whom had foreign connections or what have you. Many of them were kind of fronts of foreign intelligence, and that they would fund kind of like an attack on the media, right? They would like come after the media. The media was bad. That was always like the story. But yeah, so I knew Steve. I tried to quit Breitbart on several occasions working under Steve, but they kept paying me. And it was a very strange experience because I was getting at the time like $100,000, $120,000, something like that a year. And like when you're 23 years old and you're like, young, yeah, 23, 24 years old, that's kind of a lot of money, right? So they would have me go and research these various things. So they'd tell me to go research. But of course, none of it, not, a lot of the stuff wouldn't pan out. And I was sort of expected to produce stories that weren't real. And I was like, well, I'm not going to do that. So I'm going to work on things that are real. If you guys like them, cool. If you don't, whatever. But I was kind of like, like Alana Goodman does for like the daily, what is it, the Washington Free Beacon, or like there's like a number of these like right wing people out there that do research and they get these like fellowship grants or whatever, and they run around going through archives. I mean, I love all that shit. I love finding things on the internet you're not supposed to have, using the latest in search techniques. And Tom and I have that in common. And there's a lot of interesting ways of researching things on the internet. And so I was sort of I read the NSA. The NSA had like a thing about like called like decoding the web, and it was like 800 pages of how to like search the internet, which was a super interesting document, in which I've returned to. It's somewhat dated now. It came out in like 2010, 2011, but it's a pretty useful thing. And for those who are interested in researching, there's a lot of cool techniques and tools, and they kind of proliferate as time goes on. But anyway, so yeah, I worked with Steve. Steve would go, he was a little crazy. He threatened to shit down my throat one time when I talked to Rebecca Mercer at a dinner party I was invited to. Totally normal behavior. But he was probably worried I was going to like take her or whatever, take her money from her. Wasn't really interested in that. I sort of parted ways with them. I went to this gold conference in like 2012. It just became like very, very boosterish Israeli at Breitbart. And I really wasn't into that. Like I was pro Israel, but I didn't want to be like Israel's bitch, basically. And as time grew on, I started meeting Palestinians. I started meeting, more people out there, as one does as you get older. You start to chin stroke a bit more, and you're like, what was that all about? What was that thing about? But anyway, I took Ben out to dinner one time because he was a colleague, and I think we had dinner like 2 or 3 times over the course of the times that I've known him. And we went out to dinner, and we went to this Chinese food restaurant that was kosher, which I didn't know was a thing, but apparently it's a thing. So at the time he lived in the west side of LA. I lived in the San Gabriel Valley in Pasadena. Drove out there with my 2012 Honda Fit, picked him up at his home, met his wife. We went out to this like Chinese restaurant. And we were sort of talking about, work, what do we think of the world, whatever. He asked me about working for Dershowitz. I asked him what it was like to be a published author. What was it like to be married so young? All that kind of stuff. And somehow it got onto the topic of the Palestinians. And he was, giving me the usual stuff about how there are no Palestinians, how that's all fake. And by the way, one day there won't be any Palestinians ever again. And I just remember like kind of thinking about that, being like, wait, what? And so I started asking him a bit like, what did he mean by that? And he was like, well, obviously they're not going to be allowed to like live in the Holy Land anymore. They'll like go places. And I was like, oh, are you going to like eminent domain their property? Like, how's this going to work? And I was like, well, couldn't you just give them all
I'm sorry,
money to
Charles.
move
I'm sorry,
them?
but I just want to ask: is this conversation being recorded? Because I think it's very important.
It is being recorded,
Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
so
Can I
people can
please get a
have it.
copy of this after?
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
it's
I'm
public. You
so
can just
sorry to
have
cut
it.
you off,
It's
but
yours.
continue.
No, no. I always record my spaces just because the Israelis would often
No,
record my
because Ben
spaces.
is a motherfucker, and
So,
I've been trying to like expose him for the longest. But continue, please.
well, I don't know if he's a motherfucker. I mean, he has a wife that's a doctor, right? Apparently. But anyway, I don't know. I guess he is a motherfucker because he's got kids with her. Anyway, whatever. Doesn't matter. So we just kind of like, after that, where he was like talking about genociding the Palestinians or ethnically cleansing them, I don't really go for that sort of thing. It's not really my style. Like, I think that genocide is wrong. I know this is a strong, provocative take these days, but that's always been kind of the standard that I've had, which is, should treat all people with dignity. And anyway, so that's kind of like where Ben's coming from. And privately, he was like much more strenuously anti-Palestinian. He wanted very desperately to be accepted in kind of like liberal, secular, Jewish Hollywood. And I know he tried to like his hand at screenwriting. Um, I did a bunch of research on some scripts when I lived out there, mostly like as an authenticity coordinator. So what would happen is I'd get like hired to do research. I think I'm still NDA'd on some of that stuff. I don't know how the statute of limitations work, but like let's say you were doing like a Western or something, and you were like interested in some historical period. There was a firm that I worked with where we do like a little research report about how accurate a script was, that kind of thing. And I'd be paid like, I'd be paid like $1,000 to $2,000 or $3,000 a script. And so anyway, Ben was very interested in breaking into that world. And I was kind of more involved in the Hollywood stuff than Ben was. So he was very envious of that. He was very, envious of that kind of relationship that I had with a number of these people, including a number of secular lefty Jews. Like I was pretty friendly with Dale Launer. I don't know if you guys know Ruthless People. My cousin Vinny, he was the writer for that. And so I had a number of these like Hollywood connects, which just sounds weird to say, but I did. Met a number of them, just kind of socially in and around LA because they liked to party basically Friday nights and Saturday night, and I would go and get invited to these things. And I was kind of plugged into like the Mel Gibson Catholic Network. I don't know if you guys are familiar with this, but it's like a thing, and I was sort of friendly with a number of them because I knew people who wrote for like NCIS. Anyway, I just sort of like it's not that hard to break into Hollywood, but Ben like couldn't really get into that world, and he asked me like why it is that he couldn't get into it, and I was like, well, I don't mean to be a jerk with you, but like these guys are all like doing drugs and like having sex before marriage and like, or post marriage or whatever. And like you are basically like, a religious Orthodox Jew and like they're uncomfortable around you. And so he had this whole like narrative that Hollywood was like super discriminatory to right wingers. And I was like, well, I'm pretty right wing and they're not really all that discriminatory. It's really just a question of like if you know somebody or whatever. So he got very, the lady Christine Peters, the woman who wrote 10 Things. She was like a producer of 10 Things I Hate About You. No, what is it? How to Lose a Guy. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days or whatever it was. The one that had like Kate Hudson, I think, and Matthew McConaughey. Anyway, she was a friend of mine. And we had like this crazy experience where this Turkish intelligence officer tried to spy on the both of us, who was connected to Jeffrey Epstein. But that's a topic for another time. Anyway, we were very friendly, and so Ben kind of resented all of that, and so he got kind of more and more into this like victimization culture around Hollywood. That was kind of like his thing. Like he was like, "Oh, they're terrible. They're really nasty to me. All of this stuff." Um, and I was just like, well, you're kind of a jerk to them, and like maybe if you were nicer to them, they would give you work, and it was just kind of like was this like long running thing of him just being resentful about how he wasn't breaking into the mainstream.
Was he trying to be a writer, or what was he trying to do?
Yeah, he was kind of like trying to be a writer. He was trying to be like like a mocker, like a big shot in the Hollywood world, and it just like wasn't working for him. So he kind of got more involved in politics. He got a bit more resentful. There was this group called Friends of Abe that he was plugged into. And I would go to these Friends of Abe events, but they were all kind of losers. Like they weren't like the main shot callers in Hollywood. And everyone would kind of complain about, they had like it was kind of like the Federalist Society. It was like pro Israel, pro the war on terror. There was like a lot of interest in being like pro war on terror from this group. And I was never really into that. I wasn't really a lefty by any stretch, but I just wasn't into like hey, let's go invade some like random ass Muslim country. It's like, I don't know, it's hot in the Middle East. I didn't really want to do it,
What year was this, if you don't mind?
This period would have been like 2011 to like 2015, 2016. So that kind of gives you the back. And I met Andrew Klavan. I actually went to his home in Montecito, California at the time. I think he's in Virginia now. But so, I met a number of these folks. And, it's like Hollywood, like Silicon Valley, is obsessed with young people. And so I was young and I wrote a lot and I sort of wrote to deadlines and I was super helpful in a lot of ways. Yeah, there's this thing that Tom just sent me, the Primetime Propaganda. When that book came out, I sort of made fun of Ben about that book. It's called Primetime Propaganda, The True Hollywood Story of How the Left Took Over Your TV. And, I was sort of like, hey, man, like, it's not really the left. Like, they'll just put anything on TV. Like they don't give a fuck. It's just the question is just does it have eyeballs?
That was like his response to being shut out.
Yeah, basically, he was very resentful about it, and I was like, like if you're willing to work in Hollywood, they will basically give you a job doing whatever. And if you're willing to do like really dirty jobs, like they'll pay you cash because like they're always trying to launder money from this thing or the other thing. So I knew some, anyway, so I was kind of like, I had a bunch of gigs basically editing scripts, largely for a lot of TV, also for a lot of reality TV. I was not a union member. I was not really interested in the union stuff. I was interested in like, how can I make cash as quickly as possible in LA and not go to jail? That was like basically me from like 2011 until like 2014, 2015, when I realized that basically everything was shifting over to Netflix. And I also just realized that I personally wasn't really watching TV at all. So I really wasn't all that interested in like, I basically, my view is that in this period, the energy in the world kind of shifted from Hollywood and media and all that to Silicon Valley and into tech. So I sort of had the view that like if you were interested in Hollywood, so I had this friend basically who came to live with me, who was my oldest friend from Massachusetts. He always wanted to be a TV writer, and I had like modest success in Hollywood, or at least enough to like pay my bills and not have to work at Trader Joe's. And he met me at my high school reunion, my 5-year high school reunion, which I was dragged to by another friend. And he was like, "Oh, I would love to be a Hollywood writer, but my parents basically won't let me. My parents basically want me to be a doctor." And I was like, "Well, hey man, you can come like live with me for a year and like figure it out. You could like sleep on my couch or whatever, and I'll happily introduce you to people that I know." But anyway, so um, I would run into Ben at these events, right? And he was always like interested, curious about things I was doing in Hollywood, but he was not. Things were not happening for him in the way that he wanted them to happen. So at Friends of Abe, he met this guy Jeremy Boring, and Jeremy Boring was also like interested in this kind of like movie cultural stuff. And they were all obsessed with this idea that politics is downstream from culture. I'm sure you guys have heard that. I know Andrew Breitbart used to say it, but I never really believed that. I think like, it's basically like power basically dictates a lot of cultural things. And the question of who has power and who doesn't have power, who's cool, who's not cool, all of that stuff is like much more ephemeral and much less like kind of what's going on. And I think if you're, powerful enough, you can kind of dictate the politics and you can dictate the culture. At least that was kind of my theory at the time. So, but I always like was friendly with these right wing guys. I liked them. They were always kind of kind to me. There's a number of like people in the industry in Hollywood, particularly in reality TV, which tends to be non-union, and they tend to be much more like right wing. And one of the insights that I had about how Trump was going to do well, I was initially pro Cruz because I knew Cruz socially, and I thought I could like buy the Cruz stock cheaper. But one of the insights that I had was just like being around Hollywood people and how Trump seemed to like resonate with them. It was like, oh, I think he's going to do a lot better than expected. Anyway, Ben, goes and he starts the Daily Wire with Jeremy Boring. They get a bunch of money from the Wilkes brothers. The Wilkes brothers are basically a front for the Chinese. And the Chinese, want us bogged down in the Middle East. Like that is an objective of theirs. And it's been an objective of theirs for quite some time because it means that we're not checking them in the South Pacific. We're not checking them in Africa. We're not checking them, in Latin America. And so they want us basically like stuck there and sucked into the muck there. So that kind of gives you kind of some of the background. Um, I
Hey,
don't know.
real
Yeah,
quick, Charles.
yeah.
There's one time you brought up in his space you were at the David Horowitz, I think at his home, like at a dinner, or maybe it was one of the other type events that you mentioned earlier in this space. But you happened to say the P word, and could you what happened after that? You know?
Oh yeah. So they got really mad with me one time when I mentioned Palestine or Palestinian, and they lost their shit with me about that. Um, and I can't remember it exactly, but like there was this time at the Breakers where Senator Ron Johnson was there. And I was like, well, obviously we've got to have like a two-state solution or whatever. And Horowitz was like, no, we don't. He was just like very like emphatic about it. And I was like, whoa, that's interesting. And so there was this effort to kind of cartelize all of the right-wing billionaires. So like the Kochs would have these meetings where they would raise all this money to push their agenda. The Kochs were kind of, big oil people. There was also the Paul Singer Network, which was more finance related. And then of course there was this kind of like weird kind of Israeli or Chisraeli network that kind of ran into. And a lot of that network was kind of centered on Ted Cruz in 2016. Pro-Israel, kind of unapologetically pro-Israel, kind of like secretly Chinese. That was kind of the backdrop there. Yeah. Go ahead, Kaiser.
Yeah, good evening, good morning, everyone. Charles, I have this is now soul searching because I was thinking about this dude. I saw some videos today, Ben Shapiro. So maybe a little bit background, very short. I first heard of him in 2015 around, with all that stuff, with when John Peterson became more of a household name, and then basically the whole YouTube bunch. You remember them, Sargon of Akkad and Stefan Molyneux,
Yeah,
all
I
these,
kind of
yeah.
I knew Stefan Molyneux socially. Like he would call me and we would chat, and I visited him
Yeah,
one time in
Uh,
Canada. But I never met Sargon of Akkad. I thought he was kind of a
yeah, he
jerk,
is
basically.
basically, he is
My impression of
absolutely. I
him.
mean, but the thing now is, Charles, and now comes the soul searching. What I cannot understand, okay, when you see Ben Shapiro, when you see, let's say, a couple of his debates, you see, okay, this dude is, well, let's say, character-wise, personality-wise, I would describe it as a sleazy weasel. You see it; it's obvious, absolutely obvious.
Well, I remember one time I was in the office and they were like Joel Pollak and him were high-fiving each other after I think it was the Sandy Hook thing where he was like on Piers Morgan's show, and they had this like debate about gun control. If you guys remember this, like I think it was 2012 or something like that.
Yeah, because the thing got reversed yesterday.
What thing got reversed?
So, he went on to Pierce Morgan, and curiously, it was only like a week after Alex Jones went on there and had like his tirade, the famous one about Mao took the guns, Adolf Hitler took the guns. There's going to be 1776 again, Pierce. So, like a week after that, that's when Shapiro goes on there, and the argument is, Pierce, what you're doing is you're dancing on the graves of the children of Sandy Hook.
Yes, I
Uh,
remember that. And then
and
I
it's
remember them
because you
high
don't
fiving
care.
each other. Yes.
Yeah, it's because you don't
Yes,
care.
thank
That
you.
was the argument he was using when he was yelling at the screen yesterday. Was if you don't want to genocide the entire Palestinian population, you're an anti-Semite. You don't care.
Maybe just to add charts here to just finish my point. So
Yeah, go ahead,
I
guys.
saw a couple of his debates, and it's always bad faith, gish gallop, he's bombarding you with nonsense, can you react? But the thing is, now comes the question. This dude was presented as this great intellectual on the right, the great intellect. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, honestly. And this is the thing, Charles. There must be some soul searching on the, let's say, on the right side, on the conservative side, must be done. Because I, by the love of God, cannot understand that someone like Ben Shapiro, who is literally a weak character, um,
I
not
think
even
though
that
the fact
smart, Charles. He's not even.
yeah,
Uh,
I'm with you. I
yeah,
understand
you
what
know
you're
what I'm
saying, but
saying
I
here?
don't think it's necessarily a right wing
No, no,
thing.
no, no,
I
no.
think
I'm just saying. Yeah,
let me
yeah. Okay,
explain what
go
I mean
ahead.
by this though, because this is important, right? I think that there are these people out there, and it's kind of like they'll wear whatever skin suit gets them what they want, right? So like, I mean, I think Ben would have been a leftist, but for the fact that he was but for the fact that he was, a religious Jew, right, a Zionist Jew, and so I think he wanted like mainstream approval, and I think he increasingly couldn't get that mainstream approval, and I think that that's what led to a lot of resentments and anger from him. And I know Joel Pollak felt much the same way. There was a sort of like resentfulness around the fact that they could never really become a part of mainstream society because of their sort of Orthodox Jewish faith. A faith, by the way, that both of them were raised fairly secularly. So the fact that both of them kind of chose to be Orthodox is kind of interesting in its own right. But anyway, I remember this whole like, Piers Morgan situation where Joel Pollak and he were like high fiving each other after the Sandy Hook massacre, and I'm not a gun control fan. I don't know, like I've kind of become more restrictionist as I've gotten older. But like I understand why people like guns. Like I personally have a shitload of guns. I probably have too many guns, just being honest about it. Um, and basically they were like high fiving each other like they had won some kind of game or something. And I was like, like a whole bunch of children were just gunned down. You know what I mean? Like maybe like let's not be like high fiving each other. And they were just like, you don't get it. Like you don't get like how important it is to go on these like mainstream things, like CNN or Larry King or whatever or Piers Morgan. And I just remember saying to one of them, like, I don't think it matters. Like, I don't think TV matters as much because I think like the internet is where the whole story is. But they wanted basically to be like socially approved. They wanted to be written up in like the LA Times. They wanted to be written up in CNN. They wanted to go on I remember Ben Shapiro like desperately wanted to go on Bill Maher. And I just remember being like, that's the show my grandma watches. You know what I mean? Like I'm not really like terribly interested in that. But he was very interested in like all of these like socially approving kind of things, if that makes sense. And I think what happened is that there was enough money available from these other people out there that he kind of like went that's like that the money basically made it so that he could like buy his way in by putting all this shit online.
Who's the other
So
people? I'm sorry.
yeah, Dennis Prager was another guy too that was like very involved in this. I used to go out to Thai food with Dennis Prager and his wife, in La Cañada, which is where he lives. And again, it was like very weird. He had sort of like strange views on various things. But I was basically like, I would meet these people on the internet or whatever. We'd become friends or we'd become colleagues or whatever. And they all kind of lived around me in LA. And so I would just go and like hang out with them. I'd go drive over and see them or whatever, you know? And you got kind of a sense of who was who and what was what. I don't know if that helps, Kaiser, but yeah. I think one of the problems that I've noticed with Ben, though, as he's gotten older, is that he's gotten a lot less funny. He's gotten a lot meaner, just in general. Like more self-assured, more arrogant,
His
more
mask
jerk.
is coming
Like I
off.
remember, yeah, I remember him as kind of
Can you guys
boyish.
hear me?
Go ahead, Aria.
Oh, sorry. I just thought this was wrong. Please continue. Sorry.
Yeah, he was just kind of like very boyish and kind of silly almost when we were younger. But as I've noticed him over the years, he's gotten a lot more serious and a lot meaner. And I think that that's like one of the real tragedies of him, is that he's kind of moved. And I think what's happened is that he likes to have members of Congress call him. He told me after Andrew Breitbart died that he wanted to like replace Andrew as like the voice of the conservative populist movement. And I was like, well, Andrew was like fun and people liked him and like they had a good sense of him. And he would like go rollerblading or whatever at various I mean, he was like a big teddy bear kind of thing and people liked him. And I was like, you have to like work on being personable, you know what I mean? But I don't think he ever did that. I think he just got a shitload of money from these like right-wing oligarchs backed by the Chinese and the Israelis. And then what he did was he then tried to buy his way into everybody's attention. And that's kind of where we are now.
One question.
Yeah, go ahead, Arya.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for having me on here.
Your mic is a little shitty, but I can hear you. So
I will try to get something better on, but at this point, this is all I have.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
I can turn it off.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm gonna bring the Iranian perspective. I follow, Iran media, and I have a few friends in the military and in the IRGC, and I get their perspective, and I follow regime, which means Islamic Republic media. So if you have any questions about this whole thing, I would love to clear some things up, which I've never been able to on this space.
Yeah, I'm happy to we can go there on the Iranian stuff if people want, but
yeah, if they want. This is about
Shapiro. Basically, like I think we could get lost in the Middle East if people want to get lost. Like we could nerd out on it, but I'm more interested in like the psychology of a Ben Shapiro.
But Charles, can I just ask you a question here? The thing is, okay, everything you said is totally, let's say, plausible. The dude is basically petty and vindictive, but still he made millions upon millions by being actually mediocre. I mean, honestly, it has nothing to do with now.
Well, I mean, I think the truth of the matter is that so I believe that based upon what I saw when I was working next to him, I believe that either he works for the IDF or he works for Israeli intelligence in some serious capacity. And I don't believe that his money is just his money. I think he's actually being funded by basically Israeli intelligence. And I know that, Jared took him to meet Zuckerberg and he was very
Kushner,
involved.
you like Jared Kushner?
Yeah, Jared Kushner, Mark Zuckerberg, they were all like very closely related, and Ben Shapiro. They all basically they tried to run the Trump administration, and particularly around tech policy. And I know that Peter Thiel told me about this because I was at Peter Thiel's home, and he told me that there was a dinner that he went to, with Jared and with Peter's husband, where they basically agreed not to fact check Trump going into 2020. I also know that Ben Shapiro worked on the whitelist of all the conservative figures who would be whitelisted at Facebook, and that he gave that list to Mark Zuckerberg, who in turn gave it to Sheryl Sandberg.
So I watched an interview with Steve Bannon where, because that election, the Trump election, was I think the first election where they used so in the interview, Steve Bannon talks about how there's an open market for people's data, and we use some of the campaign money to buy these people's data, and then we use that to target certain people who are on the fence and get them to vote for Trump. I don't know if you've seen that interview, but that's the first recorded instance where data on the market has been used for elections. Do you have anything to say
Yeah,
about
but that's
that?
not that's. Sorry, go ahead, Charles.
Fuck, sorry, my fat fingers hit the mute button. Um, yeah, so what I understand about it is that there was this kind of, as I say, there was this kind of triumvirate of Zuckerberg, Kushner, and Shapiro were all roughly the same age. They're all Jews. They all went to Harvard roughly the same time, or have like a Harvard connection, and they were very much interested in controlling like Facebook. And I know that, like, for instance, that Jan Koum, who was like the WhatsApp guy, who's like a Ukrainian Jew that's very Zionist and a huge backer of Nikki Haley. I know that he was like a very good friend of Ben Shapiro. So I don't know. I mean, basically, the thing that I've kind of concluded is that, they wanted to have like House conservatives. They wanted to have like approved voices, approved thinkers on a lot of these policies. And if you didn't agree with them, they would come and try and crush you. So they would like whitelist or blacklist people accordingly. And this whitelist and blacklist extended not just from the personal domain, but also into like the tech world itself. Because there was this meeting a while back. I think Tucker Carlson's talked about it. I know Candace Owens has talked about it. I think Charlie Kirk has as well, where they basically decided which conservatives they would not censor or screw with on Facebook, and which ones they would like. They were kind of like working the refs. The conservatives were.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Arya.
Yeah, I was trying to ask this last time I went on my own little tangent. I'm sorry. Anyway, do you think that right now Shapiro is pretty popular in a way, and you can see him on everybody's TV, especially conservatives and even liberals who everybody can agree in America about Israeli innocence. Let's just say, do you think that he is going to go the way of Fauci, for example? Because in the beginning, people didn't hate Fauci, especially the left. But even the left now, after things have been, when he gets so much into the spotlight, things come out that maybe he didn't want, and then they,
Yeah, you could be right. I mean, look, I think that we're entering a period where a lot of the Netanyahu assets are going to get swept. And that's kind of where we are right now. So, like, if you go to Israel, so, something like 4 out of 5 Israelis don't approve of Netanyahu's handling of the situation. Something like 90% of the money that backs up Netanyahu comes from diasporic Jews and not from Jews within Israel. So there's like a lot of problems with Netanyahu and his use of cyber technologies, cyber weapons against people. That's before we get into like the efforts to compromise and take over movie studios, like with what happened with Kevin Tushihara and Warner Brothers. There's like a lot of weird shit basically going on around Netanyahu. And I think that the US intelligence apparatus is moving increasingly against a lot of these people. And, they'll bray about censorship or whatever. But like, I know Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin talked to me on the phone about investing in what became, it was called Levels or something like this. No, it wasn't Levels. What the hell was it called? It
Locals.
was a Locals. That's the one, Thomas. Yes, you're right. Locals was this thing that he wanted me to invest in that Scott Adams was running. And Scott Adams, by the way, would also talk all the time with these Israeli intelligence professionals that were connected to Netanyahu. And he would call me and ask me about that, like, "Hey, what's up with this guy? What's up with?" Like, these guys are all Israeli spies, dude. Like, I don't want to be a jerk about it with you, but like, that's what they
Who
are.
said that?
And I said this to Scott Adams. Yeah, so you have to understand that, like, if you become prominent in America, you'll be like given a talking to. Like, they will come and try and talk to you and recruit you to push their messages. And there's lots of people who are willing to carry the water of those messages because they like being rich, they like being famous, or they just don't want to deal with the Israelis, hounding them and fucking with them in different ways. So there's a lot of them who just kind of go along with whatever the Likud talking points are. And I think Scott Adams is one of those people. And I've written about this and kind of the tragedy of this. Because, Scott has like lost his stepson to the opioid, fentanyl crisis. And of course, the Israelis are all over the fentanyl crisis. In particular, the Netanyahu Israelis are all over it. So it's kind of deeply tragic in a sense. But anyway, I wanted to just kind of like, say very quickly on this, which is what has started to happen is that there's a number of these figures that have popped up. I think Trump was the first. Trump was sort of half controlled, I would say, by the Israelis. He would say what he wanted, but then they would come and try and take over. And this is what happened with Jared and everything. But you'll notice that people will say a lot of pro-Israel stuff, and they won't necessarily do it. And I think we're seeing a lot of pushback by a lot of these policies. And I think you're going to see a lot of these Israeli intelligence assets, certainly a lot of these Netanyahu assets, get blown up as Netanyahu goes down, which I think is kind of imminent. Say what you will about the Israelis, they don't really tolerate incompetence in their society, certainly not in their military and intelligence apparatus. So I think that Netanyahu's days are very much numbered. And of course, as my friend Dana and others have pointed out, if you look up who funded Hamas, it's all over the place there. So.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, but I'm thinking, maybe they could get rid of Netanyahu, because it seems to me that he is in a place where, they don't even want him to lead anything. Maybe,
I have a question next, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Go. Do you want to get to a point real quick, Arya, and then we'll go to Bob?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was just wondering that if you think that he's going to be put away, and then we're going to be talking about other ways that support for Israel is important, because he's been such a huge influence on this, and it just seems like he's not popular anymore.
Yeah, it seems to me what will happen to him is that he'll get in some kind of lawsuit. What tends to happen is a lot of these guys underpay their employees, and I hear that there's a lot of disgruntled employees of the Daily Wire, so it'll probably be a labor dispute first, then mushrooms from there. Go ahead, Bob, and then we'll go to Jack. I just noticed, Jack, that you have your hand up and you've been waiting patiently.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Jack. I'll be quick.
Sorry about
that. Just for everybody who joined us, because now we're just over 300 people. Can you just share what is it that made you want to call Ben Shapiro out? Was it his Israel first policy, or his genocidal talk?
No, honestly, I was
I'm sorry.
reaching
Let me just get to the second
question.
question.
Go ahead. Get to the second question.
It's a two-part question. And how much do you think, we're compromised? How much do you think that he's contributing to the subverting of America policy?
Well, obviously, he's got a number of people, and he tries to play a kind of kingmaker role on the on the political right. Excuse me. Good heavens. So yeah, I mean, why am I coming forward talking about this? Well, I've talked about it. I've written about this before. People can read my Substack and search Ben Shapiro. But I was really at a point where I was listening to kind of these clips that were circulating, effectively arguing for genocide or whatever. And honestly, I was kind of afraid of these people. And to some extent, I kind of still am, because I think that they really do ruin people professionally. And honestly, I've had a lot of fun in my life. And I've had a lot of fun in a lot of ways that are probably not exactly, PG-13 rated. You know what I mean? So I was always kind of worried that I would be people would hack my phones, which has happened, or they would Pegasus me and put my nudes on the internet or whatever. And then I was kind of just at a point where I was well, I don't really have a girlfriend now. I'm a self-made multimillionaire. What are they going to take from me? There's not a lot they can take from me other than my life. And honestly, I don't really want to live in a world in which people are being pussies about these subjects. And, I think at a certain point you have to kind of ask yourself, what do you want to do with your life? And I would get really annoyed about these things and talk about them privately, and I would tell my friends about them privately. And then I started to think well, I'm kind of responsible for the world being shitty by not telling people what I saw and what I know. And so I was sort of, if 35-year-old unmarried multimillionaires aren't willing to do, men aren't willing to be brave, then we're really fucked. And I just don't want to be that person, So that's kind of what did it to me. I got annoyed at yelling at my friends and talking about this stuff, and I don't know. That's that's the basic bitch of it,
Totally agree. If you have the luxury of not having kids, you should totally,
And for
go
the second question, how much do you think?
Also, I think even if you have kids, though, I think you also have a responsibility, because a lot of the technologies that are tried out in Palestine are being deployed on Americans, right? There's lots and lots of technologies that are deployed on the West Bank or Gaza before they're deployed on Americans or deployed elsewhere in the world. We've certainly seen that with Pegasus. Obviously, AnyVision was invested with Microsoft, and like we saw that Microsoft is deeply compromised. So at a certain point, you just kind of like you look in the mirror every day and you're like, fuck, I'm old, or like I'm getting older. And you're like, what have I done to warn people? What have I done that like what's the world going to be like after I'm gone, right? And I don't know. People say it's dangerous, but like, I don't know that it's risky. But like, I think that the friends that I've made along the way by basically being like real with people and telling people what's really going on, um, that's kind of worth it. And if I get killed, like telling the truth, well, like maybe somebody else will do it after me, and maybe I could be an inspiration. It's kind of how I look at it, you know. I don't know. Also, I don't think the Israelis are as strong as they were. Like during the Trump presidency, I was like genuine. If there was like a second Trump term, I was like genuinely afraid for my life. But fortunately, we didn't have that. Thank you to whoever stole the 2020 election. I appreciate it.
They're as strong as
So,
they hold influence on the U.S. and the EU. If they don't have
but
that,
like
they
you
don't
look
have
at it,
anything.
like Kevin McCarthy is like an Israeli asset. He's gone. Like he's done as speaker. And if you look at like Robert Menendez just got rolled up by the DOJ. So like there's a lot of things happening, right? Like
You know,
Scooter Braun.
I just realized too, that was all related to the Egypt thing, and the whole Predator thing coming out of Israeli intel was just released.
Yep.
What is that firm called? Intelliquent, not Intelliquent. What is it
Dude,
called?
there are so many of them. There's
It's
so many of them.
Intelli something. But anyway, the Predator was the second rendition of Pegasus, and it was
Yeah,
just released.
I had the experience like Leonard Leo and Teneo and all these organizations are all like Israeli blacklists. They like what they're trying to do is they're trying to basically have this world in which like you have to like bow down to Israel and bow down to their version of Israel. Or your career is going to suffer, your life is going to suffer. They're going to try and steal your technology,
It's a
you
reality.
steal whatever you want. Yeah, like you basically like have to basically accept the mob, and like I would rather be dead than bow down to the mob. So like that's how I look at it.
What do you think
So
we can do as Americans to counteract this? Because they already have their claws
I
deep.
think we needed to start doing research on all these people, building files on them, and start exposing them. And if we have corrupt law enforcement, we need to kick the law enforcement out, which has sort of been happening. And I think we should also work with allied intelligence. Like I know the British don't like a lot of what's happening, and so yeah, that's kind of how I look at it. You
Or
know,
maybe just call them out. Today I
I
saw
think calling them out is up to a point, but like
yeah, but for
there
example,
are other countries that can help us
I
too.
know, but for example,
All
take
those
Ben
other
Shapiro
countries are
here.
compromised also.
Uh,
I don't know actually.
as
I think
when you look at
I've
Ben,
become a lot more like I've noticed that like the British are not putting up with a lot of the Israeli blackmailed politicians. I think actually we're entering a period where a lot of countries during the Trump presidency were freaked out by how America like went in this like weird direction. And so they're kind of thinking increasingly that they need to start playing in our politics in much the same way that the Israelis have been, if that makes
But you
sense.
can tell
Hoping
over the
that
past couple of days, you can tell how people are openly calling for genocide, trying to silence pro-Palestinian voice. You can tell who's owned and who's not owned. Like it's become very clear to the whole world.
Yeah, in a weird way, I'm actually kind of grateful for recent events because they've actually exposed who a lot of people are. But let's go to Jack. Jack's been patiently waiting, and then we'll go to Sam.
Yeah,
By
hey
the way, it would be
Charles.
nice to actually have a woman in this space. I mean, I don't, speaking up on stage, I don't dislike any of you guys, but it is a bit of a sausage fest,
Well, let me
Yeah,
see who I can invite, Chuck. Hold on.
Yeah, I mean,
m-
I don't know that everyone here has a dick, but I'm just assuming it from the voice patterns. So,
Feel like
maybe
we're at a possible Republican event.
We don't
yes,
all
maybe,
identify as
maybe.
men.
the
Yes.
women are busy responding to your want ad tweet.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, by the way, I am looking for a wife. If any of you are women who fit the qualities, just see my pinned tweet. That is of course what I'm after. And the it was somebody said to me today that I should just put out a want ad for a wife. And I was thinking to myself as I was driving back from lunch, that's not a bad idea. Like what would I actually put in a want ad? And then I was like, all right, I should do this. I should put this out and see what happens in the universe. Um, and I also then burned myself thinking about it while I was, fake cooking. So then I was like, oh, you know what happened? If I had a wife that could cook, I wouldn't have burned myself, and now I wouldn't have to go to the urgent care place. Anyway,
Or
long
a
story
chef.
short,
Or a chef.
or a chef, but like I don't know that I want a stranger in my home cooking food. I don't know. It's a
Well,
little weird.
chefs quickly becomes like family if you really have like a full-time chef,
I
I
did
think.
that, I did that when my wife, back in the day, my ex-wife, I did that back when she was like after we had our child, and it was kind of nice having a chef for a while and like whatever. But then you're like, you want to like talk some shit, and you're like, can I trust this chef? Can I trust my maid? I don't know if I could trust my maid. So you're like in that kind of zone. So I don't know. My theory of it is actually you just want robots in your house, but until we get like a robot that can actually like make a mean steak, we're kind of fucked. Anyway, go ahead, Jack.
Yeah, I was going to ask, given the Chinese business ties you've described with Shapiro, what do you think his reaction would be if the Taiwan situation escalated? Because you've already seen him go after Tucker for like daring to say that fentanyl should and China should be as important to Americans as Israel. So it seems like this Hamas war is a good excuse for Shapiro to be like, oh, well, we shouldn't really care about. We should put Taiwan on the back burner for now. That the Holy
Yeah, I
Land
mean,
is
I
under
don't, I
threat.
don't really believe that. So I believe that Taiwan already belongs to China de facto, and so I don't really believe that there's going to be an imminent invasion of Taiwan. And one of the dirty little secrets is that like the city Chinese, which is what Xi is, and they're very in league with the Taiwanese deep state and with the Japan kind of world that Abe comes out of. So I think that what the Chinese are doing is they're trying to distract us, and they try to distract us in different ways. They try to get us obsessed about AI projects that don't work, while they're moving in on all the bauxite and genetics work. So I think the Chinese, if you read your Art of War, like if you take Art of War seriously, or if you read Wang Huning's America Against America, which is about causing a civil war in the United States, if you if you read all that stuff and you take it seriously, one of the things they teach you is to misdirect your opponent, right? So I think the Taiwan stuff is a massive misdirection. Personally, that's kind of my read on it. I'm much more curious and much more interested in like the efforts to like compromise the various stand governments and steal all their resources. Or the
But Charles, to a point earlier, because I wasn't aware, um, let's say, how unloyal of a citizen Ben Shapiro is. I was seeing some of his videos recently, and basically what he said is, yeah, well, better America deliver us everything, because if you don't do it, we will go nuclear. Like we in Israel will go nuclear, because they will be pushed to go to nuclear warfare. This is
It's
blackmailing.
called the
And I'm
Samson
asking myself,
option, by the way. Google
yeah.
Samson option.
yeah, but the thing is, the
By the
question
way,
is,
I'm actually
yeah,
very happy he did that.
yeah,
Like
but Charles,
so
yeah,
like it's like I was talking to a friend earlier about Brian Mast, wearing his Israeli uniform in the House of Representatives,
To
and
be fair,
honestly,
it's only a shirt.
yeah, right.
I'm sorry. I'm
That's
sorry.
rough. You're so mean, Thomas. You're so mean.
His legs
You
are
know.
made in China. I'm sorry.
Yeah, his legs were made in China, and his legs were taken from him in Afghanistan. Anyway, I like people who weren't captured. Right? Isn't that the famous one or the famous line?
Yeah, I like people that didn't lose their.
So no
I'm
John
just saying.
McCain, in other words.
Yeah, I'm not a John McCain fan, as people know. My family has opposed John McCain for a long, long time. But anyway, my grandfather actually called for him to be court-martialed. There's like records of it and everything, and people are curious about it. Um, anyway, but yeah, what was I going to say about this? Yeah, I mean, look, I am for all these people coming out and saying the crazy, wild shit that they're saying. And in fact, as they get more and more desperate, I kind of want them coming out and saying this crazy stuff because I think people don't believe me. Like when I would write about these things, they would say, "Oh, you just hate Jews, or you're crazy, or you're like overly." And like I warn people about Kevin McCarthy and all of his weird ties, and now he's gone. I warn people about Robert Menendez. I've warned people about Ben Shapiro and the Wilkes brothers. I wrote that piece about them like 2 years ago. So what's been interesting to me is like watching the world kind of learn the things that I've known now, and I've written a bunch of it up at my Substack. People are welcome to go and read that for themselves, draw their own conclusions. I mean, what I'm saying is actionable. Like if he says that these things are not true, he should sue me, and like we can do discovery and all of that. But what I'm saying is true, and so obviously the truth is a defense against defamation or libel or whatever. And I also like I don't know, like there's a lot of us who've had weird experiences in life where we've worked for people that we weren't totally sure were ethical or honorable. And we're young, we need the paycheck, we have families, whatever. And so you reach a certain point where, like, you have to kind of make a decision about what kind of level of talking about these things. And I don't know, it's like watching these videos of people in Palestine or in Gaza or whatever getting blown up. I don't know, like, my life is pretty cushy in Northern Virginia, and, like, I drive a sports car. Like, life is good. And so I just feel like I'm kind of an asshole if I don't do anything about it. You know what I mean? So that's kind of how I'm thinking about these things these days. And I have unique insights because I actually met these people, IRL, and I've, like, hung out with them and talked to them, and I know what they say privately, and I know what they've said to me, and I know what they've said to friends of mine. So I don't know, man. That's kind of my position on these things, and my attitude is, like, I'm very happy that they're publicly saying these
What do
things.
you think about them openly calling for genocide? That like they have been, because that's how I feel about that.
I'm not surprised. I mean, many of these things they say privately. So now that they're saying them publicly, people are sort of shocked
They've
by
been
it.
calling for
But
genocide privately, like get rid of the Palestinians, like that.
yeah, I mean, as I said earlier in the space, like, Ben Shapiro told me that he imagined a world of no Palestinians, right? Like, how does that world come about if not by genocide? You know?
Would you be willing to speak to like a reporter or somebody if this like
I mean, I
makes
talk to
news?
people. If people are reporters and they come to me in good faith, I talk to them. I'm not willing to go on anybody else's stream or whatever, because the second you open that podcast door, you've
No,
suddenly
I'm
got all
talking
these
about
weirdos,
like
like,
New
coming
York
through.
Times or something like that. Like if this goes
Oh,
big.
I've talked to people at the New York Times about a lot of these
Yeah.
things. They think they thought I was alarmist about this stuff. I told somebody about how Robert Menendez was doing all these favors for the Armenians and for the Israelis, and people said I was crazy. So I put some of this shit up on my Substack. I go out to dinner with, because I live in Northern Virginia now, I go and meet a lot of reporters. So I'll go and have dinner with people at the New Yorker, or, like, Business Insider, or what, Politica, or whatever. People come to visit me all the time. I have a reporter coming over for lunch tomorrow at my home here. And, so I've got I try to be open and accessible to the press as best I can, because the responsible press, I should add, because there's a lot of, like, irresponsible press. um but yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. Like, these things are not secrets. They're not, like, so the fact that they're all saying these things publicly, what they were privately saying, I think a lot of that's just a reflection of how desperate they are and how much they think that they have an opportunity here with the Gaza incursion. And I must say, like, it's not a secret. Like, if you go and you read Haaretz, or you read any of the Israeli papers, like, they all know that Netanyahu and crew were funding Hamas and were encouraging the funding of Hamas. So, and they were supporting Hamas. So this is not a secret, right? So if it's morally a crime for students, right, who are young and impressionable and whatever, to support Hamas or sign letters or whatever, that this doesn't work anymore. Like, you can't have an Israeli leader who is funding Hamas go to war with Hamas. And it's not like Hamas, like, wears jerseys where they're like, "Yo, we're Hamas." Like, it's not like how that works. You know what I mean? So a lot of this stuff is just going to lead to a lot of dead people. And obviously, like, Netanyahu has a lot of relationships with, with Putin and with other players. And obviously he wants to play the game the way he wants to play it. But my intuition on this, for what it's worth, is that basically I think the Israelis themselves are going to get rid of Netanyahu, and I think that that's going to be, like, the story of our time. Um, and it's almost, in a weird way, like what I was saying to a friend of mine, is it's almost like we have to have, like, we have to remove Zog from Israel, right? Like, that the Israelis themselves are not a fan. I've called it Israel's other occupation, where, like, they have a government that came to power through force and through threatening to kill people, which is effectively what Netanyahu's government is. And that's kind of where we are on that. So I don't know. It just is what it is. So I don't know.
I'm sorry. Speaking from an American perspective, because I'm sure a lot of us here are American. From an American perspective, a lot of people are concerned, especially lately, that we're being just sold out pound for pound by certain interests that have their interests outside of the U.S. That are not America first, and I believe they're the same likes as Ben Shapiro. What
Yeah, I don't know.
concern?
I don't know that. I don't know what I would say on that. I mean, I do think it is true that we do have a kind of fifth column within the United States. I think that that is a reality of where we are right now, and we see it in the form of Leonard Leo, picking and choosing all these judges. We see it in a lot of different examples, right? Um, and so, yeah, I mean, I think it's a real going concern. But let's go to Sam real quick. He's been patient, Bob, if you don't mind.
Thanks for going to me. This is the first time I've ever done a space, so hopefully you can hear me.
Congratulations! You never forget your first time, I'm told.
Whenever I'm going to try to bring some comedy into it, I'm a little bit lighter.
No,
Also, one thing,
always welcome. I'm so happy I could spend my Friday evening at 10:30 at night with all of you decent men folk. I'm just I made a lot of great life decisions, and I'm just so happy that this is how I'm spending my Friday night. So
I mean, we wonder why there's no young ladies in this space.
Well, we have Polly. Polly is fantastic, but
anyway, back to Ben Shapiro. When I don't really know much about him, I don't really care. Whenever I saw him, I always wondered what would happen if someone buttercupped him. And where I'm from, when you
I don't even know what that means. A buttercup, like
it's when you fart in a cupped hand and bring it right up to their nose.
Well, I will never think the same about that song, Build Me Up Buttercup, ever again. Thank you for that. And, of course, that delicious snack of the buttercup. I will also never think the same about that anymore. And frankly, I shouldn't have those anyway, so it's probably all to the best that I have now a negative association. But what I find interesting about Ben Shapiro is Ben Shapiro, like Barry
but literally, what would he do as a man? Like, if you farted and brought it to his nose, would he do anything?
He is kind of a diminutive figure. But I don't know. I mean, well, one thing I would just say that I find interesting about Ben. So Ben graduated college, UCLA, at like 16 or so. Okay, he was like doing that whole thing. He entered college like super young, and then he went to Harvard Law School super young, and he became like a syndicated columnist super young. So I guess what I would just say about this is like I think he's kind of like being processed as a kind of like quasi child soldier of the sort, if that makes sense. And so in a weird way, he's just kind of like he went from being a whiz kid to a whiz man, and that's like never a good position to be in, when you become a whiz man.
So what you're telling me is I could fart in his face and he probably wouldn't do anything.
Well, he'd probably have you killed by Mossad.
That's quite likely.
Because he's got his security that's buying
him
all the
he would
time,
call his mama.
If he didn't, I think he would just take it.
Nah, I think he's the dude who would call his mama, and then the mama would beat you up.
At all.
Let's not encourage violence against them. Let's encourage the law.
But that's the beauty of the examples. It's not really violence. It's just like a little fecal. It's a little fecal matter in your nostril.
I don't know. No, what I prefer to do is jail him or force him to register as an agent of Israel.
Yeah.
That's more my kind of, because if you had to describe Ben Shapiro as agent of Israel, Ben Shapiro, like that would have a huge effect on the discourse, right? Israeli spy Ben Shapiro, gave this speech to it. Like that would have an effect on like our ability to like take him seriously. You know what I mean?
I mean, it's pretty hard to come back for being publicly farted in the face as well, though.
It's true, but what I'd like to see is a culture in the United States that's so rough on Ben Shapiro that he feels the need to actually go and become an Israeli openly rather than privately. But,
okay, I think it's kind of backfired my trying to shit on Ben Shapiro. But also, random thought, just on pop culture reference, what you talking about Israel kind of reminded me of the Sopranos episode where they bring in the Sopranos to get the other guy out of the hotel and they create a golem. Random thought.
That is an interesting idea.
Netanyahu is Tony Soprano in this example.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting question. I don't know. I haven't watched The Sopranos in many years. I watched it with my father, and it was sort of one of those shows that you really don't want to watch with your father. You know what I mean? There's like a lot of weird stuff that takes place in that show. So but I'll move you down, Sam, and then we'll bring somebody else on up because fart jokes are a little much for me at this hour. No offense.
Don't look up Don't look up Ben Shapiro's sister soprano. She's an aspiring opera singer, but it's pretty
Yeah, I
ear.
hear she's
It's
quite.
hard on the ears.
I hear she's quite zaftig, if I'm using the word correctly. Go ahead,
Did you
call
say Saftig? Saftig?
zaftig. Yeah, call
Like,
Charles.
okay, Saftig,
Hey, I
interesting.
was just curious because we were talking about Alexander Kogan before and Jared. I really liked Brad. Did you ever work with Brad Parscale? Like, did you ever
I
interact with
never
him at
worked
all?
with him because I found him to be genuinely stupid, for what it's worth.
Yeah.
I'm not really into dumb people. Like, dumb people scare me because they fuck things up, and then you usually have to fix them. So I would rather they either just like give me the authority to do stuff, or they would just like get out of the way.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of what happened though, wasn't it?
Well, it's interesting, like where he really came from and what his real story is, and was he a front for the Israelis? I don't know. I mean, these are real interesting questions. Obviously, like that situation where he was like taken down. That video, I think, is quite disturbing when you watch it. Absolutely. Let's bring
Yeah, it
up.
was a quick demise, but
Uh,
all right.
anything you want to add, Paulie?
Yeah, well, just a little bit on Ben Shapiro. I just commented in there that I legit thought he was gay and like had a boyfriend and all that stuff until maybe 2 years ago. Just because of how he acts. Someone said demure in reference to him a little bit ago, and it's like, yeah, he's always struck me as kind of soft.
He
But
acts gayer than Dave Rubin.
He does.
A weak handshake. Has anybody ever shook his hand in here?
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
How is his handshake?
it's a weak handshake.
He has
They're all
extremely
weak
small
though.
hands.
oh my
They're
God,
all weak.
great King of the Hill episode where he's meeting George W. Bush and he's like terrified because he shakes his hand and he has a soft handshake. But I'm wondering, as far as just timing wise, I don't know. It seems like all this Menendez stuff, as it relates to Egypt, like suddenly came out, and then I don't know. It just seems
Oh, it's
timing.
definitely coordinated, right? So the Eastern District of New York is doing a lot of the counter-Israeli stuff. So I think that you're going to see a lot more of that as time goes on, for sure.
Yeah, that's been.
And I think what's the dirty little secret is that like Menendez is really in trouble, not just for being an Egyptian spy, but also for being an Israeli one, right? And so they've just got him dead to rights on the Egyptian stuff. So they're going to use that as a way of disqualifying him.
And I'm not naive to things. Like I'm not a stupid person, but you talk about this influencing with, members of Israeli intelligence and Mossad trying to go through Shapiro. I'm a part of a few political groups, and I don't want to say too much of this on a space, but a few years ago, well, in 2019, I don't know, I was approached by a couple people who seemed to just kind of be wanting to get involved in my life, and they were very Israel friendly and wanted to make sure because my main group we're conservatives. We have a lot of neocons in there, and it's like they were trying to get to my group through me since I'm a part of leadership in it. And
Yeah, I've noticed this in many groups, and it's something that people need to be kind of mindful of. Is there's a lot of people who work for the Israelis and for the Netanyahu world, particularly like if you're prominent in politics or you're involved in like an elk lodge or any of that kind of thing. You'll be approached. You'll have approaches that take place.
well, I wasn't
And
willing
typically, what
to
they'll
really
do is
play.
they'll spend like a lot of time like giving you lots of attention, and
Yeah.
then they'll figure out like what you're into. Like, are you into women, or are you into drugs, or eating so much, or money, or they'll figure out like what your psychological threshold is, and then they'll try to supply that to you to get you to do various things or move the organization in a certain way.
Well,
This has, by the way, happened to me many, many times now over the years.
well, there did seem to be. I
That's
mean, there
what Epstein did.
like outright sort
Yeah.
of, straightforward. Like we want to. They don't come right out and say it, but just the way they were. And it was a man and a woman. the way they were with me, just they were making a lot of suggestions, offering donations to my group, and it had this. I'm actually one of those people who doesn't want corruption in politics or in political groups, things like that, and it just felt my gut was telling me, like, stay away from this shit.
Polly,
And
was this related to like a university or something? What kind of group were you involved with?
no, it's not related to a university. It's a group called Principles First. We're mostly disillusioned conservatives and independents, but yeah, we have
Yeah, I
a
mean, there is something to be said for this entryist stuff. I
well,
myself had a number of people who were Israeli connected show up, try to offer me money, try to offer me jobs, all these things over the years. So it does happen. I mean, I would just advise people to be careful and be
yeah,
aware of it. I think it's important.
yeah, I wouldn't play ball in like my life ever since.
Honestly, I don't think there's anything
Uh,
wrong with just. I don't think there's anything wrong with just taking their money. You
yeah,
know.
but I'm like my luck anymore. I'm like that'll just blow back on me. But after I was very, their tone with me changed a lot after it, I think, became clear to them that I was, I was like, yeah, you're welcome to attend our stuff, but no, I'm not going to play
Not
ball.
for sale.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
not.
so I've had a lot of times where they'll message me on the phone and they'll send me these various messages or they'll send me DMs or they'll try to get involved with me in different ways, try to involve themselves in my companies. So yeah, it's a real thing. Let's go to Benjamin real quick because I know Benjamin had some stuff he wanted to add about Farah because I think that's important. Go ahead,
Hey
Benjamin.
there. Hey there. So, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, your mic is a little weird, but go for it.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm working on some artificial intelligence legal platform to automate civil rights stuff. And I've had to deal with some FARA stuff during the 2020 election. And if you really wanted to like do something about the whole FARA incident, my opinion is that you should write them and say, why aren't you making him register as a foreign agent?
Right
And
who? Right who? What do you mean?
I think it's the Department of State is the one who they have to register with. So the thing that I would do is ask them why they haven't done Ben Shapiro, ask for FOIA for Ben Shapiro with the State Department. And then if they deny both of these, which they definitely will deny both of those, then you can claim that the State Department is engaged in viewpoint discrimination, that only some people with some viewpoints are being hit with FARA violations.
I think that's basically not quite how it works. I mean, look. So first of all, I think you actually have to register with the DOJ, not with the State Department. So I think that's a misunderstanding of how FARA works. Just generally speaking, I mean, it would be nice in theory to bring up some of this stuff, but yeah, I mean, look, my impression of it. My impression of it is that one of the problems is that our FBI and a lot of our government is very Israeli compromised. So there's this issue here where even if you're correct legally, there are all these people who will say, well, Israel's our greatest ally. We can't do anything about it. So that's typically the way these things go. I recommend people just go to Farah and search it themselves. I know my friend John Badalamenti is in here, and if you go to John Badalamenti's page, he has the evidence showing that Maggie Haberman's, I think it's her mother, was registered under Farah as part of Worldwide Likud. So she's the one who covers Trump. She covers a lot of things Netanyahu related, and she, her family is very plugged in these different ways. So,
It's
yeah,
actually the NSD.
Isn't
It's
it?
the NSD of the DOJ. So it's the
yes,
national.
yes.
Isn't it advantageous to at least get from Discovery the double standards in the documents
Well,
that
you
we've been
could try to
discussing?
do that, but I think I think he's right. It's the NST. You're right. It's the DOJ. But yeah, I mean, if you go and you search the FARA website, you can get a sense of who a lot of these Israeli assets are. But those are just the ones that register. And obviously, Ben Shapiro is not going to deign to do something like register. He has to be made to do that. Kind of like with Steve Wynn, where Steve Wynn was forced to register by the DOJ. But even that was a kind of protracted legal fight.
Well, my thought is that there's a double standard, and some people get hit with FARA just because they happen to like Trump, and some people are protected from FARA even though they're literally on tape and on their laptop doing things that are far related.
Oh, well, of course there's a double standard, but politics is all about double standards, right? I mean, that's sort of the way society works. I see we have Victor here, but it's not a bad question. I think it's just a little too it's a little too legalistic an approach, right? We're interested in something more uh, more revolutionary, right, than just using the courts or whatever to register somebody. We're interested in exposing these people, making it clear who they are, making it so it's harder for them to operate. You know, that's
Yeah.
kind of how I would think about it.
Well, my whole thing is trying to use AI to automate civil rights enforcement because there's a big glaring hole in civil rights enforcement depending upon what color your skin is, for example.
Charles, can I ask you a quick question before I go?
Yeah, go ahead, Bob.
So there's been this video going around Twitter of Ben Shapiro. I don't know if you've seen it, but he's basically in Israel and they're interviewing him. It's like a conference or seminar or something. And they're asking him, they're like, why didn't you do Aliyah, which is basically migrate to Israel?
Yeah, Aliyah.
Yes, Aliyah. And he basically said in coded language, like, I'm more useful to the Jewish nation or whatever. I'm more useful over there than I would be here. What do you think of that?
I don't think that's wrong. Yeah, I think that's quite correct on how he approaches these things.
Hey Charles, can I say something about Ben Shapiro?
Yeah, go ahead, Victor.
Okay, so we're talking about like this recent thing where he's like blowing up, he's becoming hysterical, and it kind of reminded me of like early when Trump started to run, and he was very like he couldn't like hide his disgust for like the conservative base. Um, and I think I had someone that was like, because I was like maybe like in my early 20s when this was happening, but I had someone younger ask me a question like, "Oh, do you have any thoughts about why the media is saying that Ben Shapiro is alt right?" And I was like, this is when the alt right, I guess, is emerging, and I kind of said Ben Shapiro is only alt right for Israel, and I think that's like still basically true.
Yeah, I mean, look, there was a lot of fighting about this sort of situation back in the day. So the alt right had many different permutations and mutations. When it first started, it was basically an alternative to the right, right? To basically what was happening previously with kind of the Reaganite foreign policy. See, Richard's here. Richard knows some of this alt right history as well. Um, and yeah, basically what happened was they sort of took over the movement in different ways. So it was a very kind of strange, creepy thing to have experienced. Yeah, I'm going to bring Richard up because he knows some.
Yeah, and I think also Ben Shapiro is someone that's like has like he's one of my deep hatreds, and like there's a lot of people that whose politics I hate. I probably like hate everything they stand for, but at least someone like Nick Fuentes, or at least they're like entertaining. Like there's nothing redeeming about him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think one of the dangers of being a whiz kid, right, is that eventually nobody wants to be a whiz man. And I think Ben Shapiro is now pushing 40, if he's not 40 already. And I just don't think that his game works anymore, you know?
The
But
shtick is up.
the shtick is up,
Yeah.
the dog isn't eating the dog food anymore, you know? And I think one of the problems that a lot of people have in politics is they don't really know when to hang it up or to do something else that's new. I mean, Ben Shapiro has been saying the same thing for like 12, 15 years. It's kind of boring at a certain point, just
Yeah,
aesthetically, you know?
he's basically like a Dennis Prager Jr., like a Mark Levin Jr. when it's like that Reagan message is like over with. The right hungers for something else, like a new vision.
Yeah, I don't think you're wrong. I'm going to bring Richard up. By the way, I'm just going to cycle people through. Like, Greg, I'm sorry to bring you down, but if you want to come up and you have a point to make, you'll just make your points. So then unless Richard, you want to add something on the alt-right stuff. I mean, I think we've kind of talked that one to death, you and I, over the years. But
I came in a little bit late. I mean, I think the synthetic creation of the IDW with Ben Shapiro, Joe Rogan, Jordan Peterson,
Eric Weinstein and all of that.
and then
Yeah,
who was
I've always said
one of them
IDW.
left?
IDW is IDF,
The
right?
new
IDW
atheist
is
guy.
Sam Harris.
Sam Harris. Yeah, who's
Well, he left the planet. Let's be honest.
well, yeah. I mean, that was a synthetic creation, the intellectual dark web. I mean, as if these guys are on the dark web. I mean, it's bizarre, but
it was started by Barry Weiss of all
Yep.
people, if I recall correctly, in the New York Times.
Yep.
Yeah.
And she had to leave that woke New York Times. Yeah. It's. I think that they won in a way. I mean, like the ending of the Groyper Roar of 2018, which was about all of these Groyper Catholics going up there and saying, what does sodomy have to do with the American public or things like that? The fact is, like, the mainstream has successfully absorbed the alt-right, and a lot of its memes, which were, and I mean memes in a broad sense, not just images, a lot of its memes, which were kind of, at the end of the day, very shallow, and they absorbed it. And so there is, I mean, the dissident.
What do you mean mainstream? Like, what do you mean? I don't understand.
Tucker Carlson, even, I mean, the Daily Wire, Matt Walsh. I mean,
oh, you mean the mainstream Republicans? Is what you're saying.
Mainstream, the conservative movement Republicans. At the beginning, they wanted to just simply attack the alt-right, but they ended up absorbing it. And that Chris Rufo said this pretty explicitly. He was like, if we find a white nationalist, but he's pointing in our direction, we should work with him and then try to convince him or something. I mean, that's what it's about. That's a much, much more effective technique than dissing them or calling them liberals or evil or something.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think to some extent, that's exactly right. But I think
that might be ending. I would say
the more interesting ideas of the alt-right, I think, actually got taken by Joe Biden.
Don't you think? Don't you guys think that the alt-right?
You and I are.
Don't you guys think the alt-right is actually is a synthetic creation from the get-go? It was manufactured. It looks like.
It's hard to say,
alt-right versus alt-light was an ADL dialectic that drove the entire
that came later.
I know, but I'm just saying. I would say that Ben Shapiro, the entire manufacturing of Ben Shapiro as a media figure, all the way back through Breitbart and when Charles knew him and all of that kind of thing, I think was largely for this moment, though.
Yeah.
Well, they subverted and co-opted it.
No.
That's kind of what I was saying.
Is a synthetic construction largely of Israeli and Russian intelligence.
I think it became that. I don't think it started.
Correct.
So
there was a small organic movement in response to, like, if you remember, like the MTV Decoded planted series and like the whole Gamergate scandal and all that.
There was all this weird shit going on like youth cultural things. And there was all this weird stuff happening in the Republican Party where it was effectively a very Gen X party. And what started to happen was all these millennials were coming up and they liked Trump and they liked Trump's style. And they were looking for an alternative to the conservatives or the well-fed right or that whole world. And alt-right meant just alternative to the right. But then what happened was it increasingly got subsumed by the Israelis. And then it was kind of like alt-right versus alt-light. The alt-light, if I remember correctly, it was like Cernovich that was like attacking you, Richard, like calling you fat and various things. Do you remember this? This was kind of a very strange period in the world because he was so vicious and mean, and it was like he'd gotten a memo or something to attack you. And I just remember thinking at the time, like, this is kind of like a little too much.
That happened in 2015.
And at that time, Richard, wouldn't you consider yourself to have been you were a central leader or figure of the alt-right at that time, right?
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, the media, in the media's mind, I was the alt-right.
And you were also at that time a obvious white Zionist. You were embracing this idea of Israel has it right.
Correct.
And we need the same thing over here. Well, let's just get those people over there, and we
kind of. I think
kind of.
I think I mean, overstate. Look. A lot of us talked in that way as a way to protect ourselves from the Zog, right? like I don't know about you, Richard, but I never really like believed all the Israeli stuff.
No,
Right?
it was a form of like judo or something. I mean,
Yes.
it's like, I mean, I gave a speech in 2013, I believe, on, or maybe it was 11, on the that was the ethno state speech, and that's where they keep pegging me with, he supports peaceful ethnic cleansing. I was actually referring to Europe in 1919 and the Paris Peace Conference, and I was basically, and that actually, of course, coming out of that was the British Mandate, and I was basically saying, like, there comes, we now think that the liberal or high-minded elite liberals are all about multiculturalism, etc., but it's actually not always the case. And they can, if something is morally justified, you can reach them. And I did the famous quote from Herzl, but also a famous quote from Walter from the Big Lebowski of, you know if it remain, well, what is it, if you do it then it is no dream, or whatever. And it was a kind of heady, provocative way of saying this. And there is a kind of judo that you can do where people are, it's like, look, Israel has a clear national identity. It is an ethno state. It's a theological, religious state. And we want something like that. It's kind of turning the tables on them. Now, if you look back at my history, I've never been a gung-ho Zionist, like, in fact, like, actually support. I mean, I understand Israel's position right now, but I mean, this is already, the horse is out of the barn on outright ethnic cleansing at this point. I mean, I am not violent ethnic cleansing, and I am not showing them support. I've never showed Zionist support throughout my entire career.
But you don't think that it's just a coincidence, Richard, that Ben Shapiro is basically culture war washed into the quote unquote alt-right milieu, and now he shows up to be in a direct intelligence operative of Netanyahu, who very likely made this all happen.
I get that. Ben Shapiro is a highly intelligent, fast-talking, a very shallow intelligence.
Is that the judo again? Richard?
No, he has a very shallow intelligence. He has the intelligence. It's like I can see him as a failed scriptwriter because he just doesn't get it. Like he could, if there was ever a novel or a script by him, it would probably be extremely shallow.
Not smart.
I will tell you,
I like that shallow, smart comment. Right on, Richard.
A lot of people are like that.
But
hold on, real quick.
When I met him, though,
Ben Shapiro, like, you need to understand the dynamic, Jeremy, because, like, I don't think Ben Shapiro. I mean, I did appear, I think, in 2 of his books, but, like, he has never done like. He's never treated me as in any way other than hostilely. I mean, it's just
like, let's go.
It's Putin. Not there's not like some, they don't want to do it to me because they know that, like, I use my face and name. I can't be like bought or whatever. And what they want to do is they grasp one of the advantages, which is ultimately a serious disadvantage of the alt-right, which is its anonymous, freewheeling, crazy, ironic quality. And that can more easily, that groupthink thing can much more easily be mutated and controlled and corralled.
Yeah, you and I had a big, you and I agreed on something very important early on, which is the importance of putting your name behind what you say. And there were clearly a lot of people who were using the anonymity of the internet, or like the wearing of masks or all that, as a way of basically like hiding the fact that they work for foreign intelligence. Right. Like, I mean, our view was that you should be like respectable, polite, make an argument for what you believe in public. And if people are worried about getting doxxed, then like actually like we don't want them in the movement. Like, they're cowards, basically. And I think basically the alt-right that was like the Ricky Vaughn, the kind of internet right that was like, that would say like racial slurs to get the people going.
He's paradigmatic of the alt-right.
Yes,
Ricky
I
Vaughn.
think that's
Yes.
exactly the way to think about it. And
Yes.
and this sort of like idea that you could ever really be anonymous on the internet, I just never really bought, because we all have like voice prints. We all have like, when we write sentences, we write a certain way. Like I just never really bought that idea. I think it was just like it was a fake way of pretending that you were safe on the internet, where people would identify. I mean, and what would happen is all of these so-called alt-right people would always get their cover blown, and then they'd be like out of a job or whatever. And then like the real trick is like to not say things, to not be so irresponsible that you like lose your job, right? The trick is actually to like build power, build your own businesses, do your own things. Anyway, this is sort of a longer way of saying it, but I think that this white Zionism critique, not quite buying it. Like, I always respected the Israelis because they were powerful. Like, just being blunt about it, they were powerful, and I feared them. And I fear them to some extent still, but now I understand them a lot more, and so they're not as scary to me as they once were.
They're just good at coordinating and organizing.
Well, it helps if you have a fifth column within the United States that blackmails people and threatens them and steals their businesses. And it helps if you
assassinates them.
Yeah, I mean, if you read Rise and Kill First, it's very obvious that there have been lots of assassinations even within the United States.
Like of the president.
So, like
That's
of
part
the
of their
president.
organizing.
Yep. Check out my tweet.
Blackmail, lobby, central banks, all that. It all works together, and that's how.
I don't know that I would go that so far as to say that. I mean, look, there are a number of people that we've all encountered that have said things against the Israelis, and then their careers are effectively over, or they're turned off, or their businesses are stolen from them. And then there's a number of people that have been extremely deferential to them, and then they've had all this money flow into their venture funds or what have you. So I think it's actually like, I think what it was that it was a kind of mafia, or a kind of like, omerta network. And I think what happens is that all of these cults, all of these like private secret societies, they're much harder to run in a world in which everybody has an iPhone and there's like ubiquitous technical surveillance. Like, you can't really do a Nexium anymore. Scientology is like falling apart. Mormonism has its weaknesses. The Federalist Society is kind of blowing up in all these weird ways with Leonard Leo. So, like, I just don't think that these networks work in quite the way that their supporters imagine that
But
they
they
might.
did for a while, though.
How do we counter them and make sure they're over?
They did. For sure they worked for a while, but like, it's just like, I think we reached peak Zog, in other words. Like, I just don't think it doesn't work as much. For one, there are lots of Jews like you, Jeremy, and like there's lots of younger Jews who are just like sick of this shit. Like, they don't want.
Did you just call me a middle-aged Jew?
Israelis.
No, I'm just joking.
No, I said,
it is my birthday today, and I am middle-aged.
Oh, happy birthday!
Hey, happy birthday!
Happy birthday!
How old
45,
are you now, by the way?
Super middle-aged.
25.
Yeah, Richard and I are about almost exactly the same age. Someday we should have a Gen X versus millennial debate here.
Tell everybody here.
Guys, if you're not born during the Carter administration, you're just not cool. Jeremy and I know this.
Well, can a millennial give a couple of thoughts about the white Zionism topic?
No,
go ahead.
No, millennial. Yeah, no.
Well,
fuck off.
For me,
you're going in a locker right now.
All right, I'll accept a fair trade-off. I'll take that as a fair trade-off.
You look like every 80s movie villain. Like, that's what I've always loved about you.
I'll take the locker stuffing as a fair trade-off. For me, on the topic of white Zionism, and there might have, I don't know what the strategy, the whole thing of like Richard Spencer becoming the face of this, but what I noticed back in like 2018, 2019 time period, I was following people like, I actually was listening in on, people within like the whole David Duke kind of Mark Collette milieu. They would always talk about people like this. They'd always talk about like the open border, secure borders for me, not for thee type of thing. Like, the Israelis can just control their borders and we Westerners are not allowed to. But what I've noticed is that there is this, there's this idea of like, oh, our policies are so opposite from each other, when in reality you'll actually look, and the Netanyahu government aligned with the Viktor Orban government against the Soros and the NGOs. And so there's this idea that like, oh, Israel's policies are so much different from us, when like in reality, like the Netanyahu government and these populist European, quote unquote populist Europeans like Orban, they actually aligned in their common fight. So like this idea of
this is
white
just
Zionism,
ridiculous.
this is what I'm getting
Well,
at.
so how do you explain, real quickly, how do you explain Soros' son being best friends with Netanyahu's son and being
That's not
committed
true.
to all Israeli
Netanyahu's son,
causes?
Netanyahu's
So
son was putting out
we're in a new
caricatures of
generation of Soros.
Netanyahu's son was putting out caricatures of Soros being at the head of the Jewish octopus. Andrew Anglin called Yair
He's best
Netanyahu
friends
the
with
world's.
Alex Soros.
Well, I
That
don't
is
know
a
about that.
lie.
What I do
Go look at
know,
their social
no,
media.
Andrew
All right,
Anglin called
hold on.
Andrew
Time
Anglin
out.
called the
Calm down.
Daily Stormer the world's number one Yair Netanyahu
Alex
website. Yair
Soros is a
Netanyahu was making
diehard
buddy
Zionist.
with Tucker Carlson when he came over to the United States. I don't know what this whole thing about Soros and Netanyahu being best friends.
All right, hold on a second, everybody. Like, it's Friday night. It's 11 o'clock. I've had some chamomile tea. Just everybody, goose fraba, okay? Just deep breaths. So here's the reality of the situation, okay? There is a long-standing relationship between the Netanyahu Israelis and the Orban government. I know that it's real because I experienced it personally when I was in Hungary. There's that weird guy who died, whose name is Art Finkelstein, who was basically a go-between between the Fidesz party and the Likud party. And there's lots of examples of people who kind of went between these worlds. So, this obsession with Soros, I've met Soros, okay, because I wanted to meet him. He was an investor in one of my companies. He is not the devil incarnate. He is basically a 90-year-old plus Jew, and his money is increasingly run by the British Mark Malloch Brown and the Open Society Network, which is effectively MI6. So Soros is an old kind of CIA Jew that was used to basically overthrow a lot of these regimes. He was a big backer in the early days of Orban. And actually, when I met Soros at his apartment, by the way, the guy drives a Kia, which is kind of hilarious, but whatever. He's like one of the richest men in the world, and he drives a Kia, but whatever. And he said to me that his worst investment of all time was Viktor Orban, which I found very interesting. But anyway, I'll unmute everyone. Goose Fraba. It's Friday night. You should be doing something more social than being on a space with me, but I'm happy to have you.
Look, there's just no doubt that Soros, whether he's overtly anti-Israel, maybe I wouldn't go that far, but he's obviously a liberal-minded person who's very critical of Israeli policy. He was right about the Iraq War. He's been right about a number of things.
Was there another Jewish billionaire
And
who was against the Iraq War? I'm not sure of one. I'm just pointing out what you're saying is that I think there was not another Jewish billionaire who openly opposed the Iraq War other than Soros.
I didn't even think about that. That's actually interesting. It makes me like him even more.
He was always doing favors for CIA back in the day, by the way, too. Like that whole attack on the pound sterling is a very CIA-ish attack.
And also,
his son Alex, his son Alex is a
stuff.
genuine.
Yeah.
Alex is a genuine moron, and a lot of people are obsessed about his son. And the way the money is structured is the son has very little control over it, just for what it's worth.
Well, also this like base Netanyahu or something, I think it's wrong whenever people think that Zionism inherently means like tutti frutti, multi-culti stuff. Zionists and Likudists are very willing to work with Russian imperialist traditionalists.
They wouldn't work with anyone. I mean, they have a history.
Viktor Orban.
They have a history of working with white nationalists.
Is a kind of that I was probably getting at that in some of my comments about this like obsession with borders and this notion. I mean, this is a very kind of a focus on immigration over alles. It's a kind of Israeli
very much
thing. Like you can kind of see this. And again, look at Viktor Orban. What is he doing? He's it's like this, secret Hungarian revanchist and nationalist. I mean, all they're doing is basically like making sure that Europe will never be unified and on the same page, etc. And they can find a lot of common ground, and they can do the Christian Judaism stuff and blah blah blah. But this notion that like we should expect Israelis to be, tutti frutti people. Now, of course, you can go to Tel Aviv and see that, but it's just wrong. It's misunderstanding the whole dynamic. Like Israelis have always benefited from the most right-wing elements of the
And
United States.
I would just point out in terms of
I mean, it's just,
the Hungary,
go ahead.
Hungary and Orban, the deep politics beyond just the obvious thing of the relationship between Orban and Netanyahu, and then the fact that, as Charles brought up, that the arch guru of dirty Republican politics, the closeted Jewish Arthur Finkelstein, actually helped put Orban in power. Finkelstein is also the guy who helped put Netanyahu in power in 1996. And then additionally, Arnon Milchan, the executive producer of the largely limited hangout in red herring JFK film by Oliver Stone, who is a well-known long-term nuclear intelligence agent brought into LACOM, which is Israeli Military Intelligence Bureau of Scientific Relations, basically technical weapons intelligence. Arnon Milchan's best friend in Hollywood, Andi Vanya, a Hungarian Jew, was brought in to help, quote-unquote, consolidate media powers for Orban before he died. And then finally, there's strong evidence that Orban was actually blackmailed by the Mogilevich network that was then brought back into Putin.
Interesting.
I mean, that more or less comports with my understanding of the history as well.
Let's just remember that Viktor Orban put me in jail. So, like, he saw something in me that he did not like.
Yeah.
For good or for ill, I guess, or
he gave me a pen. I don't know what that means.
Well, yeah. I wish he would just have given me
Have
a
you
pen.
opened the pen, Charles, or is there something in the pen?
I don't know. I left
as long as it wasn't the pen is in his pocket.
Yeah,
Victor
I don't
Orban
know,
saw
but he gave
pictures
me
of
a.
Richard,
But
and he
then
said,
also,
"Hey,
look at what happened after I attempted my, this is let's go meet in Hungary and we'll bring like all these people together and so on, which he, of course, scuttled and jailed. They basically did what I was trying to do, although conservative ink style. So it's like, now let's do CPAC Hungary and let's bring together Rod Dreher and all of these kind of like weird people, Gavin Wax and all these kind of really funny people who are kind of like on the outer layer of the alt-right or the dissident right.
I know that Gavin, Gavin and I are friends, notwithstanding his like weird politics. And he just told me straight up that he's like met with Hungarian intelligence and with Israeli intelligence and all the rest of it.
I thought he went to the Hungarian CPAC, didn't they?
I think you're right about
like
that.
the New York Young Republicans sent like a delegation over there or something.
I know Rod Dreher is isn't he like a closet homosexual or something like that?
Well, I mean, you could say that about like 80% of conservatives.
No, but I mean, he's in the translucent closet. You know what I mean? Like there are degrees of the closet. Some are so in the far of the closet.
Out of the closet, you start being
and
in
basically,
the
CPAC at this point is just a Zionist schlap schlong fest worldwide.
Yeah.
Full circle on Norman Finkelstein. He was also a major player in the political career of Jesse Helms.
You mean Art Finkelstein, not
Art,
Norman.
yeah.
Arthur, I'm sorry, Arthur Finkelstein. God, I have Norman Finkelstein on my mind. I do those
That would be
slip-ups
mind blowing.
Arthur Finkelstein. Jesse Helms.
They all look alike, don't they, Greg?
No. By the way, no, Charles.
Prototype for a
Greg
lot of
was
people
confusing Charles Johnson with Larry Johnson one time too. So it's not that they all look alike.
Greg. No.
Hey, I'm equal opportunity confuser, so
that's all right.
Well, okay. Well, let me just say this though, just to bring this forward. Maybe I'm overestimating things or overreacting, but I think that the paradigm has shifted, and I kind of think. I mean, I think this probably benefits Trump. And in terms of getting reelected on the long haul, I mean, we can talk about that. And
you want to be right about this Trump thing.
Let's table it for now. Let's table it for now.
All right.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But I think we've actually entered a new paradigm. I mean, I don't think the alt-right or dissident right is going to be tolerated or kind of echoed or revoked anymore. I think there's going to be a change. And I think it's going to feel a lot more like the W period. I mean, Ben Shapiro, beside the, calling for, if you don't help us, the nukes will fly, which is a, woo. He went after Tucker Carlson just vehemently. And it's very funny because I have a friend visiting and he was like, "Oh, do you want to see what Tucker has said?" And we listened to like 5 minutes of his video or 10 minutes maybe. And we are like, this is just boring. I don't want to listen to the whole thing. It's just like even-handed boring. Well, Ben Shapiro saw that same Tucker video and he was just, let's get out the blowtorch. So I don't think any of this stuff is going to be tolerated anymore. I think we're going into a W era conservatism where the populism is going to be muted at the least, and I think openly attacked at most.
I would argue Tucker Carlson's not a populist, but go ahead.
And here one thing, Richard.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I kind of disagree with that, Richard. I think that we're in the middle of a civil war in the conservative movement, and I think we're winning.
Who, Putin?
Well, okay.
Wait, so Richard, going back to that,
Right,
how does that benefit Trump?
Time out. Right. Who is winning? Hannah goes first. What do we mean by we? Like that? This very provocative statement. I need to know more, Hannah. Go ahead. You can double mute. Go ahead, Hannah.
You're muted, Hannah.
Sorry, I was having issue with the double mute. No, like I align myself with the alt-right, and with the way that I view the politics going is that we're winning. When I look around Twitter, I see more and more people who sympathize with people like the Groypers and Andrew Torba. And so, like, I disagree. I think that we're reaching a turning point.
They don't even call themselves alt-right anymore. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I don't quite see that, Hannah. I think you might be a little off there. But
Hannah, I thought the alt-right was winning back in the day. I do not think the DR Andrew Torba Catholicism stuff is going to win. I'm not saying that due to any personal prejudice. It's just It's still the same
like
thing. It's still
anti-establishment.
anonymous.
I mean, like ultra MAGA, isolationist, America First, Vivek Ramaswamy, like a total like Tucker Carlson essentially came out and said, "Who cares about Israel?"
Vivek Ramaswamy, the Jewish skull and bones guy.
Let's go to L. Let's go to L also. All right, go ahead, Thomas.
No, I was just going to say that I think that somebody that gets gets talked about a little bit, but Yoram Hazony, who's a Kahanist at heart, and I think maybe you talked about this last night, Charles, which was the national conservatism, which Tucker is extremely friendly with, and it's like they paint a picture that, oh yeah, we're going to have nationalism for everybody, and it's like mirror what Israel has. And it's a total canard. It's bullshit. And on top of it, it wasn't really effective in any of the elections. I think they got 2 senators elected, or 1, JD Vance, that they supported.
Yeah, and of course JD Vance got elected because what's his name rescued him, right?
Yeah, but the Republican establishment, the rhinos, they defunded all the America First candidates. Mitch McConnell took money away from Blake Masters, which was a rock star, and put it to fund Lisa Murkowski in Alaska to defeat an America First candidate.
Thank you. Let me finish real quick. All of these people that you're kind of touting as America First are Israel First. They talk in that hyperbole of America First. They're not. They're supported by basically like Likud types, Russia, things like that. They're not America
Vivek Ramaswamy, like who specifically?
Yeah, Vivek Ramaswamy is
Carrie Lake. I'm going to close the border in Arizona. Bullshit. If she would have won her election, there would have been no border enforcement in Arizona. It's all kabuki theater. It's bullshit.
Yeah, I'm with Tom on this. I think history has been our guide on this, right? There's a lot of talking about using these issues to whip us to vote for them, but then when things happen, it's actually just not the case that they actually enforce any of this stuff.
Yeah, like look at Georgia Maloney. Oh, I'm a big populist. We're going to close the border. No, she got.
Yeah, but I
She
was
got
in Milan when Giorgia Meloni was running, and the Italians knew she was an Aspen Institute graduate. So, like, she wasn't a surprise to the
all of these
Italians.
people are
We were the ones
graduate
that
of
were duped
some
because
shadowy.
conservative Con Inc. was advertising her as a conservative advocate. She was always controlled opposition, and the people in Italy knew that because she was an Aspen Institute graduate.
And
So,
that's
like,
why
here,
they voted
like,
her in.
my issue with what you're saying about Carrie Lake and stuff like that, to me, that's like a Zionist psyop to make us demoralize and essentially quit. Like, you guys basically think that everything is fake. There is a real America First movement.
Well, you
I
think
see it
Vivek
every
is
day
real? What
in
does that
hundreds of
say?
thousands of people.
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah,
what this
Vivek is
Vivek stuff.
number one. He's a fraudster. So his entire business success, his millions of dollars, was built off of a Ponzi scheme and selling fake drugs.
Yes.
You know, so that's number one. Now we don't
Hannah, aren't
exactly
you a
cover that.
Christian?
Well, Artibus did have the LNP patents. Did anybody just
I
see George
like you
Santos
quite a bit,
preparing to?
Hannah. I like your spunk, but like I'm removing you. I can't have this Vivek shit in this space. I'm sorry. I don't want to be a jerk, but like if you think Vivek is a real conservative or like a real like America First person, like I don't know what to tell you. You should take some of his fake drugs.
Yeah, I'll close my point with this.
Yeah.
And it's to what Richard said. Talking about like how do they do politics in Europe? Well, they can get the white nationalist types to agree to like they can rope in that vote by promising like some sort of like border or immigration reform. You know, because the situation is pretty terrible in many such cases. So they get them to commit their vote for that, and then it never happens, and it's the same crisis. But they don't care. That's not the point. The point is just get the vote and tell them what they want to hear, and it's kind of like a synthetic movement,
I think
So it's
that's
kind of
exactly right. That's well said. Let's go to
anyway.
Jeff, and then let's go to Jeff. Go ahead, Jeff.
Hey guys. Hey Charles. Been listening passively by watching an extremely depressing college football game. But I wanted to comment on the GOP and kind of where, as you know, I'm pretty anti-GOP these days. And I see kind of three different intellectual factions emerging. One is this synthesis of like America First, Trumpism, but in this next generation, like Vivek, Tucker Carlson, DeSantis, like kind of nudges in that direction. And it's just kind of gotten stupider and more cringe over time. You have a second intellectual faction, which is this fusion of Trumpism with like the George W. Bush era stuff. And I think Ben Shapiro, Daily Wire, Breitbart, you see different factions of that. I think DeSantis kind of actually plays both parties. And then the third camp is the GOP establishment, Chamber of Commerce kind of stuff. And what's interesting is I find myself realizing like the least bad of the three options right now are the establishment people. And yeah, I mean, so that's how I would break it down. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know that it's quite that clean, but I think what we really have is we also have intergenerational stuff going on as well, right? You have like you have Gates versus McCarthy is like millennial versus Gen X, right? You have like a lot of these different factions kind of going on that are about kind of more than even they're about personality in so much as they're about politics or programs, and they're about power, like which faction should rule.
Yeah.
And I don't think the intellectual stuff matters as much. I think all of that stuff comes after you have a leader anyway.
Well, I think it's a fusion of like coalitions where there's power, money, and ideas, right? And I see those coalitions of power, money, and ideas clustering in those three areas approximately. I think on the issue of like, I like Israel. Like I want to be friends with Israel. That doesn't, that doesn't mean I want to be, like it running everything. And I'm not anti-Israel. Like I want to be friends. The one thing I think, like what I realize is what we really need is political sovereignty, right? Like we talked about building the wall, sovereignty of our borders. We kind of need sovereignty in our political system now too. And so, I think that's kind of what I see happening both on the left and the right in the Biden era is this attempt to, to establish some semblance of political sovereignty in America, in the American system. And I think that's that's a good direction for us to
But
go in.
you don't get that by being friends. Friends, no one respects a friend. It's like whenever you're friends with your boss, you lose respect in that relationship. So if you want to have a real relationship with a country like Israel, you need to cut out the whole "we need to be friends with them" nonsense.
Yeah,
Let me just respond to that real quick. Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. There's some truth there. I mean, as I look at it, Democrat versus Republican, like Republicans are both the most philo-Semitic and anti-Semitic party, and it's this dysfunctional relationship. It's like either you're either you're sort of subtly pushing against Israel, or you're like, completely prostate or whatever. Whereas Democrats, I think, have a little bit of a healthier orientation on the issue. So, I kind of agree with you on some level, but personally,
Democrats have more autonomy and self-respect, and I think that's what you're getting at. Is that Republicans almost
you're putting words in my mouth, and you're not letting me finish. What I'm saying is, I see a healthier orientation among Democrats than I do on Republicans on Israel and in foreign policy in general. So I feel more aligned with Democrats right now. And I was thinking earlier tonight, I was like, if I were a paleocon, I don't consider like I'm sympathetic to that view, but I think I'm genuinely like centrist, center right. But if I were a paleocon, I'm tempted to make the argument that they should be Democrats rather than the Republicans, frankly, especially given geopolitics. But that's a little. I haven't thought that through.
I'm very much with the Democrats. I mean, I'm very much with Biden these days, and I think Biden has made a few errors with respect to Israel, but I think he's genuinely been moving in the right direction. I think basically the reality of the situation is that the United States is an empire, and like empires don't really have friends. And to the extent we have values and ideas about how the world should work, and unfortunately, the Netanyahu crime faction is a threat to all of our ways of life. And I think what we're going to see over the next few months, next few years, is the reduction of all the Netanyahu assets within the United States. And I think this is, by the way, going to remake venture capital. I think it's going to remake the media system. It's to remake the Republican Party. And I think the first person who's going to be a big part of that is going to be the next Speaker of the House. So whoever that person is on the Republican side, that person is kind of going to be post Netanyahu. Is kind of my frame.
But don't you think, Charles, that in order to do that, we have to reconstitute the republic? And it doesn't mean that we shouldn't and couldn't be globally influential and be the most powerful republic in the world. But there's some issue around the slippery slope.
Yeah, I do think you're right that there's like basically regionalism. Regionalism is kind of going to replace globalism, right, if you will. But I do think that the American empire is a real thing, and we are just so rich. We're so powerful. Our ideas are so salient. People want to put money here. They want to invest here. I don't necessarily like any of these things, by the way. I'd like to be a republic again, a strong commercial republic. But it seems to me that like we're just so powerful relative to any other peer country on the planet that it's really hard to it's really hard to ignore, and it's something that all the other countries know about us. So it's sort of like we're a dragon and they're all like regular zoo animals.
And Jeff, I think you're correct, obviously, about the split or the dialectic in the Republican Party. But I also think that whole thing of uber super Zionist or even quote unquote philo-Semitic with then this other anti-Semitic, even if it's latent kind of thing, is actually it's constructed as such, very likely by Zionist power, as expressed by Jewish power dialectics. But the problem is that the Democrats, as we've seen, as the prime minister in Israel very likely did some kind of treasonous operation in relationship to Hamas to escalate what's obviously looking to be a state-sponsored genocide that they're trying to do right now. And the Democrats in large part are backing it.
Yeah, I think it's kind of complicated. I think you're right, Jeremy. I mean, The question is, are they really backing it? Or are they just kind of tacitly backing it?
I think they're
I just
really
don't
backing
know.
it, Charles. I think
I don't know, Richard. Like maybe, but clearly, all right. So there's like 500 Americans who are in Gaza right now. They're working to create corridors for civilians to
Ethnic
escape.
cleansing. That's
I
ethnic
don't know.
cleansing.
that's Charles.
So we're
They're not.
choosing
They're
between
not just
ethnic
hanging
cleansing of
out
the
somewhere.
sorry.
Hold on.
So
Hold on. Let me explain what I mean by this, because this is important. Obviously, like, I have the Ilhan Omar position on Israel, and will continue to have that position so long as they're
But do
selling
you have her
weapons.
position on 9/11?
That
Some people did something. Maybe she means Netanyahu did something.
I definitely am afraid to say how much I love Ilhan Omar in a public space. But like, let's just say if her husband slipped and fell, I would get in there extremely quickly. Same thing goes.
Maybe you could do
AOC.
polyandry.
Well,
I mean,
guys,
I'm
all
not
of this
opposed to any of
stuff.
these
I mean,
things.
look,
But
Jeff was
the point I'm making.
Okay, make your point then.
The point I'm making, and this was a key point. The point I'm making is that the younger Democrats basically have the correct position on Israel. And I think, unfortunately, the older ones are stuck in a world that doesn't quite work anymore. And I think that what they should have done is, when Netanyahu came to New York, or came into the country, we should have arrested him, and we should have detained him, and we should have removed him, as the threat that he was and is. The unwillingness to take our own views seriously, or to basically say, we believe in human rights except when it comes to Israel, or except when it comes to the Jews, is a kind of Jewish privilege that is extremely dangerous for the world.
Well,
like, if we had a Hispanic or black leader that was running around selling all these cyber weapons and being corrupt and taking bribes and doing all these things, like, our DOJ would arrest them and prosecute them. It just is what it is. And like, we don't want to have that conversation in our society, because we're worried about all of our fifth columnists in this society. And I think that's a really unfortunate thing. Now, I don't know what you do if you're Blinken, right? Or you do if you're President Biden. It's much easier to be a member of Congress and just say these things as they are, like Ilhan Omar does, and like some others do. But I think it's very challenging if you're president. Like, what do you do? Like, what are your obligations
this gets
here?
to a point that I wanted to. It's like, Jeff was talking about the splits in the GOP, and I agree that there are some genuine splits, but when the rubber hits the road, what does any of this stuff mean? Like, yeah, millennials are probably more likely to be critical of Israel than boomers. But what does it mean? When the rubber hit the road, the American empire acted exactly like we would expect. It acted exactly like, Dubya or terror war. Like, there's no real change. And all of this stuff, like, people worried about, there's some weird thing going on there. Do you hear that?
I think it's Charles.
It's hard to
Charles
imagine.
feedback.
Charles, mute yourself.
Yeah, the
Charles,
host
mute
should mute
yourself.
yourself. Yeah. There's just
My
nothing.
bad.
Like, all of this seems to be kind of like projection, in the sense that, the Harzoni group or whatever they're doing, they're just projecting like hopes and dreams onto something that's already happening. And they want to pretend like they got JD Vance elected. They didn't. They're just imagining that there's some new, like, hillbilly populism arising, or something. There's not. There's no difference. Like, nothing has changed at all with JD Vance in there. And JD Vance will say the exact same things about Israel. If someone says Medicare for all, JD Vance will sell out his hillbillies and be just like, well, that's a lot of spending. We got nothing changes. And I don't want to just sound depressing here or like hopeless, but let's just get real. Like, there's no real evolution occurring with America. I don't even think that a post-white American populace is going to be anti-Zionist, to be honest. And a lot of people would say that back in like 20 years ago, like, oh, but these Mexicans, they don't love Israel the way that we white Christians do. I don't buy any of this. I don't buy any sort of like change occurring or like factions within it's all like when the rubber hits the road, they will do exactly what you think they will do on any serious subject. There it is.
Oh, go for it, Charles. Okay, well,
Go ahead, Jeremy. Go ahead, Jeremy.
I think that, Richard, I think what you said before, that there is some kind of massive sea change underneath politically, is just prima facie true. Even the fact that we're on the space together and talking, whereas 5 years ago, like you and then probably even some of the operations that Charles was involved in would have been like one of the major targets of like what Greg and I were up to in trying to dissect and deconstruct. And yet here we are actually having a very reasonable conversation about the future of politics in the United States. And so just that de facto state of being here, I think, is suggestive that underneath the surface here, there are serious, what Charles earlier said, revolutionary bubblings, like the real political revolution that is not Bernie Sanders, co-opted, or Trump co-opted. And I think that the populism is real and will be maintained, but it will be turned into something less divisive, way less partisan, and I like to call it full spectrum, principled populism. And I like to engage from this radical middle, meaning that we are in a revolutionary moment of some sort, and we have to be very radical, which includes going to the root of things in terms of truth, but also root, meaning rooting out treason, terrorism, compromise, the control of our government, and all those things. So I just think that there is something in the mix here that is changing. We just have to figure out how to coalesce it into something that I would imagine it has to be transpartisan. It doesn't have to be nonpartisan, even though I do think like the Democrats and the Republicans, it really has become a RICO operation. It's the epicenter of like black money flows and the ability for foreign governments to compromise us and all of that. So, but I think we have to create some kind of loose coalition that's based on just a basic amount of principles in relationship to our very American politics, and then some type of reasonable policy that we can understand could move us where we need to go, and then enact that through electoral politics that can operate within parties, but are not necessarily controlled by parties.
Yeah. If I may, I want to add a couple of things that have shifted my perspective, and one of them I think Charles will challenge your frame earlier. But first, I mean, I think one thing that changed, that's helped me evolve my perspective is, Jeremy, I think what I hear you talking about, or at least as I hear it, is this move towards rooting out corruption, foreign influence, and what I would call moving towards political sovereignty. Directionally, that I think the Biden administration is actually doing, on some level. The other thing, and Charles, this is where I would challenge your frame, is, geopolitics. Like Russia's invasion of Ukraine was like a big deal, geopolitically. And then the rise of China, like, no, we're not the only dragon. Like there's another dragon that's emerging here. And we had, China and Russia talking about an unlimited partnership, right? And so, geopolitics is back, and it's real. And I think there's all the more urgency to, especially if you think about China and how much it's compromised our political system and economy. I mean, I think that alone is helping, the push towards political sovereignty. The contradictions with political sovereignty is it's like, well, we want a little bit, but not too much, because there are certain, compromises I think people want to preserve in place. And so there are certain contradictions in that. But I would just say, geopolitics, we have like, I don't know, 10 to 20 year window of American empire really being ascended. I mean, China has its issues, don't get me wrong, but I wouldn't, I think that's creating a lot more urgency around like getting, if we want a rules-based order, like getting that stuff in place now, establishing equilibrium, because it's only going to get, 10 or 20 years from now, it might be harder to have our way on
so
some
I don't agree with this,
Okay.
obviously. Like, my view is
Tell me
that
what you think.
China is basically
their economy is in serious trouble, that the United States, because of our large consumer market, can effectively anoint various powers that can manufacture for us. And so, what I think is going to happen over the next 10, 20 years is we're going to shift production to countries like Turkey and Vietnam and Indonesia and the Philippines away from China. And that China is going to increasingly have a hard time. And I think the other aspect of this, too, is we're going to be dictating a lot more things to countries that were supposedly our allies, like Israel. And I think one of the ways we're going to do that is we're going to effectively force those countries to become more like us, to have more rules around, corruption, around, the personal integrity of their leaders. And I think that, if Israel had actually a thriving political system, Netanyahu would not have come back to power the second time, right? I mean, the reason he's back in power is because his supporters were threatening to kill the children of Yair Lapid's government. And if that were to happen in the United States, I mean, there's like a 4 or 5 seat majority that the Republicans have. Let's say the Democrats were like having their allies threaten to like kill George Santos or something. Like we would put these people in jail, right? So we have much a stronger system. And in the case of Netanyahu, there's lots of people who've cut deals with him precisely because he's corrupt, because he's a criminal. And so they have used his criminality and his unwillingness to go to jail and to face the music for that criminality as a part of a governing coalition, which is what all the settlers are about. And this unwillingness to talk openly about Netanyahu has meant that like a lot of people have died and a lot of people have had real problems because of that. I mean, he's moving his troops away from Gaza. In moving his troops away from Gaza, that left the door open. And then, he's directed millions of dollars to Hamas over the years because he doesn't want a two-state solution. And I think the reality is that the United States could dictate a lot more things to various countries, but we have chosen not to do that. Like Israel exists in large measure because we allow it to exist. And if we were to say, no, we're not going to support this behavior anymore, there's not many places for them to go. Like, what, they want to go and align with Putin? By all means, go ahead and align with Putin. But if you look at like where we are, I think the Biden folks have been correct on a lot of the geopolitics and have been correct about changing this global order. But I think they're wrong about Israel. And I think they're wrong about Israel in part because a lot of them are older and a lot of them have emotional ties to the Israelis. Now, I will say this is the most Israel skeptic government that we've had in quite a long time. But, I think Ilhan Omar is correct. And I think, we, as the world becomes a lot browner and a lot blacker, we are going to be judged in how we deal with the Israel question, in much the same way that the Reagan administration was rightly judged by how it dealt with the South African apartheid question. And unfortunately, a lot of the Israeli policies that they pursue, they come back into the United States. I mean, they train our law enforcement professionals that sort of import the occupation here. Every time we take off the shoes at the airport, Department of Homeland Security, it's very much an Israeli creation. A lot of the cyber technology that's being promulgated, a lot of the venture money that's being put in various places is very Israeli in orientation. So no, like we're going to have to figure out what kind of relationship we're going to have with Israel and with the whole Middle East. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't want to have that either because they depend on this relationship for their own financial enrichment or because they are true believers, who believe in the end times prophecy or whatever. But we're going to have to like be much more aggressive with some of these countries or the regions in particular are going to solve these questions for us. And that's kind of what happened here with the Hamas attack. I mean, there was effectively 300 people that got together and they said, no, like, we're not going to allow the Palestinians to be ignored, in a sort of separate piece that Israel's cutting with all the Arab countries. And the unwillingness of the Biden administration to really take the security and the civil rights of Palestinians seriously has meant that we've like blown up the whole situation. I mean, they put a lot of pressure into normalizing Saudi-Israel relations without, solving the Palestine issue. And anyway, my basic takeaway in the last bit, I know that Biden knows this because Biden has talked about it privately and publicly in some cases he's sort of made, had issues with Netanyahu. But the unwillingness of this kind of, these older generations to really like bring down the hammer on Netanyahu is, to my mind, a huge error, and it's something that we're going to all pay for in our own security. And if it's not going to be paid in lives, I mean, why wouldn't basically, if we use the infrastructure that we've been building to sweep for Chinese spies or Russian spies in our discourse, why are we not also using it against the Israeli spies, which are also affecting us in all kinds of ways? Anyway, let's go to Polly, Victor, and then I'm going to bring Dana up real quick. We have quite a number of people in this space, apparently, from my understanding of it. I'm not sure how many exactly, 76. So welcome for those who are new, and happy to have you. And if you want to come up, just DM me and tell me what you'd like to say if you're new. And we generally keep the space civil. You're free to be free to disagree, but if you're naughty, we're going to kick you back down. And I do tend to have a preference for people who use their real names or have real pictures of themselves, or people that I know already. So just so you know. But yeah, you're free to message me. And anyway, go ahead. I think it's Victor next.
I think.
Or Polly, yeah, Polly, then Victor. Yeah, go ahead, Polly.
Sorry. I think, this goes back a few minutes, but as far as, having a sovereign people here, I think we're seeing some similarities in some ways between the US and Israel and even Palestine. We have these politicians that just seem to be in it for something else. And we have people of every political persuasion that just feel completely unrepresented anymore. And I mean, essentially, all of our cultures have become brainwashed in ways, and we're kind of waking up from that. A lot of people are waking up from that, and I think that's partially generational shift, but another thing is technology. We can see a lot more than we used to.
I think that's exactly right. I mean, I think we used to get the filter of television when we approach these things.
Oh,
and
yeah.
now, because people are creating a lot more content, you can see a lot weirder stuff that gets done. So I think you're right about that, Polly. That's well said.
Until I wrote an article about this a few months ago where, as far as our Congress is not made up of people who really look like the rest of the United States. I mean, you look at the education alone and income, and it is not, it's almost pay for play. It's almost like a perfect example of pay for play politics. And until we actually start doing government by and for the people, we are going to have all of this craziness. It's going to be easier for places like Israel, China, to manipulate us, to manipulate our people. And yeah, I think basically we need to stop, electing millionaires, stop electing people who solely have the backing of millionaires. And this happens in both parties. We need to actually have
we need basically a representative government, is what you're saying.
Yeah, a more sincere representative government. And because we don't have that right now, we have, I mean, it has, I will say it's been increasing in recent years, but the people we're getting in who are quote unquote real people are crazy ass motherfuckers like Marjorie Taylor Greene. And that's not, I mean,
I'm sorry, this is where Polly,
terribly real.
Where I'll have to push back on all of this. I mean, you want democracy, this is what that looks like. And I am totally opposed to allowing any sort of self-rule by humans. I mean, I'm trying to make the broadest possible statement. Like the prospect of the average human being making some sort of decision that affects, that is terrifying. I mean, I am a full-on misanthrope here, but the people are crazy and dumb, and they can easily be manipulated, and they will do crazy nonsense when they get their mind to it, or when they get some kind of religious enthusiasm.
I agree to an extent, and I agree very much agree the people are the problem right now. You know, you look at MAGA,
exactly.
Problem. But I'm not.
Why do we care about the Holy Land right now? Why is that?
Well, I kind of disagree. I mean, I think it's more the funding structure.
Absolutely.
You know, that is, yeah. I mean, people can be manipulated, and that takes like money. And so I think the structural issues within the GOP, like why is the GOP so stupid? I mean, I don't think the answer is just people are stupid. Like I think, yeah, you could say that, but I don't think that's really. I don't think that. I mean, okay. I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm with Jeff on this. I mean,
I think there are other structural issues there, like the funding is huge.
I mean,
like
50% of the money in the Republican Party comes from the fossil fuel lobby, right?
Yeah.
So, right. So
that's a lot of money.
What do you want? Less funding? I mean, if there's going to be
it's the structure of funding. It's who's funding stuff, and like if the only way that you can raise money on the right as a Republican candidate is to grovel for this policy or that, you know, like whether it's big oil or being like super hardcore ultra pro-Israel, like that's
well, don't forget government unions. They just get overlooked all the time. But
these things have effects. So I mean, I think you can make I understand your sort of cute anti-democracy argument, but I think you could say that like we need actually a democracy reform movement where we get, you know, where we better align incentives and clean up our system so that there's a little bit more like sovereignty in, you know, in the system. Is that going to cure everything? No. Is there still going to be stupidity? Yes. But like right now it's impossible to be not like I don't really there're just these structural issues in particular with fundraising that I just see impossible to get over, especially within the GOP.
Yeah, I think we need people like average, you know, not the crazies if we can weed out, but I think, you know, like why don't we have more like just K through 12 teachers in Congress? Why don't we have more of the general population? And I'm not talking about the crazies and the gullible. I'm talking about.
Well, I mean, I think when you have a government that spends $1 in $4 in the economy, it's gonna attract certain types of people. But let's go to Victor.
Can I, Charles? Can I just maybe
ahead,
say one quick thing? I mean, I think one thing I learned during this like 2-year monk mode, where every week I talked to people on the left and was like doing consensus building, while everybody else was like polarizing. At least that was like my little story in my head. But one thing I discovered is there is an appetite among people on the left and the right to like clean up the system. There is an opportunity for a sort of American reform movement. I mean, we crowdsourced ideas. Charles, I think I told you about that with like 20 ideas to clean up the system. Like there are people on the right and there are people on the left, especially young people who see the need for this kind of thing. So
but what does this feasible? Mean? I mean, it's like, I don't think anyone would ever disagree with the notion of like corruption is bad. So I'm not surprised that you can reach a consensus on an issue like that. But like, what does this mean? Who are we? Where is this country headed? What direction are we? This isn't just about like you're talking about the means and you're not talking about the ends. It's like we're a sovereign nation, you know, whatever that means. But like, what do we want? Where are we headed? What do we bring to the world?
No, I totally
get content, not means. It's just sorry.
I totally get you're a big idea guy in spiritual renaissance, and I think there's definitely room for that and a need for that. But what I'm talking about is more ground level consensus building of actual. I mean, I'm happy to share the 20, you know, the American Reform Movement, like 20-point items that we did as a draft, which are super concrete and most of them are pretty actionable. So it's a different vector than, Richard, what you're talking about, but I do think it is meaningful.
And I would just want to point out too that Richard, you're talking about what is the end, but I actually think what you are disagreeing about is what are the means? What is the substance of our means? Because it sounds like you have this deep distrust of the demos.
Yes.
And I would point out, of course, the demos can be driven when the pathos gets, especially when it's the hindbrain is triggered. We now see that with the Jewish hindbrain, what can happen when you trigger the Jewish hindbrain, what happens and how crazy global politics will get and all that. So I understand what you're saying about the danger. The demos is not a saintly creature. The body politic is not inherently good.
Also, when in world history have we ever like conceived of the demos or the average guy or Joe on the street or Das Mann, as Heidegger might say? When in world history, like, and even going like to prehistory, in fact, when have they ever made decisions or like been sovereign? I mean, it's like this whole idea of like sovereignty, or you're talking about something that's like less realistic than communism.
I don't think so.
It's elites create culture. It's top down. They set the course for society. The question is, do you have good elites or not? And like, to go back to Polly, so if I'm being like the villain in this conversation, but I guess I'm used to that.
The devil's advocate. You're being the devil's advocate.
A bit, yeah, or the devil himself. Polly, I have actually had experience with public school, and my impression of public school teachers is actually very good and high. I like them. I mean, I'm sorry, a K through 12 teacher should not be dealing with like the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I mean, it's just fundamentally different. And I know that maybe that's kind of funny or condescending, but it just is what it is. We need good elites who direct us, and we do need the big ideas. Like corruption, what are we talking about? Let's talk about what are we going to do with Israel?
But totally agree.
You need someone to
on,
say, actually, there's going to be a one-state solution implemented on high by the United States or the UN. And we've tried this, and it's not working. The two-state solution is a mirage. It's probably designed to be a mirage. There's going to be a one-state solution that, as much as Israel was created through the British and the UN and the League of Nations, even, etc. Yeah, it's not a blood and soil country. Let's stop pretending that there's any historical accuracy whatsoever to the Bible, to be frank. And then also, let's stop pretending that this is some blood and soil nation that's been there forever.
I mean, I'm with you 100%
hasn't been, so
on
we're
all of this,
forcing
Richard,
you to do this. That's how you have to act. There has to be an end goal, or we're just like spinning our wheels.
Who's
talking
the leader
about,
who does it? Right?
I agree.
Who's the leader?
I mean, well, a couple of things. One, I put the 20-point thing in the tweets that underneath the chat. Richard, I agree with you about the need for a better elite. I just don't agree with conflating that with a different political system. Like, we need a better elite with the current system that we have. And part of the job of the better elite is telling us we need to reform the system. Here is where we need to go. No, we're not going to do it that way. So I
think we will know that we actually have an elite worth a damn when we start having Republicans that start speaking skeptically of Israel. For me, that what we have here is we have an obsession with the form of government rather than the vision of a leader or a group of people that have like a real leaderly vision. Like, you can have as many reform proposals as you want, but if you don't have the power to actually effectuate them, then it's like kind of silly, right? Like what we need is we need somebody who is the man in the arena, the guy, the first mover, right? Like, if FDR were still alive, right, it's unclear that there would be a state of Israel. Like, that's a reality. So the leadership question does matter. And I have a lot of admiration for Joe Biden. I think he's actually like kind of the right man for the times. But I think on the Israel stuff, he just doesn't quite get it. Like, we need a president to just dictate to Netanyahu and to the Israelis, no, this is how it's going to be. If you want our money, if you want our attention, if you want our time, then you're going to have to genuinely reform yourself. And if you're not willing to do it, we will do it for you. Like, we will position an aircraft carrier which will surveil you. We will basically monitor everything you do. And if you don't behave yourself, we will see to it that you are removed in much the same way we saw to it that Saddam Hussein was removed, or Muammar Gaddafi.
Charles, and Richard, I do think like one way I've evolved as well is like populism is garbage, right? And understanding the distinction between serving people and indulging them. I think part of my critique of like the JD Vance and like the smart MAGA folks who are credentialed and embracing Trump style politics is like it doesn't really serve people to LARP as populists. Like it serves them to actually like be elite and serve them.
Look, the issue is I know JD Vance. Like I've had him over at my home and like we've had dinner and whatever. I don't know what JD Vance really believes. The only person that on the Republican side that I have a genuine sense of like what he wants in the world is Matt Gaetz. And, he is playing a very interesting game. I don't agree with, him on Trump or Jack Smith or all these other questions, but like he has a vision of where he wants to take the country. And that is, I think, why he's one of the more powerful people within the Republican Party, because the man with the plan almost always wins eventually. And I think the problem is that the Republican Party right now has no ideas, it has no vision, and it's not really designed to, because it can't really do that. And there's all this kind of like discussion about like what does smart MAGA look like? What are all these these isms? But until you have an actual leader who's like, no, this is what we're doing. This is how we're going to remake the country. There's going to be a before and after. You're just going to get nowhere. And right now, I think the problem is we don't have that person on the right yet in a way that can credibly challenge Biden. And I think this is a real problem for the country, because if there was somebody who was standing up as a Republican leader and is like, no, we don't support the genocide of the Palestinians, Mr. President, that would actually get like better policies. But because we have a Republican Party that's so bought off, so compromised, we can't actually get good Middle East policy because we don't actually have two sides in the debate. We have one side. And that's kind of where we are. And this makes us all not safe. It makes us all, this is not acceptable. And, until such a point as we have a leader or a series of leaders that are willing to be skeptical of the Israelis and aren't afraid of being killed or, losing everything, we're going to get these policies that encourage like mass genocide and encourage, we're in a world in which I think Tom should bring up the Amalek bombs, because I think this is consistent with this. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah, so I saw this picture on Facebook.
Tom, by the way, tracks all of the people, all the Israelis that were involved in the 9/11 stuff, and he keeps tabs on what they're up to on Facebook and
they're pretty public.
They're pretty public, and you just keep tabs on all of them, and you'll send this shit to me, and I always laugh about it, but it's extremely revealing of what's actually going on, and it's very personal, right? It's not like theoretical, but tell everybody what you found, Tom, because I think this is interesting.
Yeah, so one of the guys that was arrested, one of the celebrating or quote unquote dancing Israelis, who's he's in the IDF. He was arrested. He worked for the Urban Moving Systems, Yaron Shmuel. This whole example, this whole thing that we're talking about, not ever holding Israel to account for the things that they've done. And I go on this guy's Facebook today and I go, oh, wow, he's deployed. And he's got a picture of one of the bombs that he's got that he's sending to, that's going to go drop on top of, some Palestinian somewhere, or, like a village or house. And the post, I put it up in the Jumbotron. It's like, we're going to be here long enough until we wipe out Amalek. And that's destroy all of them. That's genocide. And it's just amazing that this is a guy who was probably, most likely was involved with the demolition or the operation of 9/11. It's the one that we have declassified FBI files. It actually, that stuff is real. It's not conspiracy. And since we don't hold them to account, it's like, oh, I can look on Facebook now, 23 years later, and here's the guy bragging about the bombs that he's going to go drop on somebody. It's In the part about the Amalek part, there's a wild like fundamentalist end times like a religion that's over there, which makes up part of that coalition, and I think that it's kind of driving the world to a bad place, and that is part of the problem that we haven't really talked about is the fanatical Christian Zionists that are in the Republican Party, and then you have the same side over like Likud, and then the settlers, and you have that faction, and it's a powder keg. And I mean, it's like those people, like at least that little window into that world, like they definitely want to go kill everybody that's over there. That's for sure.
Let's go to Victor, and then Greg, and then Polly.
All right, I'm gonna head off, so you'll be
Wait, I'm
remiss
not
in your devil's advocate. But
I've
I'll
got
talk to you later.
I thought you were the devil
something for
incarnate.
Richard. I've got something for Richard.
I've read
Listen,
the ADL's commentary, and apparently you're so terrible, but you're at least better than Nick Fuentes, who's a real terrible person.
I think the last time I talked to Richard, he was actually talking about American empire and American hegemony as opposed to another kind. So I'll try to make this quick.
Is this directed towards me, or am I?
Yes. This is for you. This is for you.
Okay.
So
okay, well, I'll stay then.
So I mean, obviously, of course, America did, because the political project of establishing the global order. America did contribute a lot, in the post-war period, but it was always politically anchored in that, like, it was the Marshall Plan in Europe, the occupation land reforms in Japan, the Vietnam War, the Korean Wars, the Cold War, like political supremacy of the free world was always anchored, through American political force. The difference between the American Empire and the British Empire is that the British Empire did not try to tell other governments what to do. It did not tell other European nations how to govern themselves. It pretty much just, let them rule themselves as long as Britain could do its business and continue its trade. Britain actually losing the 13 colonies, it adjusted very well. What we're seeing with the crumbling of American hegemony and American empire is that sort of a refusal to to learn the lesson that it's not about keeping the world stable enough to continue its own business. It's it's still trying to maintain an eroding global position that relies again on political military force. And in doing so, it does not promote a global order. It promotes a global disorder, and there is no global peace. There's a global conflict, and it doesn't advance, civilization. It actually reverts the world back into savagery and barbarism.
Well, look, I might even agree with certain tidbits of what you've just said to the degree that I understood it all, but I think it's just ridiculous to suggest that if America were to go away, that everyone would be, kumbayaing and, engaging in trade and friendship and so on. If there is, things could be a much, much worse. And these two ethnic cleansings that we've seen recently, we could see that on a mass scale around the globe. So I might agree with a little tidbits here and there, but no is the answer.
So you would still
and the breakdown of
encourage,
Pax Americana is going, and it is. I understand there are reasons to believe that it's breaking down, that it is going to be catastrophic, particularly when there's no other world vision that's able to replace it.
Yeah,
and
I would say
the Chinese
America's
don't
role
got
is to sort of,
anything. God help us, the Muslims and their world vision. I don't know. I mean, the Russian world, I mean, the multipolarity, it's like an anti-world vision or something. I think when America goes, I mean, again, I have my really serious criticisms of America, but when it goes down and it's really undermined and trade routes are threatened and etc., I mean, it's going to be really bad. So we are actually better off with Pax Americana. I can't believe I'm saying this. 20 years ago, I would not have said this. 20 years ago, I would have been kind of Ron Pauly about this stuff. But
yeah, you might become more
maybe you kind of rethink these things.
It's why the geopolitical cut is so important, because we have an interest.
I'm glad that you're maturing, Richard. I'm happy to see this.
Well, hopefully I'm not maturing too much. But anyway, I will talk to you guys later, and hail state.
Have a good weekend.
Yes. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now we need somebody else to be the devil. Adam, are you willing to do it? I see Adam's in the group. Adam Green, are you willing to be our devil? We need.
I don't think Adam can do it right now.
Oh, no,
but I would say that anyone who's interested in the deep background and the deep religious and religious supremacist implications of Amalek should go look at Adam's work.
Yeah, the Amalek stuff is disturbing. Like, I thought it was a joke when I first heard about it, but it is deeply disturbing.
And actually, one of the immediate resonance.
They'll join you.
One of the immediate resonances of Amalek, Charles, is, and this I believe is related to what's his name, Gallant, the military guy. Oh, hi, Adam. He was referring to human animals, and Amalek are seen to be sorcerers who can turn into animals. So I actually get the sense that there was a implication there when he's calling the Gazan Palestinians human animals. That's part of Amalek.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you want to wipe somebody out, you have to create a biblical justification. You have to dehumanize them, make them into animals. You have to have a sort of supremacist doctrine. All of that is super important if you want to massacre a bunch of people. You have to make them as less than you as possible.
Yeah, someone actually made a really good point once. They said that whenever an Israeli makes fun of someone or whenever they deem them to be an enemy, what they do is they tend to degrade them in their insults. So typically if you don't like someone, your insults are going to be you're stupid or whatever. But the Israelis say they're animals or they're disgusting, they're filth. And this kind of sheds light into the psyche of your average Israeli. And I'm sure Adam can talk more to this because Adam does a lot.
Well, that's what Charles was just saying. There's this sort of aspect of justification by any means. And Richard Hanania, who's in the space right now, just posted an article today about this, saying the moral case for leveling Gaza or flattening Gaza, something to that effect. So maybe he could enlighten us on the moral case for flattening the Gaza Strip.
Yeah, I'm happy to have the other Richard up. I'm happy to chat with Richard about it. I mean, I think that the problem that the Netanyahu booster crowd doesn't want to address is the Hamas in the room, right? This is a direct result of many years of policy of the Netanyahu world, who was increasingly backing and supporting, this Islamist party. And I think there needs to be some sort of accountability for that. Unfortunately, I think the Israelis will actually deliver it themselves if they would just be allowed to. I'm somewhat encouraged by some of the pushback we're seeing. Yair Lapid refusing to join the government, that kind of thing. It's very encouraging. Let's go to Greg and then Paul.
Wait, can I just weigh in real quickly on that question? I think that this is much more similar to September 11th in Netanyahu than this question of policy blowback. And we, of course, don't have all of the facts around that, but I would suggest that it's not the case that Netanyahu got the U.S. Air Force to allow Al-Qaeda to, blow up the World Trade Center. It's very, very likely, just based on Netanyahu's glee and his body language and the virtual impossibility of the Israeli security stand down, that this was not actually directly and logistically facilitated as such. That's, I just want to say that I think that
What do you mean? Say that simply. Say it simply. What do you mean?
what I mean is that on the ground in Israel, that anybody with military background, and that's a lot of them, know that there's something wrong with the story. And they even have Israeli Air Force pilots basically lying in social media, it looks like, about when Israeli aircraft were in the area and pretending like they were there 40 minutes after the attack got going when they were not. Anybody in that southern Israel region knows what an Israeli airplane or helicopter sounds like and looks like.
Yeah, I think the truth of the matter is that there's going to be a lot of lying about this period, and I think the Israelis just are not putting up with this shit, like hounding, ministers. I mean, when you had the chief propagandist resigning, I mean, things are moving. Things are very fluid over there in Israel, and I think that they just don't tolerate a level of incompetence in their government that we do in ours.
I guess in short, what I'm saying is that Netanyahu actually did the Israel 9/11 just as he very likely helped mastermind the American 9/11 through and through. It doesn't mean that Hamas is not real or didn't do it. They were facilitated to actually do this. And that's why
I agree with this.
This is why we have Ben Shapiro having been placed and built up in this place to some, like, where a guy who basically uses blow torches to make pussies go dry. He's like, threatening the U.S. government with nuclear extortion at this moment. That this is a sort of a sign that this Netanyahu did this whole thing, I'd say.
To what extent do you think, though, that Ben Shapiro is just being desperate?
He is being. I think that it's obvious that this is why my immediate reaction was Netanyahu did this, but he might have bitten off more than he can chew. And that's my sense also from what you're saying about Ben Shapiro. He seems like this is a life or death situation. And I don't think it's actually as like some of the sort of, axis of resistance people really think, that they're really worried about Israel being wiped out. That could happen if it's escalated to a regional war. But my sense that this is actually a life or death political operation that the entire Netanyahu network is running, and that's why Ben Shapiro is so anxious.
I will tell you, like, watching the freak out of Larry Summers and of a number of these people about Harvard, right? There's like this whole anti-Harvard thing that just took place. Like, I think there's like a black lesbian who's now the head of Harvard, which is kind of like funny in its own right. Not that there's anything wrong with that, but I just find it like deeply funny to see a WASP school become what it's become. But it seems to me that, like, what's happening is that the Israeli assets or the Netanyahu assets are freaking out about their own future right now. And they're trying to do crazy things like get people fired or hound them or whatever. All of which is like it's like an exercise in power that doesn't really work anymore. It's like these guys will come into my spaces, they'll like say their piece or their talking points or whatever. We'll make fun of them, and then we'll just have our regular conversation, like that's been going on in the last few days. And I just think that it's just not working anymore. Like their techniques, their tactics, their blackmail, their threats, none of it really has the same staying power that it did like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, or even longer ago. So when I look at that Ben Shapiro video, he seems genuinely worried about his own future in that video. Like I've seen him in real life. Like I know when he's freaked out, and he's clearly freaked out about what's going to happen.
Yeah, I think that I think Ben Shapiro is kind of noticing that Biden could possibly change his tone on the Israel-Palestine conflict, because once this like displacement occurs, you'll have a large crisis on your hands, and I think Biden has enough of a soft spot for the Palestinian people to really do a reversal on all of this pro-Israel like unequivocal rhetoric that he's been doing. Because what we see right now is Israel is turning off the internet. I think it's tonight or sometime soon. It's possible they're going to do a ground invasion over the weekend. We know that weekends are kind of a good time to do things because people aren't really paying attention. They have their own lives to deal with. So, like, I'm just kind of curious is Israel going to have the chutzpah to immediately put in like maybe a military base in Gaza as soon as they clear it out? It's possible that once they kind of clear out Gaza, which is clearly what they're doing. I mean, they're making every effort.
But like, how are they going to actually accomplish that, right? Because there's clearly going to be people there who are going to resist, right?
Yeah.
Who are going to fight them, who are going to kill them, and like, there's lots of weapons there, and like, Israel doesn't have an unlimited number of forces, right? So like, what are they going to do? They're going to dehumanize them and bomb them from the air, because they're not going to actually be able to do a kind of ground war that they anticipate without getting heavy casualties, right?
Yeah, but Charles, I think we're facing a bad cop, good cop kind of situation that we were referring to earlier, that we could even divide between the Republicans and the Democrats, where the Republicans are, Nikki Haley and Lindsey Graham, basically genocide, flatten the Amalek Gaza. And then the Democrats are, no, we can do a safe population transfer, AKA ethnically cleanse the operation under the stick of the threat of total genocide for Gaza. So I think that we're still in the midst of facing the potential, at the very least, this ethnic cleansing thing, because this was always the remnant of the original founding of Israel and the original ethnic cleansing operation and the terrorism under war that, 70% of the Gazan Palestinian population are the descendants of the Palestinians who were originally displaced in the founding of Israel. And so this is what they've always been wanting to do. The, prime minister after prime minister. Now there are a couple little bits of exceptions in soft areas, like a Rabin who maybe wanted to broker an actual potential peace deal in terms of a state or something like that, but he immediately got whacked. And so this is now what they've been planning to do. And this is why, if you see this as September 11th for Israel, what did we get after September 11th? We got the clean break wars. We got this global war on terror by Israel's main patron in the world. And now what we're seeing is the potential wake of Israel's 9/11, which is to finish up the major ethnic cleansing operation that they couldn't do while there's quote unquote peace process going on.
I don't think that Biden has something up his sleeve.
What would it be?
Well, I just kind of feel like maybe he's supporting the clearing out of these people so they're not murdered, for one, and that maybe he's worked with other countries that surround so that they can protect these people and keep them safe. He's made deals with these other countries who probably aren't big fans of Netanyahu either, who he's been blackmailing for God only knows how many decades. So I think there's a lot of people that would like Ben Netanyahu gone, not just people of Israel or America, but other countries that surround that country. And that they all know.
Yeah, it does feel like a 7-nation op against Netanyahu.
That's how I see it. Yeah. And I see that $6 billion being moved to Qatar because Biden has a plan. And that man, what did he say today to the Fox News guy? He said, what are your plans, or what do you think that's going to happen? And he said, death. And that's what he doesn't want, or what do you want to not happen? And he said, death. And that to me was a huge sign that that's what he's going to protect, as many human beings, because we know he's that person. And that's the kind of human being that Joe Biden is.
Yeah, but Dana, the problem with that is that is exactly what I'm saying in terms of what the Democrats, including the leader of the Democrats, Biden, are actually potentially facilitating, like a massive population transfer. And if you actually listen to the Israeli intelligence officer, by the way, that's a major Hasbara mode that's even in the Wexner Iraq War manual written by Frank Luntz, is put a woman spokesperson, preferably with children, as your talker. And she's the one who's the main spokesperson in the big Mario spaces about this. And she's basically saying, we will move them, and then we will see if we can transfer them back or something like that.
Yeah,
so I'm not saying that it's impossible. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm very concerned because what I'm hearing from the what should be the Israeli resistance and what should really be the Israeli 9/11 truth movement that should be moving to rout out this traitor and terrorist Netanyahu right now is they're all saying this is going to happen after the war is done. And that is very, very dangerous, not just to the Palestinians, but in terms of regional conflagration.
And the problem, of course, is what does a war actually look like, right? When it's all said and done.
Well, we can't have him destroy a whole human race.
Well, I mean, the issue is so first of all, many of the people won't actually move, right? Because they know historically.
Well, they need to if we put flyers in there to let them know that we're going to keep them safe. I mean,
no, but what's going to happen is many of them are not going to move because historically.
So they're willing to die?
Yeah, in many cases, these people are willing to die.
Well, what if we have a setup that I don't know.
I mean,
maybe Biden has plans to put our troops on that ground.
I think when people I don't know how many of the people in this space have been to Gaza or the West Bank, but the thing that you learn relatively quickly, going over there, is that there are many, many examples of Palestinians who've left their homes over the years, only to so-called return later and find Israeli families living in their homes, right? So I think that this is an important thing to understand and appreciate.
But don't you see some of these people who were killed and their family members? They're the ones standing up saying that they do not want this war.
You have to understand is that I think that there's lots of people in the Palestinian territories that would rather die in their homes than leave them, and so from family homes that have been in their homes for generations, right? And I don't think there's any getting around that. So I think what Biden is doing first is he's saying, listen, we need to get our people out of Gaza, right? So there's 500 Americans that are there. There's a number. So first he's creating humanitarian corridors to get people out that need to get out. So that's thing one. Then the question then becomes, what do you do with the people who are left? Do you allow it to descend into a war zone? And I think that's where the pressure is going to get ratcheted up. And you see there's an aircraft carrier there now listening to all the Israelis and all the stuff that's going on there. This is not like the USS Liberty where they're going to sink the ship. Good luck sinking an American aircraft carrier, Israel. So that's what's going on right now is that we're gathering intelligence. We're creating corridors to save those who want to be saved and remove them. But just think about it logically. How are you going to actually defeat Hamas, right? We couldn't really defeat Al Qaeda after 20 years of
Well, you can't defeat them when they're supported by the same man who put them there.
Of course.
The people, the regime that put him there, which is the Likud party.
Of course.
The Likud party has done this to how many regimes and how many countries? I mean, think about Lebanon. They're the ones who did this to my family's country. So I get really sick of this man and this party. And
I think what's going to happen just procedurally, though, is they're going to create these corridors. The corridors are going to be a place by which people can get people in and out of the country. And then what they're going to do is they're then going to put pressure on the Israelis not to kill all these people, not to bomb the remaining folks that are there. That will be my sense of what's going to go down.
They need to give us Ben Netanyahu, period.
They're clearly going to the Israeli deep state is clearly going to move against Netanyahu. He's going to be the scapegoat for this whole thing, very obviously. It seems very obvious to me anyway. I don't know if it feels that way to other people, but it seems very just reading the Israeli press, and just talking to Israelis I know, including those who supported Netanyahu in the past, there's just a general attitude that he's fucked up. And I think that that's going to be very hard to come back from.
Yeah, it's 80%. The recent polling of the people, the Israelis who support the Netanyahu regime, are suspicious and angry at him and believe that this is his fault.
Yeah,
because they know the whole world knows he's guilty of everything.
If you look at there's a video of people of this journalist calling out Netanyahu that's trending.
What about Trump? Trump's attacking Netanyahu.
Yeah, I never thought I'd live to see Trump attacking.
That is amazing.
Trump is doing.
Yeah, that's good.
What do you make of that, Adam? I mean, the Trump attack on Netanyahu, it's pretty fascinating to watch.
Well, it's obvious his ego and him trying to get back at Netanyahu for congratulating Biden right away.
What?
After the election.
That's a part of it, but I think it's also, I don't think it's too crazy to assume that Trump doesn't also want to just get rid of Netanyahu too.
I think it's Trump posturing that he's going to be the guy that when he becomes president, he's going to save the world. He's going to save us from war with Russia and Ukraine, and he'll finally finish the job and the Abraham Accords and make some kind of peace deal in the Middle East. I feel like that's where
You think that
Trump is
that's sort of
thinking
his,
with this attack.
that's his
Because
conception?
also remember,
He's calculating
like
that
2 years ago,
Netanyahu's going to go down.
Trump, yeah, exactly, and he's trying to throw him under the bus first to lead the charge. But remember, Trump also said that Netanyahu didn't want peace and that he was a hindrance to the peace process.
Yeah, I do remember him saying that. You're right. I had forgotten about that, but you're right. I do remember that. Yes.
So I think Trump's going to win, and then he's going to. Well, the whole election now is going to be completely focused on Israel and Palestine and who's going to be the best for Israel and who's going to bring peace
I don't think
and
so,
solve
actually. I
Ukraine.
think it'll be a long
Really?
gone story by the time the 2024 election rolls around.
No way. We're already right in the swing of it.
I think the 2024 election is really going to get going once there's a Republican nominee. And I think that Republican nominee is.
We already got the nominee. Are you kidding?
I don't
Trump's the
think
nominee.
I honestly don't think it's going to be Trump because of the charges against Trump. Trump is going to have to cut some kind of deal with the deep state, right, to survive. And it's unclear that he knows what that deal is yet.
He's gotten through everything. He's almost like he's above the law. And the more that they come after him and charge him with things,
and look, I'm a fan.
The more his base supports him, the more he gets attacked. It only boosts his popularity every time.
Look, the question, of course, is what do the voters actually do in the voting booth, right? Because we know what the polls are. We don't necessarily know what the voting is. And then I think the big question is, do the Republicans get a Speaker of the House for the next year and a half? Do they have that person who's a super Trump loyalist, or is it somebody who's more independently minded? If it's more independently minded, I think we're beginning to see the end of Trump.
Why don't anybody? Why is it that none of the Trump supporters see who he pardoned? I mean, if you go look at that, every president tells a story of who they support, and if you'd please just go look up who he pardoned.
You're 100% right. I mean, I posted this today about all the Chabadniks that he pardoned, and now one of them is going to be retried. Yeah,
and Menendez guy.
Wall Street Journal did an article about all the Chabad-connected people that they'd use with the front group to lobby for these pardons.
Yeah, the Alefi group or whatever it is, Alefi.
Yeah, that's the name of it, right? And then the ADL complained, and then they pulled the article down. Yeah. I think it was Wall Street Journal. Also, I wanted to chime in about we were talking about Biden having a plan or something. I mean, this guy doesn't have any plans, no way. And the way that he almost tried to stumbled over confirming and trying to verify the decapitated babies.
I don't read that at all that way, Adam. And I actually spoke to some people in the White House about this. He was deliberately trying to highlight that video so that people the fakeness of the video so that people would be forced to comment on it. So what was happening is that they were trying to establish that the videos were real. And so what he did was by mentioning it, he then had his own government turn around and say, oh, the president hadn't actually seen it. It was actually from Netanyahu. So what he did was he linked Netanyahu with the videos and the effort to push that propaganda.
Well, that would be a good 3D chess move if that's true.
No, I mean, if you look at what happened, it's clearly our own media is not running with the baby stuff. It's only the Zog compromised media that's doing it.
Well, CNN did it, but then walked it back a lot.
CNN was forced to walk it back, as was CBS, which are both Zog properties. It's interesting, isn't it, that Fox actually didn't run with the babies thing. I found that very interesting.
So that's Chinese backed. So that says what?
Well, there you go.
China
right?
in line because they support Palestinians.
That's clearly the wild card in this whole situation is what do the Chinese do?
That's right.
That's the wild card.
That's correct.
I think the evidence is that the Chinese are going to use their proxies of Iran and Saudi as basically a way of undermining the Israelis.
And they own 10%, right, of Ukraine?
What's interesting here is that we talked about this earlier of 7 different countries all have a reason to get rid of Netanyahu. It's like murder on the Orient Express, right? Each player has an incentive to get rid of him, but each player has an incentive to have the others get rid of him for them,
right?
But it's not just Netanyahu; it's the whole Likud party. So what happens to
No,
that
because
party?
because the Likud party over the last bit has been centralized so much, right? So it's basically a dictatorship. Like Israel is like de facto a dictatorship right now.
Right.
And because it's all been centered, and because of the way they've structured their country, the power has all been centralized around this one dude. So the second you take him down in whatever way, that basically creates a whole new Israel, like very quickly. And I think that is something that I think that people don't really appreciate. So like the deal on Netanyahu in the last election is that yes, he's corrupt, yes, he's a son of a bitch, but he kept us safe, and he keeps us safe. And now that's not true, right? He's corrupt and everybody's not safe. And I think that that's going to be the thing that's ultimately going to do him in internal Israeli politics. Let's go to Polly though, real quick. We haven't heard from her in a while. Go ahead, Polly. If you're there, Polly.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I walk away from my phone for a second. Yeah, I think kind of going back to what Dana was asking about the whole, will the Palestinians leave Gaza? I have not been to Gaza. I've been right outside of it in Israel, but these people don't have much of a life there. And their faith is, just say, if you believe that heaven and paradise is going to come to you after you die, and you've had such a shitty life, it's not scary. I mean, it's scary, but I think that's a big part of why these people are willing to, some of them are willing to hunker down. But I'm hoping that, like you said, like Dana said, there's some plan of getting the people out of there, because, Israelis shouldn't be killed because of what Netanyahu does, but Palestinians shouldn't be slaughtered. Basically, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. They should not be slaughtered because of what Hamas did. And yeah, I guess that was my point, basically.
Yeah, my guess is that just procedurally, my guess is that there's going to be a lot of people that just refuse to leave, and that's just going to be how it's going to be.
Well, he created every one of these regimes. I mean,
Yeah.
why hasn't there been a conversation about that? That's really bothered
I
me a
do think
lot.
it is interesting, right? That like we had a media that basically blamed Bush for 9/11, and yet we have a media that blames Biden for like what happened here. And it's like, no, Netanyahu is the actor. Like he's the one who like backed Hamas. He's the one who set all this stuff in motion.
Hezbollah,
The Hezbollah connections, all of that. Yeah, I mean it is worth pointing out.
ISIS,
We controlled the flames, right? The height of the flames. That's
Boko
one of his
Haram.
phrases. Yeah, I mean pretty much every one of these terrorist
That's right,
organizations.
and no one will talk about it.
Yeah, it's you're right. It is kind of like the weird like fifth column of all, or the weird like third rail of all this.
And what do those regimes do? They rise up in their parliaments in each country so they can take over those countries and then basically destroy them within. That is what he's been doing in every country with the immigrants and pushing everybody out. And this has gone on and destroyed many countries and harmed many people. And it's just time for him to go. I don't understand why someone has not taken him out. Just my opinion. Sorry.
I would point out too that it's not just because of the desperation of the Palestinians' lives in Gaza. That may be sort of build up the reserve for why they would be willing to stay and potentially get murdered. But I think we underestimate this, the original Nakba here in terms of the ethnic cleansing of their families from these are, many, many generations back that their families were living in what has now become Israel, quote unquote, proper. And just imagine from American perspective where most all of us, even like Charles, like who goes back, whose family goes back to the beginnings of the country. That's probably not even as long as some of the Palestinians' families have been living in those areas when they originally got ethnically cleansed in terms of the state of Israel. So even like people living in California now, if they were forced under threat of carpet bombing to move to Mexico and then we'll let you come back at some point, there'd be a lot of people that would stand their ground. And these roots are even deeper there, and the cultural roots. And even if you just think about the ages of the olive groves and how old those are and what those roots, literally represent, there, I think it's important not to undermine the actual, dignity of the Palestinian people in Gaza and their, willingness to stand on the last little remnant of their land there.
I think you're right when you're talking about them standing on their land, but the reality is, Charles, in all respect to anybody that speaks in these spaces, particularly during this, time and this subject matter, because it's brutal. But the reality is that the Palestinians, it's not like they have the option to really leave. And they go, oh, well, they have a border with Egypt. Egypt can accept them. I don't know whether you've ever been to Egypt, but I have a number of times, and I've never seen poverty like I've seen in Egypt. So let me just tell you something.
For sure.
No, 1.5 million refugees coming into Egypt collapses that country. It's not like they can just go, oh, yeah, come on in here willy-nilly. That's all bullshit. This is all a lie and complete manipulation and propaganda of the people. It's amazing to me that people don't understand exactly what it is. I mean, I posted a video of, trapping hogs in a trap with 2 gates. It's the same damn thing for Gaza. I'm a Jew, so nobody can call me an anti-Semite. It's like you can call me, oh, I'm a self-hating Jew or whatever the hell you want to call me.
We have a few of those in this space right now.
No, there is no self-hating Jews here. Let me tell you something. There's only people that talk the truth and speak the truth. It's crazy to me that you don't understand where these Ashkenazis, Khazars come from. You have no idea of the history of them. You have no idea who you're following.
Oh, no, I'm with you 100% on the Khazarian theory. I talked about the 13th.
It ain't a theory, brother. That's the problem. It's not a theory.
I'm with you. I understand the 13th tribe and all the rest of it.
Khazar theory is disinfo, guys. The 13th tribe was written by Arthur Kessler, who worked for top Zionist Jabotinsky.
100%. This is all scripted. That's why it's called scripture. You understand?
Well, no, Kurtzler's more interesting than that. Kurtzler was actually a British spy. So
I understand that as well, but what I'm saying is
stuff.
We've got a lot of manipulation going on that we're obviously observing right now.
It's important to understand, though, the genetic roots of this, right? Which is that many of the people who live in modern Israel are in fact Russians and Ukrainians. They're not actually Ashkenazi.
My understanding is that Ashkenazi share a lot of DNA with Sephardic and other people from the Levant area.
No,
and
not Mizrahi, not Mizrahi. Sephardic, yes, but not Mizrahi.
Okay, well, I'm not sure about the connection to them as well, but the whole that they're the Khazarians and they've stole their identity and they're just pretending to be Jews to use their chosen. I mean, I think it's all just a distraction and a conspiracy that serves nothing more than to take the focus on what is actually the root cause of this conflict, and that is their Judaism and the Torah and their prophecies.
Yeah, I agree. It's like a diversion. You get this a lot. Whenever there's some sort of conflict, there's always this diversion of like, we're not at fault, it's some other group. So these people within us are not actually us. It's that kind of distortion going on there. But to bring it back to the Palestinian thing, I mean, the scary thing is that, Israel does not want governship over Gaza. If you think about it, because what does that mean to govern over a people? It means you integrate them into Israel. Does Israel want 2 million Palestinians to have freedom of roam around Israel? Of course not. So, and Egypt, like was already mentioned, is definitely not going to take Palestinians. It's just too many, and I think they've already expressed that they just can't handle it. So, unfortunately, that leaves us with the question of where do they go? Because America and the UN can swoop in and take them as refugees, possibly. I mean, that's definitely a possibility that I haven't heard yet. But it seems like that's the logical.
How about they stay on their own land? How about that?
Well, here's the thing: is that right now we have the unequivocal support from like pretty much every Western nation supporting Israel doing missile strikes on Palestine. So we can talk hypothetically and say, like, how about they just stay there? But the working thing that's going on right now is that they're being driven out by force. I mean, I really do think that the atrocity propaganda was the first limb of propaganda that was intended to allow the strikes on Palestine, the missile strikes. And when that didn't work, you see this new type of propaganda, which is this, like was already mentioned, like an extortion by like Ben Shapiro, which is like, you have to support us or shit's going to get nuclear. And then it's going to involve everyone. So you have to do exactly what we say, and you have to be in lockstep with Israel. Otherwise, the whole world is going to be dragged into something terrible. So this is like their new thing that's going on. And this is all meant to form the idea that there needs to be unequivocal support for Israel. And it's worked. It has worked. I mean, every single leader has come out saying, whatever Israel does, do it. There's rabbis that are coming out publicly saying, give them no limitations, let them do what they need to do. The army can just come in and strike, or if they need to do a ground invasion, just let it happen, whatever they need to do. So the reality is that there currently is an ethnic cleansing going on. I think Charles is right. A lot of them are going to stay because they're ultimately, they believe that not just Gaza, but the entirety of Israel is theirs, the historic Palestine. So a lot of them are just going to be ruthless, and they're just going to say, okay, I'm just going to stay here. And if a missile strikes my family, then so be it, because death is better than retreating and just giving up. Okay, because that's how a lot of them see that. A lot of them do actually see retreating and doing what Israel wants is giving up, because a lot of them are savvy to what's going on here. A lot of us in the West, we kind of look at this and we don't fully understand, but the Palestinians are very savvy. They know exactly what's going on. They know that the ultimate goal is displacement. The ultimate goal is not that Hamas gets removed and replaced with the Israeli government. That is not what Israel wants. And that's why Charles has mentioned before, which is 100% correct, that Bibi Netanyahu has funded Hamas. He's talked about how Hamas is an important aspect of the Israeli-Palestine dynamic. And anyone with any common sense who's looked at this for more than 5 minutes can tell that there's a dynamic going on that's extremely beneficial to Israel.
You can't be a victim forever without Hamas. That's why they fund them.
Absolutely, yes, that's 100% correct.
So what's the conversation about? I mean, we know what's happened. This is like 9/11. It's US 9/11. It's all bullshit. It's a lie. It's a joke. It's amazing to watch this. I can't believe this is even really an in-depth conversation sometimes.
We need like a hashtag to put pressure on big accounts and possibly the media, like hashtag BB funded Hamas or something like that.
Yeah,
because these hashtags have been working pretty recently.
That's what I mean. This is a campaign the likes I've never seen. I've never seen propaganda at the level that we're seeing right now. And this is something that we all of us right here, everybody listening, I know Adam's here. There's a lot of people that don't necessarily agree all the time, but what we do agree on is we know who the enemy is. We know who these lying sacks of shit are.
Well, and it's amazing how so many people who have, still talk about the Holocaust and the rounding up of Jews and removing them from places where they live and have lived for a long time, that are totally fine with maybe not killing the Palestinians, but rounding them up and making them leave. It's like, what's the difference here, people?
Polly, let me say something to everybody right here. The word Holocaust in Hebrew, I'm a Jew, okay? The word Holocaust means burnt offering.
It's not even Hebrew. It's
who
Greek.
Calls it? I know, but
the Jewish word is Shoah for suffering.
Yes.
All right, we're not doing the Holocaust stuff. That guy's a little Hasbarist. It's okay, but relax.
Okay. Trying to get into the Holocaust. I'm just saying, like, it's there's a double standard.
No, I mean there is a double standard, but
And Polly's correct though. That's one of the crucial things right now is that this uncloaking of the bloodthirsty supremacism of the official Jewish state is really coming into clear view for people who really avoided it for a long time right now.
I personally think it's great. Like having people see this now is actually like there's a lot of people who've like contacted me lately and been like, you were correct about a lot of these subjects. And it's like, yes, I was. Like, I don't know if you've had this experience, Jeremy, but there are people who are waking up on this stuff.
So are we going to just all celebrate once they're off that thing? And then what are they going to do? Go clean up the rubble of what they destroyed and start building their whole new Israel expansion on the Gaza Strip?
I think you're exactly right. That's going to be their excuse for laying claim to the land.
But that's going to look like shit to the world. That's not going to lay good with people, I don't think.
Well, right now they're literally sending missiles ad infinitum, and that's clearly fine. A lot of people are looking past that. So cleaning up rubble seems like a lot less of an issue for them than missile strikes. I really do believe that is going to be their plan. They're going to swoop in as fast as they can once they feel like Hamas is effectively driven out, and then they're going to be the ones who say, okay, we'll take in charge of the cleanup process and the rebuilding, but we have full control, and we need international support to say that this is new Israeli
one
territory.
of the things that we aren't talking about is the fact that we don't have a Speaker of the House, and there's nobody that's doing a budget right now, and they need money. So I think that's also part of this plan, and I think it's working out pretty good on Biden's side. So I see it differently than some of you in here. I understand what y'all are saying. I totally respect what you're saying. But I just feel like there's something bigger here, that it's finally something is about to happen that hasn't happened, that's needed to happen for a long time. That's how I see it.
Yeah, I'm actually cautiously optimistic too about it, I must say. I do think there's going to be a lot of dead people in Palestine.
There already is.
But yeah, that's like par for the course, right? There's been.
They're not going to have warm and fuzzy feelings toward Biden if there's a bunch of them get killed and get.
Yeah, but they don't. Functionally, they don't matter, right? Unfortunately, right?
There's plenty of videos of Palestinian toddlers being carried lifeless through the streets.
Without heads.
Yeah, like it's.
No, look, all of that is true, right? But the reality is that, and obviously the numbers are what the numbers are. There was, in 2018, there was 31,000 Palestinians killed, right? And there's probably going to be at least that number this time around. So, but again, this is out of a population of 2.2 million, right? So, like, the reality, this is very harsh to say, but the reality is that what matters most for U.S. security is the removal of Bibi as PM.
100%.
And that is clearly what President Biden is focused on.
100%.
And the corridor here, look, we have 500 Americans that are right now in Gaza, right? And President Biden is instructing all of his people to talk to them or to talk to their family members. And so he is treating it as if they're all coming out. Like, he's treating it like, what he's treating it like? He's treating it like Jimmy Carter tried to treat the hostages.
100%.
And how did that work out? That basically
that didn't work out.
They lived.
They did, but then they successfully installed, the Bush CIA guys
because
basically installed Khomeini.
Yeah, but that's right.
Well,
and that's
Khomeini
what
was
you're saying
installed
fair,
for
but
a while.
that's not what Jimmy Carter could do. He had to do it in a secret way.
Your obligation when you're president of the United States is to protect American assets and lives.
100%.
And that's your responsibility. And my heart goes out to the Palestinians, right? But that's not the commander-in-chief's first responsibility.
But if this whole question of the U.S. relationship to quote unquote Israel is probably the biggest national security issue of the 21st century at the very least.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with any of that. And he moved an aircraft carrier there, which has all kinds of listening equipment on it, right? Obviously they're listening to everything Netanyahu's doing. Obviously Yair Lapid got the order or made the decision in consultation with the Biden people to not join the government. Right. So there's a lot of things going on very obviously behind the scenes.
Yes.
And it seems pretty obvious to me anyway that the first thing that Biden wants to do is he doesn't want any more dead Americans.
Correct.
And that is what he's chosen to invest his political capital on. He may rightly conclude that getting rid of Netanyahu can come later. Right. And I think ultimately the Israelis will do it themselves, and he's probably hoping that they do it
That's
themselves.
who has to do it, period.
But then that suggests a successful ethnic cleansing operation, very likely in Gaza, and
True.
basically the death of the
I don't
actual
believe
resolution of the
I don't
original
believe
Israeli sin.
I don't believe that there's going to be a ground war in Gaza.
Because they need that money, that the budget's not going to be there because they don't have a House Speaker yet, and that's what
They're
Joaquin.
not going
That's
to
what the
get.
Democrats
They're
can
not going to
hold.
get their package that they want from the.
That's right.
They're
That's
not going
right.
to get the package,
Because the
particularly
Democrats have that power.
if it's Emmer. They're not going to get it.
Well, they can't get
You
Emmer without the Democrats making some
you think
kind of
that there's just
deal.
going to? Do you think that there's just going to be this go around? It's just going to keep going on and on and on until someone finally.
I think what's
Because
going
the
to
whole
happen
thing.
is they're going to use the Air Force to bomb people, but
Oh,
that's not going to be sufficient to the military objectives. So what's going to happen is there's going to be a lot of dead Palestinians, but it's not
God.
going to be a door-to-door fight like that people talk about with the ground war. It's just not going to
Why
happen.
do there have to be dead Palestinians? I don't understand this.
There's going to be a lot of them because the Air Force there, wants to. That's the plan. Is that the Air Force wants to? The Air
That's
Force.
a terrible plan.
Well,
Well,
that's
of
what.
course, the actual a real national security president, and I know this sounds outrageous, but just in the optimum situation would be that those U.S. vessels would basically be the leading edge of threatening a drone strike on Netanyahu, unless this entire situation is resolved and basically get
No,
people to sit
but
at a table.
if you have an aircraft carrier there, you can do a no-fly zone, right? Like there's a lot of things you can do if you have an aircraft carrier in the region. So I think what I would say is I would give Biden a week to see what he actually does. And right now there's a lot of rhetoric, there's a lot of talking. The obligation is still to get the 500 Americans out, right?
They're rolling around bombing Gaza right now, aren't they? They've been
Yeah.
doing that. Like,
Yes.
that's the thing that nobody's talking about is while we're wondering if there's going to be a ground invasion,
They're already
they're
doing it.
they're absolutely leveling it right now.
Yep, they are.
And we're basically like jerking them off as the United States and like making sure we don't hurt their little feelings, and we're totally respectful and don't use the wrong words, so that we can just lick their boots and like fluff them right out there to go do what they're going to do anyway. I mean, like, I got to be honest, we're totally cucking to them again. And like, we're going out of our way to like set the table. So it's like, okay, we're blocking the door so nobody can come in and intervene. Now go kill everybody you want to, you fucking psychos. It's crazy.
And I agree with you, Charles, that it makes on the surface, and I believe this is true, that Biden immediate desire is to get Americans out of Gaza. But the problem is that he's dealing with the guy who very likely masterminded 9/11 and blew up the World Trade Center and killed thousands of Americans, and very likely did the Israeli 9/11. And the problem is that they're dealing on with a Hannibal directive on methamphetamines in terms of Netanyahu sees even the American hostages as a danger to the Israeli state.
You and I agree on this, obviously, and I actually think Biden agrees with us as well. I mean, you saw him when you asked him that question, right? I mean,
True.
like he obviously knows the score of Netanyahu. Like we have many examples of him talking shit about him privately and even publicly, crossing himself in front of him, right? I mean, these are real things. Like, so the question then becomes, what do you do if you're commander in chief, right? What
Well,
do you do if
also
you're
the question is
what do
like,
you do
what
if
does
you're Joe Biden right now, right? Like it's very unclear that like he's doing anything other than what should be the optimal strategy. Now, my view, of course, and I said this to Biden's people at the time, is that they should declassify everything about 9/11 and Israeli involvement and Netanyahu involvement. They said in exchange, they said, "What if we did JFK?" And so they did some of the JFK stuff, which confirmed the Israeli involvement in the assassination of JFK.
What's the guy's name? Efron.
Yeah, Reuben Efron. So, and like you can see all the shit I wrote about him over at my Substack, but like the evidence is very clear that like they're going there over time, right? They're rolling back a lot of these Likud operatives. Now, it's not happening. Excuse me. It's not happening anywhere near the speed it needs to, but it is happening. Go ahead, Spiro.
Thanks.
Welcome, by the way.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for bringing me up. I appreciate it. Just a couple points that I'd like to address here is that, I mean, okay, when we're talking about Biden doing this and Biden doing that, I think it's pretty apparent to everybody who's paying attention that Biden isn't doing shit. Like he has no idea where he is or what he's doing or anything like that. He is
No, I don't
nothing
think
merely
that's
than a
true,
puppet.
actually. No, I don't think that's true. I mean, I was there I went to the White House 7 weeks ago.
Okay.
And, I spoke to the president.
Oh.
And I can tell you that I think he plays up the senile old man thing. And I think he deliberately uses these meandering speeches that he does to be intentionally vague.
Really? So he's playing dumb on purpose and like falls down and shit on purpose to look
I think
weak?
I mean, I think his body is genuinely shit because he's 80 years old. But
This is like QAnon for Biden.
No, it's not QAnon for Biden.
I'm just kidding. It's just a joke.
No, I'm telling you,
you said he was doing 3D chess when I said he mentioned he was also crucial to lying us into the war in Iraq. Head of the committee that covered up that weapons of mass destruction weren't there, and was one of the top American politicians to get us in
Biden
that.
was the one who actually made a big deal about those people not being there, right?
It's just interesting to see somebody defending Biden.
No, this is important to understand. This is very important. These are very important details to understand. So Biden, first and foremost, was opposed to the war in Libya. He was the only member of the Obama cabinet to oppose it. Biden was also opposed to toppling Hosni Mubarak. He said as much. He was one of 2 members of the Obama cabinet to be opposed to it. So there's a lot more.
But Biden also brags about writing the blueprint for the Patriot Act. That was like the worst shit ever against Americans here.
There's a lot of us who believe that the Patriot Act wasn't necessarily a bad thing.
I do. I think that the Patriot Act was horrible against the American people and our liberties, our civil liberties. Absolutely, 100%. And it was justified under an emergency. A weapons of mass destruction.
Yeah,
they're gonna destroy the world. We gotta
do this. The work of Chertoff.
And let me just say that there's one specific example of like maybe one of the most serious 9/11 and Iraq War whistleblowers from the actual American intelligence community, Susan Lindauer, who basically was trying to both stop the Iraq War on the back channel to the Iraqis and had everything that the CIA wanted from Iraq already on the table, including massive economic production and the Iraqis buying lots of American cars and all of that. And they anticipated something like 9/11 that included a combination of airplanes and massive bombs, even nuclear in terms of that. And then she even warned her cousin, Andrew Card, the infamous guy who whispered in Bush's ear on 9/11 in the classroom. And she was ultimately railroaded by, the Bush administration under the Patriot Act and never got a trial and was put on a military base. So I'm just saying there's an example of an actual potential 9/11 whistleblower where the Patriot Act was used and abused to silence what could have helped crack open the case when we really needed it.
And no doubt that the Patriot Act was taken advantage of by the Israelis and by their allies like Chertoff and others.
And by the Americans as well. The American police state and surveillance state was expanded exponentially out of the ashes of that manufactured crisis. And here we are. We just went through a manufactured crisis with COVID-1984. And here we are again. And wouldn't you know it, this, in my view, this exact scenario furthers the ultimate globalist agenda, which is the World Economic Forum agenda, the United Nations agenda, and
I think that goes too far. I mean, look, we don't. So you're welcome to join the space, right? But we don't really do.
Thank you. If I could just finish, I mean, my point instead of being interrupted. I mean, I'd appreciate it, but I mean, you're just going to silence me and shut me down.
No, I'm not going to silence you. It's just, no, not at all. But what I'm going to say to you is that there's standards of behavior in this space.
Oh, my behavior. Okay. Sorry for my behavior.
Okay, well, now you're being sarcastic. Okay, goodbye. Kick. By the way, I have nothing against people coming into these spaces, but if you do the usual like seminar stuff of like World Economic Forum, whatever, first of all, we're going to challenge you on those things. And like the reality is that the Patriot Act was actually something that was first designed in the 1990s, and it ended up being re-implemented and re-edited by the Israelis after 9/11. And that led to all kinds of interesting things being sort of shoehorned in there by people like Michael Chertoff, who is, of course, a dual citizen of Israel. This is important to understand. Like getting the history correct, you have to know who the right people are to be upset with. It's not enough to dislike the policy. You have to know why the policy was created, who created it, and why they created it. Those are all key details. So, and of course, there's a lot more research that goes on these things. So, for instance, we've talked a lot in these spaces in the past about the ways in which satellite data was manipulated, and it was manipulated to basically get us to lie us into the war in Iraq, and that was done. That intelligence was largely given to us by who? By Israeli satellite providers. So, not enough to just say the globalists. We need to be specific about who pushed which policies and why. These are important details. They can't be glossed over. Okay? Now, in terms of the Biden stuff, I do think Adam is right that there is a tendency, unfortunately, to kind of see, Biden doing the 3D chess thing. It is true, though, that Biden has been in public life since he was in his 20s, right? He's now in his 80s. That's a long time to be doing anything, right? So what's interesting to note, just like I could tell you as somebody who like spoke with the president, saw the president 7 weeks ago, at least right before I left for Turkey, so whatever that was in July, I could tell you that like the man is very much awake, like he's very much there. Now he's old as fuck, like I'm not going to deny that for a second because we all have eyes, but he listened, he asked questions, he was very engaged in the room. Now he may have good days and bad days, I don't know, I can just speak to what I personally saw. And he was on the topic that I was discussing with him. He was extremely engaged. Now, it is true that his report, his health report that's come out, says that he's arthritic in his body, as you would expect any 8-year-old to be. So I think that there's a lot more going on with Biden than we really appreciate. And we know that Biden has a history of hating Netanyahu. He said that he disagrees with everything he stands for. He blamed Netanyahu for the Stuxnet virus getting out. He's blamed Netanyahu for hacking his son Hunter and exfiltrating all the data from that. So there's a lot of stuff going on with Biden that's like much more interesting than I think people really appreciate.
Hey, Charles, I was just joking about the Q thing, by the way. I think this is actually interesting because Obama wrote in his memoir that complaining about Bibi and his power and the power of the lobbies. So Biden has to know. And also, I was wondering also, is there a theory?
Interesting thing to me about the Biden White House, the thing that I didn't really appreciate and that I really learned just living here in Northern Virginia is how many of the Biden people really, really hate the Obama people. Like, it's not.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they hate them even more than they hate the moderate Republicans. So that was something I wasn't prepared for. And
what do you think of the cross that Biden did when Netanyahu said that he's known him for decades when they had to sit down?
Yeah, he hates him. Like, I know this because I've talked to his advisors about it, and he thinks that Netanyahu is one of the most dangerous people in the world. And so I think that there's a lot going on there. And I think that he was deliberately restricting, because, Netanyahu's whole raison d'etre, his whole argument for why he should get back into power is because he's good at maneuvering America, right? And so if the president is routinely saying like, "Hey man, I can't have you in this, can't have you, visiting me in the White House, so I can't." What he was doing is he was undercutting, all of the arguments that Netanyahu was making for himself within the political context. Now, it's no secret that Yair Lapid is the proxy for the U.S. and the British. And the Yair Lapid was the former PM, obviously. And so that's what they want to do, is they want to restore Yair Lapid. That's like the U.S. deep state interest.
And Charles, will you talk about how Yair Lapid is the guy interviewing the celebrating Israelis, including Yar and Shmuel being there, the guy riding Amalek on the bombs?
Yeah, what he did rather interestingly, so it's a crime
to put somebody on camera who is Mossad, right, in Israel. Like, you can't do it. It's a crime. And people have gone and they've been fined and in some cases even jailed over doing it as TV broadcasters. And Yair Lapid deliberately did that after he was interviewing them. And I wrote this piece about it, about Yair Lapid, which I think people should read at my Substack. If they're curious about it, they should just search Yair Lapid. It's YAIR space LAPID. And so Yair Lapid was clearly some kind of British trained. He was basically like the Stephen Colbert of his day, maybe even more like a talk show host. He'd be kind of like the Larry King, sort of not quite an equivalent, but and so he interviewed the dancing Israelis, and you can actually watch that video now. It's on YouTube. Like, you can watch Yair Lapid interview them.
And that's where we get that phrase, "We were there to document the event."
Yes, that's from that interview. That's right. So I think it's a pretty interesting kind of question about like all these kind of deep politics of what's going on. The history here is, I think, very useful. And it's a very subtle history because, just as you say, Adam, like, Obama basically laid out that he was afraid of the lobby, the Israel lobby. And I think he had good reason to be afraid of them because I think Obama faked a lot of things about his pedigree and his life. And I think that the Israelis knew that and were using it to leverage him in all kinds of ways. And Obama, first and foremost, is about Obama. And Obama's whole brand and narcissism, I think, was a real danger to the United States because he didn't want to admit the truth, which is that who his real father was, and that he was a closet homosexual for most of his life.
And I would say with Obama, there was basically a soft compromise threat and then a hard compromise threat. And the soft compromise threat being all of those things that you're talking about, the questions of background and orientation.
I mean, Tony Rezko, right, who was a big early political backer of his. Tony Rezko, who was an Iraqi, he was an Iraqi that was friendly with a lot of Israeli intelligence. And then you look at, like, who was Obama's cabinet, right? Who did he have as his, who did he have in various key positions? One of the key people he had was Rahm Emanuel as his chief of staff.
Yep.
So, like, that kind of speaks for itself, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And who was actually very likely directly involved in the Chicago bathhouse scenes with Obama.
Without question, he was. Yeah.
And so the Israelis basically had someone with the sort of soft compromise power on Obama right next to him during the first years of his presidency. But the hard power.
By the way, I've come to believe, for what it's worth, on the Obama, you can get into the hard compromise thing in a second. But I've come to believe that the thing that the Israelis did that was so genius in dealing with Obama is, I think Obama actually wanted to be compromised by them so that he could be advanced up through Chicago politics. And I think that this is one of the things, in much the same way that I think Bill Clinton knew that what was going on with Jeffrey Epstein and deliberately fucked some of the women that Jeffrey Epstein provided him as a way of basically dirtying himself up so that the network around Epstein would advance his political career.
That makes a lot of sense in terms of, it looks like Obama's actual deep family background is CIA. And then it does look like he dips himself, basically sheep dips himself, as you're talking about too, of accepting the compromat from really the super mob, right? The sort of the hardcore origins of the Jewish mob in the United States in terms of Chicago, that then become like the Pritzkers and all of the families that have their names across the colleges across America and start Las Vegas and all of that. And then it does look like, when you see someone like Rahm Emanuel being replaced, and there's a whole sort of first Obama and then a second Obama where it looks like there's some aspect of the American security state that recaptures him at the end, and yet he's still a compromised asset.
I think that's his second term, right? And I think that's Joe Biden going publicly forward to be okay with gay marriage, right? I think that's all of a piece. And the piece is, like, Obama's probably a queer. And let's basically take this issue away from the Israelis. That's my theory of the case. And by the way, I talked with Ben Shapiro back when I worked for Breitbart about the birth certificate and all of this stuff, the Born in Kenya brochure, all of that stuff. And Ben was up on all of this stuff. he acts like it was like some crazy thing that, Donald Trump was talking about, the birth certificate or whatever. But Ben was following it and tracking it just as all the Israelis were at the time.
Jerome Corsi he wrote a book on that and was one of the big pushers as well.
Yeah, Jerome Corsi was pushing the born in Africa hypothesis. But I think that what that was designed to do, the born in Africa stuff, was it was designed, see, like, if you have blackmail on somebody and you just publish it, it loses its power. So what you do is you hint around it. So like with Matt Gaetz, what the Israelis would do is they'd talk about him being, gay and a cokehead, when in fact he was a pussy hound who liked weed, right? So typically what they do is they hint around it. So like with Michael, when they talk about Michael Obama, right, they're hinting at the marriage being fake. They don't really believe that Michelle's a tranny, right? That's kind of how it works. That's the game they play. So they use it, they brush out these talking points to basically rattle the person, right? To basically be like, hey, we know what's really going on here, to send a message, basically. That's typically the way it works. So with Obama and the birth certificate stuff, the reality is that he's Frank Marshall Davis's kid. Everybody kind of knows this,
And this is where we disagree. Here's my sort of sense of the case, is that both of the claims about where Obama was born or
it's sort
who
of
his
irrelevant.
father.
It's sort of irrelevant
Yeah,
at a high
no,
level.
I know, but
What's
can I brief?
interesting is that his real father is not the Kenyan, right?
Yes,
Like
we agree on that.
Yeah.
My theory
So,
of the case is that Obama's father is a Kansas African American man named James T. Parks, as asserted by his second cousin. And your theory of the case is, I believe, is the other Israeli propaganda piece by Joel Gilbert. That it's
no, so I think Joel was inadvertently correct. That's my theory of it. So
well, we're agreed on there's a deception about the origins of Obama that was used as part of the soft power compromise over him.
yeah. Now,
But it's very
what's the hard compromise? Because I think
okay, the hard compromise is that he was very likely threatened with death squads, that Cheney was still running. We saw the Israelis openly threaten assassination out of the Atlanta Constitution, basically against Obama. So I imagine that there was a hard threat of, do you want you and your family to be killed? And he decided to not go along with any of this compromise and be compromised. And then ultimately, this is where the Israel question comes in, is at the end, it does look like he was wanted to make some kind of, settle the Israel-Palestine question. And this is very interesting in Netanyahu's autobiography, where Netanyahu basically directly implies that he had Putin help him to solve that matter, basically, and then Obama takes it off the table. And we don't know exactly how that was resolved or what the compromise or politics of all that were, but Netanyahu basically tells on himself.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think that's basically correct. I would just note that he moves. So he asked for two things being removed from his biography that David Garrow is writing, and those two things are any mention of Frank Marshall Davis and any mention of his sexuality. So those two things being asked to be removed from your biographer, that's kind of a tell that you don't want that getting out.
Hey Chuck, I apologize if I missed earlier in the space, but the Ben Shapiro and Mossad stuff, it's amazing that just your one tweet, and now everybody on my timeline today is just calling him Mossad agent Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, I don't think he's Mossad, by the way. I think he's actually probably Israeli military intelligence, kind of like what Netanyahu's unit was, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I just want to point out that everybody, as opposed to 9/11, when what we got the message about what 9/11 meant while, bodies were still burning in the bombed out pits, we got Netanyahu in the New York Times the next day calling it very good in terms of generating sympathy for Israel. And then we have Ehud Barak on British television basically talking about the war on terror, the global war on terror, where all of these Western countries are going to have troops on the ground in Muslim countries around the world. This time in Israel's 9/11, we have Naftali Bennett, right, and Netanyahu. All three of these guys, Barak, Bennett, and Netanyahu, were Sayeret Matkal, one of the two key Israeli special forces that don't have patches. They don't show themselves. And Sayeret Matkal is operating reconnaissance behind enemy lines. And I would say at this point that they're actually doing, message warfare, narrative warfare. And so that the appearance of Naftali Bennett on TV here is, I would suggest that you're correct that Shapiro is likely something like a Sayeret Matkal Special Forces intelligent agent.
Yes. I think that this is very obviously true with Shapiro, because the Mossad people that I know hate Shapiro, like in a very visceral, nasty way, and I think I think Shapiro's job in the United States is to handle the Orthodox Jewish population and the evangelical Christian community. I think that's what he's supposed to be doing. And then he's also clearly supposed to be involved with, like, making sure that the tech companies act in the interests of Netanyahu.
Would this maybe be like a combo of Shapiro and Charlie Kirk, who's had this evolution, so to speak, from typical Republican, capitalist libertarian Republican to militant evangelical? Would that be like, are they both kind of in that?
I think you're too ideological on this stuff. I mean, I think Charlie Kirk is the son of the guy who built the Trump Towers in Chicago, and Charlie is very connected with all of the various weird mobster outfits in Chicago, and now that's sort of what that is. I think.
Well, I'm not saying it's a legitimate evolution. I'm saying like it sounds like an assignment change at some point.
I know Charlie better than I know Ben, and I just don't think Charlie is bright enough to really be like, he's kind of the person that they run as
like a front man, but it has influence.
He's a front man. Yeah, exactly right. That would be the phrase.
I guess my point would be like maybe an assignment change from like just like your typical like GOP type to what he's doing now.
He's supposed to corral all the young people.
Yeah.
Whereas Ben Shapiro was clearly supposed to spot them, which is why he was involved in Young Americans for Freedom and all that, the YAF stuff. And this is, with Milo representing the more Russian faction and Ben representing the more Likud faction, this is kind of where they were kind of, fighting it out. But my read
weren't the Wilkes, the frackers, the Wilkes in Texas, do they have connection to the Council for National Policy, the CMP? Because I know that Charlie Kirk was also affiliated with them.
I don't know about the Wilkes. I know the Wilkeses are 100% behind Shapiro and behind Jeremy Boring, but I don't know about their connections.
I think Adam's correct.
Hold on. This is important actually, because I remember having a conversation with Charlie about the Wilkeses, where he believed that they were basically like weird cultists and weird fringe figures, and that
weird like Judaized Christians.
Yeah, he said to me that they freaked him out, and this was maybe like 3 or 4 years ago. So it's possible he's gotten some money from them and some backing from them ever since. But my understanding is that Charlie is very plugged in with the Dunn family, Tim Dunn and all of that, and he's sort of the other very philo-Semitic, super Christian Texas oil guy.
There's a guy, Foster, also was like one of the top guys at the Council for National Policy. Foster Fried. He was one of the first funders in Charlie Kirk's Turning Point and also in Daily Caller.
Yes, I knew him a little bit. He actually I was seated at a table with him at a Claremont Institute event in like 2013 or so.
So you guys notice Ben Shapiro is like, he talked about the narcissism of the West in one of his tweets. And then he also said that the West has latent anti-Semitism. And then now he's just, the viral clips going around, got almost probably 1 million views by now, basically threatening Samson option and nuclear war if we don't like attack Iran or just do whatever Israel wants.
Yes. I mean, I think that basically Ben Shapiro's job is to like corral American conservatives and to push them psychologically in different directions. But I think the problem that Ben's going to have and is starting to have right now is that he's just like not as interesting as he once was. You know,
Well, he
like
was top trending all day yesterday,
well,
basically.
he's top trending because they use their bots to amplify his message, right?
When I'm scrolling on TikTok, I'm seeing his videos and their
Yeah,
videos
because he's
also.
Chinese. Because he's Chinese, right? So like, no, but I don't mean it like in a he's Chisrael, right? So like,
Mhm.
the Wilkses get their money from the sale of frac tech to Chinese, investors. That money, some portion of it, is then spent all around Texas politics, and is that money is in turn some portion of it is given to Ben Shapiro and Jeremy Boring, creating
It's
this.
funny, he's Harvard too, and then what's going on with Harvard, how they're doxing the Palestine supporters there.
Well, Harvard is
Interesting, another
now run
connection.
by the black lesbian who's probably CIA, and they're
And
sweeping
had an
out.
Epstein office too, didn't they have an Epstein office there?
They had an Epstein office under the old Larry Summers, and Larry Summers
Yeah.
is the one who basically allowed Mark Zuckerberg to operate Facebook out of there. So, and he's the one who was fucking Sheryl Sandberg. Sheryl Sandberg ultimately ends up as the COO of Facebook, and Sheryl Sandberg's parents, Joel and Adele
Ooh.
Sandberg, they are both known to be Menachem Begin agents operating in the United States and elsewhere.
Oh wow. And yeah, you mentioned about how Likud has been in Netanyahu's like a dictatorship. Like he's the longest serving, like around 20 years as prime minister. And since Menachem Begin, Likud in the 70s has basically just been dictatorship in Israel. Oh,
And basic,
and Sandberg's sister, right, is the one that owns 23andMe that just got hacked.
No, no,
Is it
no.
true that they got hacked? What?
No. That's Wojcicki. Wojcicki's not the sister. You're thinking of somebody
Oh,
else.
the
She has
the YouTube sister, yeah.
the
right.
YouTube
I'm
sisters.
the
They're
YouTube sister.
they're the Polish front men of this
Mhm.
front women really of this Chisraeli operation. And ever since CIA took over YouTube and Google, they kicked out Susan Wojcicki. And I suspect that they're ultimately going to get rid of Anne with 23andMe. I think 23andMe is going to get acquired by a deep state proprietor, possibly by the UAE, trying to do the US a solid.
And
That'd
by
be
the way,
my.
I just want to point out what Adam was talking about the rise of Likud and how long they've been in power here. That was concomitant with the rise of the Russian power in Israel too, and it's also the timeline fits in with the rise of Russian organized crime in the United States as facilitated by Rudy Giuliani, basically, and
And the
so that's a
strategy of
piece of it.
focusing on Islamic terror and getting the West to wage a war on terror and propping up groups like Al Qaeda or ISIS or Hamas, like they did also.
It's true. That's the same timeline there. And I wanted to point out one more thing about Harvard and Epstein is that there was a letter written by an alumni association to the Harvard president, I think. Oh no, written to Les Wexner and his wife about pulling their money because of the quote unquote anti-Semitic Harvard student leadership and leadership groups, and that to me would be like them writing to like pull writing Jeffrey Epstein to pull his money because they're justifying the quote unquote Hamas rapes or something.
I guess I would. I'm bringing my thoughts on going back to something that was discussed earlier. My thoughts as far as like the events and the aftermath and response to it would be earlier. It was mentioned the whole Tucker Carlson uh, Ben Shapiro thing. And I think what's going on here is I think it is a little, for me personally, my sense is it's a little revealing as it might be going on with some of the responses to the events from like, the controlled weaponized right and all of this. And one is obviously the bloodthirstiness of, just go in and like borderline sounds horrible to say, but borderline like kill them all if we have to, and it'll be justified because they won't do the right thing or whatever and reform or whatever excuses they're using. But then there's also this other front that I'm seeing through people like Steve Bannon and Tucker Carlson, kind of the InfoWars set, maybe the more MAGA set of really, okay, our number one focus, this is what Tucker was basically saying, why are we so focused on Israel when, we've got our border is going on, and the monsters who did this over there are going to do this here, and it's because, no one's going to protect our borders. And so basically it's a combination of like, you got the typical, Zionist hawk bloodthirstiness of like wanting to just go in and just like justify mass murdering a bunch of Palestinians. But then you've also got this other thing of this other sense of like what is being called like the America First, position of seal the borders because the savage monsters are going to come here and kill Americans en masse if we don't control this. So there's and I think somebody like a Ben Shapiro is really okay with both of those narratives, I think. And so it's a kind of what Jeremy and I would refer to as a horseshoe that might be going on here with this of both, which serve, I think, the interest of the people who want to continue to perpetuate the global war on terror.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of that's well said. I do think we should maybe consider shutting down the space in about 15, 20 minutes. I do think I want to probe a little bit more on what Jeremy was saying about Shapiro being like military intelligence, because I find that much more compelling than kind of anything else he might be. What is your sense? I don't know if you've seen him with like Netanyahu and you've seen that picture of Jordan Peterson shaking his hand and everything. I mean, what is your sense on the likelihood that Shapiro has like an actual commission with the Israelis? Or is it just, would you think it would be more informal if he were an actual asset?
I get the sense, because in terms of what I said previously, that I now really see the building up of Shapiro over basically 10 years as very likely highly scripted by a very core cell of very likely military intelligence in Israel. That Shapiro, I equate Shapiro being in Israel in the run up to Israel's 9/11 to then come back to the United States to be then celebrating Simchat Torah without his phones and devices, to be then told about it by his security when he's in the shul, as very similar to Bernard Kerik, who, by the way, as Dana pointed out, if you want people to understand what Trump actually did, go look at who he pardoned. He pardoned Bernard Kerik, who is up to his eyeballs in the run up to September 11th. And Kerik was in Israel in the run up to September 11th. And it looks like working with people like Eitan Wertheimer, who was an official at the Jewish Agency for Israel, and a major billionaire family in Israel who I think it's called Iskar, built serious aircraft parts, I think. And so I see Shapiro coming back from Israel and then Israel's 9/11 happening as a lot of evidence that that he was very likely getting the talking points. Now, maybe it's not as direct as that. I mean, but the way that Shapiro, I don't get the sense that Shapiro is so surprised. He seems more frantic that his propaganda is not working so well. So that's just my gut
Yeah, it's
instinct.
almost, yeah, it feels like I mean, having known him since 2009, it feels like he is like shrill and not calm and kind of like in a state of panic.
He's a failed actor. We have to remember that.
Yeah,
And
well, he's a more a failed scriptwriter than a failed
failed
actor.
scriptwriter. And the other guys that you talk about, like the Baraks and Netanyahu, I mean, borrow a term, I mean, they put in work. And Ben Shapiro's soft, so there's got to be an element of that where this has got to be a big challenge to deliver the message correctly. And I think that we see him kind of breaking down and being maniacal and a little crazy in the delivery. That I think that that's possibly part of it.
And we definitely now know that U.S. intelligence knew what was coming to a pretty good amount. We know Egyptian intelligence knew what was coming. So of course, Netanyahu's military intelligence and we might even call it just Netanyahu's office intelligence knew what was coming. And if Shapiro is this crucial asset, media asset of theirs, then at the very least there would be some kind of prep work, I think, in sending him back to the United States for Israel's 9/11.
He just had that big panel with Elon Musk too, with all the rabbis and the president of Israel. I know he's mentioned that he has private phone calls with Jared Kushner as well. Shapiro was just over in Israel right before all this went down, photographed with Smotrich. He's like the most extreme cabinet member of in Israel. But he is sure acting neurotic, but this is just a big moment for him. He is like the number one person in America pushing the Israel narrative right now online. So whether he knew it was going to happen and he's got the talking points, I'd expect him still to be a little neurotic and nervous because this is big stuff going down. And
it does feel like it does feel like he's gotten a battlefield promotion, doesn't it? Like that
Yes.
he's basically been like over promoted relative to his capabilities.
Like the way he was acting on with Piers Morgan was that he is basically the media commander of the Jews worldwide. And yet when I actually, of course, he is, he follows, he knows all about Jewish customs. He follows Jewish customs. He knows Jewish history. But when I hear him actually speak as a Jew in relationship to Piers Morgan, I don't hear any heart or soul in the matter. So I get the sense of a media asset.
He's an ethnic. It almost like it's like he's a religious Jew in his personal life when he needs to talk to the Goyim, but when he's on television, he talks on behalf of the ethnicity, which I found very interesting and weird.
Speaking of being the media commander for America, he once met with Chabad Lubavitch, and they chose him to be the one to announce Moshiach to the world.
Did
and of
they
course,
really?
Yeah. There's they posted an article at their website about that.
Yeah,
And
wow,
to
here
think of
comes Moshiach. He's here. Yeah.
Share that shit in the Jumbotron. That's interesting, Adam.
Real quick too, isn't it interesting the way that the links to magazine or to like articles are hidden now, the timing of that?
It is interesting.
Twitter here.
It is interesting, especially when Musk was talking about being like Jewish or like a Jewish adjacent when he was. I think he was being interviewed by Shapiro, wasn't he? I mean, who was interviewing him?
Yes, the quote unquote space with Elon Musk with what we call the neo-parushim, like the next generation of the secret Zionist society that was involved with the World War I plot in relationship to the Balfour Declaration, Louis Brandeis, and Felix Frankfurter, and all of that. That's exactly who Musk was speaking to on that. He was talking to the 21st century Parushim, and Shapiro was the host. It was in Shapiro's Twitter house, basically, where Musk sat down with the Neo-Parushim. So I think that was a crucial moment. And the more I see it, sort of like where we go from the ban the ADL to the Netanyahu AI Elon Musk sit down with the open AI people, which is very, very, very interesting intelligence background there that Charles.
Yes,
and then
and you noticed too this past week, the IRS came out and announced that Microsoft, which is of course the patron of OpenAI, that they just got hit with a huge tax bill, which amounts to roughly the amount of money that roughly like 30 times the amount of money that they invested in OpenAI. So very interesting timing of all this.
Yes, and I think that when you see that timeline where you get Musk and Netanyahu in the sit down, and Musk even discloses right in the before he starts to say, "I can do a mean Hava Nagila, Prime Minister," and he's like, "Do you really want to do that, Ben? But I'm okay with it." And then like that whole thing then leads directly into the Neo-Parushim space, and then we get Israel's 9/11. And what Adam you're pointing out about Smotrich and Shapiro is very interesting too. If we then loop back to the question of the way that Netanyahu usually will spark these Hamas actions, is the last big one was 2021, I think, and he used Ben Gvir on the ground in Jerusalem to incite against the Palestinians, and then Hamas responds to it. And so the Al-Aqsa flood reference, I think, is related to the nature of who Netanyahu's actually working as his on-the-ground operatives in terms of Ben Gvir and Smotrich. And then additionally, the question of the red heifer being just right. Wasn't it just in September? The red heifer is now ready to go. And then they introduced the Amalek linguistics, which is related, right, of course, to dehumanizing the Palestinians and calling them human animals. But then there is an aspect of animal sacrifice that's related to the red heifer in terms of the, Third Temple and the Al-Aqsa Mosque and all of that. So the timing of all of this is very Old Testament biblical and very dangerous.
Hmm. And do you think that they timed it for the anniversary of the Yom Kippur War as well?
The
Like, what is your
Jubilee, the 50 years is a Jubilee since the Yom Kippur War. And the attack happened the morning after Sukkot ended. Sukkot ended the night before on the 6th. And in Sukkot, they sacrificed 70 bulls that represent the 70 nations when they had their temple. And they sacrifice the bulls in descending order, and it represents the weakening of the 70 nations. And it's also related to Gog and Magog. It's their end times war. And yeah, they talked about the red heifer, that they have it now. There was also this articles running everywhere recently about the fox spotted at the Western Wall. It's ridiculous, but this is the stuff that these people are serious about. There's all the Amalek rhetoric that's going around. And really, I see this very easily escalating into war with Iran and then possibly Russia and China. And their prophecies are for like a major war where Esau and Ishmael, Christianity and Islam, the East and the West clash and destroy each other. And Israel basically survives and has their messianic age once the Western civilization, Edom, is destroyed.
I will admit that I am a little bit buoyed by how hyper neurotic and nervous Shapiro is. That this may be what they want, but they don't always get what they want. And the one thing that Putin stand
that video, I've watched it now 4 or 5 times, and I've really tried to take it apart because of this space. And there's a lot of ifs running there. If this happens, then this country will join. If this, it requires a lot of selling of what's going on, right? And really, the reality is Netanyahu is the one who funded Hamas, and this is known in Israel. And if Netanyahu falls, all of his assets will fall in the U.S. because they won't have anyone on the other side of that trade, right? So if Netanyahu dies, say in a plane crash, or he is jailed or whatever, they're all fucked. And I think
honestly, if Netanyahu dies, I think that the rabbis would say he's Moshiach ben Joseph, who died in battle, and then the Moshiach ben David will come that has some peace in the Middle East. It's just funny. Several times tonight, there mentioned the one woman earlier talked about she doesn't understand how somebody hasn't gotten Netanyahu yet. I can't help but think that when I hear something like that, if something happens to him like that, that's for sure what they'll say. I've been watching the rabbi videos all day, seeing the reactions. They're all obviously analyzing this and seeing this through the biblical lens, that this is their messianic age and the end times war and the birth pangs of the Moshiach. They believe the world has to be destroyed so it can be rebuilt for their messianic kingdom.
And one more time, just on Shapiro, the one thing that Putin stand woman really got right, it was that she concurred with Richard about how Shapiro is really, I call him he's basically a lower upper mid IQ guy over his head with no actual charisma, makes pussies go dry all around the world. And I went to the same, highly gifted middle school, public school in North Hollywood that Shapiro did. I was there a bit before him. Actually, my time there was suspended between Ron Unz and Ben Shapiro. And I just get the
So
sense that
you're here to liberate us from the other graduates, huh? Is that the idea, Jeremy?
the radical middle between Ron
Yes.
Unz and Ben Shapiro.
It's funny how I know all three of you, and
Yeah.
like that sort of tells you everything you need to know about this strange Gentile existence I've had. But
Very
go
much
on,
so.
Jeremy. Yeah,
And you know Alan Dershowitz better than most people.
It is true. It is true. It's interesting, like, just my experience with a lot of these guys is that I think when you spend enough time among them, you start to realize, like, the holes in their game, you know? Whereas if you consume them through media, you don't quite see it as readily, if you know what I mean. Like, they make a lot of, like, political errors. They get nervous. They back the wrong horse. Like, they're political beings, but they're not, like, magical beings, you know? And I think that this, for me, like watching those videos over and over again of Shapiro, he's clearly freaked out about what's going on in the world right now. And he feels like he doesn't quite have a playbook for it. And it's interesting how he doesn't really speak in religious language, as we were saying, Jeremy, he speaks about like dead Jews, right? He like
Yeah,
tries to use
just
that.
like a Zionist. That's what Zionists always do. They
Yes.
love dead Jews.
Yes, he's not speaking like an actual observant Jew, which is very interesting.
And I'll just point out, even in terms of the quote unquote dead Jew rhetoric that they've amplified, we're talking about how this is the largest Jewish death in a single day since the Shoah, that they always try to skip over what was the previous day of the largest amounts of Jewish death in one day since the Shoah, September 11th, which Bibi did.
Oh, how interesting. What do we make of this comparison about it being 10 9/11s? Like, clearly that's important. Like, the number 10 amplifying, like, it's an order of magnitude bigger. So, therefore, the response can be an order of magnitude more. I mean, what do we make of that language and how it seems to keep, like, cropping up? Numerology is obviously very important to these people. Do you have any thoughts on that, Tom? I know you study this more closely than I do. I think you pointed out the October 10th stuff as well.
Well, let me just point out one thing: is that 9/11, right, skips 10, which is meant to be the God, the number of God, of the completeness of God in certain ways. So 9/11 is the skipping over of that, and so then the 10 9/11s does seem like, oh, we're now going to bring, this is the terrorism that God is really coming to completeness. There is an aspect of that, but the other real crude aspect of that, obviously, is where they're talking on behalf of basically a Zionist terrorist demographic state that poses as a democratic state, and so that's why they're also obviously trying to sort of hint or directly imply that that we have to multiply the value of Jewish deaths in relationship to American lives, or that kind of thing. So I do see that as the pre-scripting ultimately for now the sort of the human animal degradation of the Palestinians in preparation for either a genocide or a ethnic cleansing.
Interesting. I do think we should, unless anyone has anything final to say, it's going to be about 2 a.m. here in a little bit.
Yeah, I think that there was the guy, the profile I just sent you has made a request, and he knows Jeremy and Greg.
I don't see him, but let me see.
Maybe I missed it.
Yeah, I don't see him in the request side of it.
Okay. Awesome.
Alas, I don't see him. Yeah. All right. Well, I think we've kind of explored this enough. If there's anything else that people think we should be discussing on this topic, please send it over to me.
Watch Adam's show from today. It was it's eye opening.
Yeah, send that to me. I'm going to watch that before I go to bed.
You may not want to do that.
Oh, yeah, is it disturbing?
It's intense.
Well, then I definitely want to watch it because maybe
All right,
it'll put some pep in my step. But yeah, thanks for coming, Adam. We should do this again sometime. I appreciate your understanding of the religious stuff, and I think we all kind of complement each other well on these kind of spaces. So maybe we can talk about other figures. I'd like to do one of these spaces on Jordan Peterson. I've not met Jordan Peterson in real life, but it seems to me Peterson is a very important part of this operation. I think he kind of connects the Canadian oil money and the kind of Canadian mob stuff to this larger operation. But I think that there's some pieces there.
What exactly do you mean mob precisely?
Yes.
Sir.
Yes, we will have to resist the temptation.
Did you make your bed, Charles?
No, I did not. I did not, Jeremy. But I do think we're all lobsters here, right? Right. That's the sort of thing he does. I do think there's
He
something to be
basically
said.
created a generation of bottom lobsters, is what I see.
Well, he wants to put them all in the pot and cook them, clearly, and eat them.
No.
But it seems to me that like what we have is we have these sort of like characters operating, and we can see this with Jordan Peterson. I mean, he's saying increasingly crazy things, and even for him, it's like increasingly crazy. So it seems to me that like a lot of these assets are blowing themselves up before even we have to move on them ourselves, which is pretty interesting to watch. The psychology of like the self detonation or the self immolation is fascinating to see. And of course, all of this is coincident with the rolling up of Leonard Leo's network, which is, they did the last piece of We Don't Talk About Leonard, which was, the sort of like analysis that ProPublica did of his work.
It's interesting. Do you think this is also going on with the House Speaker? Because it looked like to me Jim Jordan's people are sabotaging Steve Scalise. Do you think this is just going to go on over and over again until there's like an actual serious like compromise candidate?
Well, the compromise candidate was always going to be Tom Emmer.
Okay.
And
do you think this is going to go on until someone is able to?
By the way, Paulie, I don't necessarily like him. I'm just going to explain to you.
No, I got you on that. But
let me explain why it's going to be him, because this is important to understand. Okay. So basically, there are these two factions right here. We have the sort of moderate faction or the establishment faction, and we have the sort of like crazy insurgent kind of like quasi pro-Israeli faction, which is what Jim Jordan represents. Now, Scalise basically didn't have neither Scalise nor Jordan have the votes, and the reason they don't have the votes is that there's enough deep state Republicans to effectively veto whoever the nominee is. And you'll notice like Ken Buck is asking them who won the election in 2020, right? And Ken Buck is a kind of deep state Republican. I have a number of friends who work for him. And Ken Buck and I have spoken a lot about antitrust policy. He and I text probably once or twice a week. So I like Ken Buck quite a bit. He's a fascinating figure. He's a former prosecutor. He's from a kind of deep state Colorado family. And so there's enough of these deep state Republicans that they'll veto anybody who basically doesn't, who didn't certify that Biden won the 2020 election. And given that there's only one person in leadership that certified the 2020 election for Biden, and is very good at raising money and isn't hated by the sort of like he's a member of the establishment that's at least friendly with the sort of like wild or crazy Matt Gaetz world. That's Tom Emmer. And Tom Emmer and Gaetz are quite close. They're friends. So it's very easy to see that Gaetz would throw his people's support behind Emmer after Jordan fails on Tuesday. That's kind of my sense of how it's going to go down.
Very interesting. And if it means no Jim Jordan, then excellent.
Yeah, it's not going to be Jim Jordan. It sort of can't be Jim Jordan because of all the issues facing Jim Jordan. But what's interesting to me,
think the Democrats are going to give into this?
The Democrats are not going to do anything because what they're going to do is they're going to want to work with their game is going to be their game is very simple actually. Their game is that they want to basically have an open amendment process, which is what they're going to get out of a speaker.
Emmer's speaker.
Yeah.
So if they get Emmer's, they'll vote for it.
Emmer will cut enough deals with the Democrats, and he will do enough stuff to keep the government open that the Democrats will like Emmer.
I don't know. Emmer's.
You don't like him because you're from Minnesota, and you know him. But I'm put aside your own personal views about him. That like I actually don't particularly like Emmer, like personally. I think he's kind of a jerk, but he's very good socially with the other members. And so he's the Schelling point. There's nobody else in establishment that can raise the kind of money that he raises. And there's nobody who really wants the job as much as he wants it after Jordan goes down.
Don't you think Ken Buck would be a better? And I don't really.
Oh, I think Ken Buck would be a fantastic president, or Sultan even. But it doesn't matter because Ken Buck is not. They're never going to let him actually have that job.
Like Emmer is way, way, way more establishment than he used to be, and a lot of people, even here in Minnesota, who previously liked Emmer, even Trumpers.
The fact that he's moved to the establishment from being an insurgent is the tell that he's going to be the speaker.
I don't know. I would prefer Ken Buck.
Look, it would be fantastic if Ken Buck would be the speaker, because then I would be the speaker because I'm friendly with Ken Buck. But it's not going to happen because Ken Buck can't raise the money. You have to have a lot of overlapping skills if you are going to be speaker. You have to be very good at raising money. You have to like raising money. You have to travel constantly, which most of the members don't like doing because they'd rather be home with their spouses, or, to the extent that they live a double life as, representing their district and living in DC. So you have to basically be constantly on the road. You also have to have a compelling vision of what you want to achieve. And Emmer has all these ideas about how to cure cancer and about, basically reducing healthcare costs by reducing the price of drugs. So he's got a lot of very Biden-esque views that could basically be, put together in that way. And then, of course, the Midwest is currently not represented in our politics. Like neither our president nor our vice president are Midwesterners, nor is the minority or the Senate majority leader, nor are they Midwesterners. So the Midwest is currently unrepresented in our system.
Yeah.
So that's why it's going to be him.
Another, talking about fundraising it would be a great subject some night. Like we have just how much fundraising our elected officials have to do. Like it's ridiculous. I know.
Well,
like
the genius that Gates did when we took out, McCarthy, is that McCarthy has like $300 million that he's raised. And now all that money has to be given to somebody who's in leadership. And that person's going to be Emmer. Think of it like McCarthy made all these promises to people, and that all those promises are now Confederate war bonds. They're worthless. Well, if anyone has anything else they want to add, feel free, but I'm going to shut down the space in about 10 minutes or so.
I just want to say, if we ever go into Jordan Peterson, I hope we can do a deep dive into the devolution of Ezra Levant and his network, and how they grew to be like the reporters on the ground at Davos asking about the COVID vaccines and all of that kind of thing.
I do know Ezra pretty well. Ezra and I were somewhat friends at one point. And I think Ezra is actually quite a nice person, or at least he's been quite nice to me over the years. But he's certainly a part of this like crazier, weirder network that's from like central Canada, that's like has its through lines with the Ukrainian mafia and all of that. And all of that history is like very strange and very interesting. So I think that the sort of oil connection too is something that we can't ignore when we talk about Peterson. I also wondered too, like, Doesn't it seem to you, as it does to me, that like a lot of these influencers, they have these like weird Canadian, or they're like British, or they're not really like they're not really a part of the American system. I've always found that very interesting, and I suspect it's partly because they can kind of talk without, like, if you're an asset of a foreign government in Canada, you have like two layers of protection, right? Because like if you're talking about American politics but you're Canadian, you're like living in Canada, and so they have to like get two governments to agree to come after you if you've done something wrong. Whereas if you're an asset in America, they can just use one. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't. It's like harder procedurally to like roll you back. That's kind of my theory of it, for what it's worth. But anywho, go ahead.
Who's the I can't think of his name right. It's totally escaping me, but the piece of shit that lives in Indonesia. I think it's Indonesia.
You mean Malaysia, the Ian Miles Chong?
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, the current government of Malaysia is it's very pro-China, and it's increasingly pro-Russia. So the Malaysians basically will obviously protect Ian Miles Chong. By the way, I asked somebody I knew who was connected with the Malaysian government, and they said, "Why can't you just turn over Ian Miles Chong? Like, just do that." And the U.S., like, get him arrested or whatever, detain him, because I think that would go a long way. But alas,
I've been seeing people say that he works for Ezra in Rebel Media.
He's got that logo up, and he's got that logo up in his profile, like that he works for Rebel News. Like he moves around, like it's RT sometimes, but like that's his like little insignia is like is Rebel News now. 100%.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, maybe we could even have Ezra in one of these spaces, because I know Ezra, and he's actually not that shy about just explaining what he actually believes on things. So maybe that's the way to be. Yeah, I do think actually having some of these people in the spaces and asking them tough questions that are difficult, assuming they want to actually have them asked of them, I think some of them might actually be inclined to it, and that might actually be productive. I'd have to think about that more, but
subject the Parushim to an inquiry.
Yeah.
Oy vey for day. Oy vey for days.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that like there's a number of these guys who really do believe that they're on some kind of weird mission, So when you talk to them, like everybody's like the hero of their own story, right? So
what are you doing to bring on the Moshiach?
What am I doing?
That's what I'm asking. That's a question I'd ask. So what exactly is your what's your job? What's in your wheelhouse?
What have you done to hasten Moshiach today?
Yes. There's many hours left in the day, and he still hasn't arrived.
I spent a great day with Jeremy, a Jew of conscience, on his birthday, right, Jeremy?
True. We're now past it, I guess, here in the radical middle of America, Kansas. But yes, true.
Welcome to your 46th year on this planet, sir.
Oh shit! I didn't. That you're right.
May you have many more years to come.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Happy birthday. And with that said, I hope you all have a very lovely Saturday, and that you spend some time with your family and friends over the weekend. And we'll probably do this again maybe tomorrow night or Monday or so. I may be traveling, so I'm not as yet sure. But hopefully the world won't end before then. But if it does, I hope I don't pay off my credit card bill before it ends. So anyway, I hope you guys.
Happy birthday, Jeremy.
Take care.
Thank
and
you.
It's my birthday coming up in a week.
So, dang.
All right.
So hopefully, if any of you should find yourself in the Northern Virginia or DC area, I may be throwing a birthday party. It's unclear as yet, but I will.
Libras of the world unite cross-generationally.
I am on the cusp, sir, between Libra and Scorpio. So
I see. That makes sense. Yes.
Get fucked, But anyway,
you Generation X Libra, you.
Yeah, get Gen X later. But anyway, I hope you guys take care and chat soon.